Everything around was moving in the smoke of burning people and dust. The air was filled with the stench of dying bodies and ash that irritated the nose. The person's eyes did not reflect emotions. The man stood up and wandered aimlessly forward across the battlefield. Flagpoles sticking out of the ground were visible here and there. The wind fluttered his red cloak. The blood on the blade had long since dried. Jack kept thinking and imagining how his life would have turned out if he had found the blade earlier, and if his life would have been happy in that case. Having found the blade, his sister, the kingdom's first beauty and innocent child, would not have been sent to the Empire, and her fate would not have tormented her so much. If only he had found the sword earlier, then he, as a bloodthirsty killer of thousands and the death of people, would not have existed at all. I wonder what he would have been like. Or his mentor, his friend and comrade, with whom he associated a huge number of good and kind memories, the one with whom he associated his kindest moments. It was she who was the main culprit of all his knowledge, skills, and abilities. She helped him to formulate his potential and turn him into the person he is now. She is the best thing that happened to him in all his years. His strength had left him. How desperate he looked now. His long hair was stained with ash and blood. The scars all over his body were darkened. His greaves were nicked and stained with dirt. He had lost everything. He didn't want all this. He never wanted it. He was disgusted by all these endless wars, obligations. But the worst thing of all was the fear in the eyes of people. Everyone looked at him like he was a monster. Jack heard a noise. Another detachment was approaching him behind him. This procession was led by a young nobleman. The boy's face was all sweaty from fear. Holding his sword at the ready, Jack noticed how the blade of his sword was shaking. The man felt sorry for him. The young man's hands stubbornly did not hold the sword tightly. Jack told the nobleman that he does not fight with children. The boy's trembling lips parted, and with great difficulty he told the killer that he had ended his father's life. The boy's voice conveyed his emotions and anxiety. Jack merely smirked at the accusation. He had ended the lives of countless men, both from noble families and from lower classes, and he did not remember the victims. The boy's eyes flashed with a furious fire, a real monster in a human body, he thought. The monster in front of him spoke about the deaths of people so calmly and peacefully that it became creepy. But now the word monster could not touch Jack's soul. The people around him and those he met uttered this word so often that it lost its meaning and did not touch him. Suddenly, streams of blood gushed from the wounds on the killer's bare chest. Jack was seriously wounded. His groan of pain echoed across the battlefield. He covered the wound with his hand. Jack felt tired, deadly tired throughout his body. His muscles were cramped with pain and spasms. His head felt like it was melting. He wanted to end it all. But nevertheless, he wanted to wait a little. To watch this boy, the young nobleman looked at him with as much anger as he did fear. Jack, the one who razed an entire empire to the ground, killed all the great masters and overthrew the royal family, was called a monster. He asked the young man if he knew how often his sword had tasted the flesh of men, taking their lives. How often he himself had witnessed the death of others at his own hands. The killer's face was distorted into a mad grin. His golden eyes were blazing with fire. He had killed hundreds of thousands of people, and was he a monster after that? Jack mocked the nobleman. He shouldn't have been so surprised. Even greater fear ate into the boy's body. This monster in front of him was not human. His heart seemed like it would break his ribs and jump out of his chest from horror. Jack assessed the nobleman with his gaze. He stood with a trembling sword in his hand, dressed in expensive fabrics and looking at him with eyes full of silent horror. The boy reminded him of himself. The warrior asked the young man's name. He said Jack Stewart. What a coincidence. Today was becoming more and more interesting. Weakening with every second from the lost blood, the warrior's voice remained just as calm. Jack liked that young Stewart was his namesake. The warrior kept thinking about Stewart's words about killing his father. He kept trying to remember him, but he couldn't. He told the young man about it. Tears welled up in the young nobleman's turquoise eyes. Jack had killed too many people, and almost all of them were the same, just like Stewart's father. The dialogue between the two Jacks was emotional. Young Stewart said that although his father was not a good man, the boy missed his lost father. Such love was enviable to Jack. Jack didn't apologize or make excuses for killing the nobleman's father, but he could still do Stewart a small favor, and the boy became curious. Jack offered to kill Stuart. The warrior said this in a completely normal and calm tone, as if he was asking him for an ordinary request. "Kill me with this sword." These words echoed in the guy's ears. Jack's hand pointed at the blade in the guy's hands. The guy's face looked pale and surprised. Jack explained that there was no better time for Stuart than now. The warrior himself was seriously wounded, and the boy could avenge his father and become famous at the same time. Although, at the same time as he spoke the words, Jack thought that he could easily leave here alive. His broken bones would have grown together, his body would have healed. Did the guy really not want glory? But in reality, the warrior did not want all this. Thinking about this, Stuart raised his sword above his head with a battle cry and rose above the exhausted Jack, striking. The killer closed his eyes, expecting pain, but the blade only left a mark on the ground, passing by the body. Stuart fell to his knees. He could not do this. The boy burst into tears in front of him. Deep down, Jack knew that the boy would not be able to take his life. Jack was surprised by the boy's behavior. The warrior knew that Stuart's intuition told him that his actions were wrong. In fact, by killing Jack, Stuart would have taken on the heavy burden of being a hero. This would lead to a life full of regret. The boy would make the same mistake that Jack himself once did. The warrior advised the boy to enjoy his youth. The demon asked young Stuart to tell everyone else that the monster was dead, and with its death the war was over, as the surrounding soldiers watched silently. Stuart's eyes continued to shed tears. He did not understand why, despite having so much strength and colossal experience, Jack lived so unhappily and cruelly. Jack had asked himself this question before: why he had lived his life the way he had. And something in the boy's question echoed in Jack's body with longing. The warrior's body collapsed to the ground, his strength leaving him every second. He realized that his life was finally coming to an end. This was the end. The sensations that Jack experienced at that moment were ambiguous. He felt how quickly all the vital energy was leaving him, how he stopped feeling the flesh. His eyes slowly began to close. Everything before his eyes became cloudy and black. His body refused to follow his commands, although he no longer wanted anything. Everything around him ceased to exist. He slowly and gradually forgot how to breathe. His brain lost touch with reality. Stuart leaned over Jack's dying body. The moonlit night illuminated the warrior's body well. This was the last moon in the monster's life. In the end, there was nothing left around. His mind seemed to have been torn from his body. He remembered his very last thought. If only he could start all over again. Jack's soul seemed to have fallen into a pool of water. He felt peace and seemed to be sleeping. He was dreaming a long, familiar dream. In his dream, Jack's past flashed through his mind, revealing an aristocratic and cold father who questioned his blood relationship with his son. The face of his mother, who died immediately after his birth. The face of his beautiful sister, famous throughout the world for her beauty. And the face of his older brother. He remembered everything. Jack Ballantyre's name was forgotten by the warrior. The man was a warrior who crossed an entire continent with his blade and determination. Still, Jack didn't understand what was happening to him now. Maybe he was killed or he just died. Maybe he was now being shown his pre-death memories. The warrior reflected on his first war, which made him a cruel ruler, after which everyone around him called him a monster. He stood on a mountain of corpses, columns of ash rising into the sky. He would never forget how, driven by revenge, he destroyed the Tulkun Empire and killed everyone who bore that name. No one could oppose him. No matter what war he started or what battle he participated in, he emerged victorious every time. And yet it was easy for him to accept the approach of his death. He had achieved everything he wanted to achieve in life, although he regretted it. He had lost the meaning of life. He finally closed the gas, when suddenly he found himself in the garden. He could not believe his eyes. There was no sense of dark magic involved here. He found himself in the past. The Ballantyres were one of the most famous families in the Tesla Empire, and their members openly showed sympathy for the emperor. Jack himself was the youngest of the Marquis Ballantyre family, besides his older brother and sister, but his title as the youngest did not suit the young man. If he had been born into an ordinary noble family, everything might have been different, and he would have been satisfied with the title. But he was born into the family of the Marquis Ballantyre, and everything was different. The garden he found himself in was overwhelmingly filled with red roses, and the boy touched one of the buds with longing. The garden itself, which contained many representatives of fragrant flora, was an extension of the Ballantier estate. Despite its beautiful appearance, the garden was actually a place of exile. Although Jack liked it there, he was apparently banished in order to frighten him, to isolate him from his family and servants, so that he would feel lonely and break down. The air was filled with the scent of roses, daisies, and orchids, and the rays of a pleasant sun played on the white stone of the gazebo in the garden, saturating the plants with rich color. A male voice called out to Jack, and in the heat of his thoughts, Jack had not even heard the footsteps. The butler offered him a drink. The butler of the Ballantier's family was the only person in the entire estate who treated the boy warmly and supported him in dark times. Young Ballantier still remembered the butler's name, Ron. He remembered that there was always a little cunning in this man. Jack turned to him with a smile. The young man decided to play a joke on the butler by asking if Ron had added poison to the drink. This question confused the butler and, blushing, he began to get indignant. Jack smiled at the man in the black tailcoat, warning Ron that it was just a harmless joke. He was grateful to the butler for all his kindness. The tomato drink cooled Jack down pleasantly on this hot day. But besides Jack himself, there were 11 other people in the garden. One of them was the butler, who shyly thanked Jack for his kind words. As he was leaving, the boy noticed a smile on Ron's face, and his heart felt good. The remaining 10 were members of the guard, whose job it was to look after young Ballantier. The guards, in full knightly armor, seemed part of the garden. But for Jack, among them all, only Ron had value. For the boy, the butler was his only friend. The young man was thinking about a plan for further action. The nobleman came to the conclusion that everything that was happening to him now was real. He did not think that he would be able to return to the past. An hour had passed since his arrival. Jack Ballantier wasn't going to miss this chance. Going back to the past was a chance to correct all his mistakes, or rather, not make them at all. At this point, he was only 14 years old. At the time of his death, he was 34 years old. He had a lot of opportunities. It was strange to look at his hands and not notice the scars from endless battles, and he also didn't feel even the beginnings of mana. If we were to draw an analogy with other children from noble families, Jack was the weakest of them all, which was very unpleasant. The main reason for his weakness was the lack of mana that had not formed. The creaking of the hut's floorboards could be heard, and a heavy shadow fell on the boy. The blow to the head still echoed in his ears. The pain Jack experienced at that moment pierced his entire young body. A very long time had passed since the last time someone dared to hit him on the head. Jack cursed. Even animals at a watering hole do not touch each other, and the lion is among them. Or his brother was not aware of such information. The tall, dark-haired boy demanded respect from the boy, dressed in a blue suit with gems on the shirt. His older brother's face twisted in disgust. His older brother, Pelon Ballantier, was the second child in their family, 3 years older than Jack himself, and had no love for his younger brother. The main reason for the boy's lack of magic was right in front of him. Due to Pelon's constant bullying, Jack was unable to practice magic. Even a decade later, his older brother still provoked the anger and infuriated the young man. His arrogance and constant bullying forever imprinted in the young nobleman's memory. Pelon never held back from cursing and insulting Jack, and he told him he could kill him at any moment because the youngest of the Ballantiers was useless. At his age, he didn't know how to control magic, didn't even have it, and also didn't know how to wield a sword, unlike their sister. And if suddenly his younger brother takes a risk and learns magic, then Pelon will consider it a betrayal and will still kill Jack, he said, pouring the contents of the cup on his brother's head. The older brother demanded absolute obedience. He did not want to see or hear Jack and demanded that he behave quietly, and also accept and tolerate everything that was done to him. And then let the younger brother do whatever he wants. No one knows how it will all end. The only reason Jack was alive was because the Marquise's blood was in his veins. Only when Pelon becomes the head of the family after his father's death, then perhaps he will accept Jack as his younger brother. Jack remembered that because of his weakness, he could not defend himself in any way. For his age, the boy was in many ways weaker than his peers. This served as a pretext for mockery and ridicule from other family members, and as a result, the servants also did not respect him and were aware of his weakness. People around him, even those of such low rank as a maid or a cook, constantly mocked him without even trying to hide it. But in many ways, the culprits of the daily persecution were the spreaders of rumors, such as his brother and Count Mentis. But despite this, the sight of his older brother made the young man laugh, because no matter what he did, his sister remained the eldest child in the family. She was the only person in the family he could rely on or confide in, and she was the only one in his family who cared about him. His older sister was a year older than Pelan, but unfortunately for the boy, she could not become the head of the family because of her gender. Her fate, as the daughter of the Marquise of the Ballantier's family, was determined from the moment of her birth. The fate of the Marquis's daughter is predetermined. She will marry the man her father likes and live her entire life in a small estate, bearing heirs. The boy stands frowning and looks at his older brother with great hatred. Before him stands the one who contributes most to making sure that his sister's life is and will be like this. The boy's hand clenches into a fist with rage, because this is the one who is ready to sell her to the first person he meets in order to quickly take the place of the heir. If he kills him, he will be doing a service to the whole world, because the man thinks of no one but himself. The older one swings at his brother. He didn't like the way he was looking at him. Unlike previous times, Jack intercepts the elder's hand, preventing the blow. The guy's look is confident. He grabbed tightly and is not going to let go. The older one does not understand how he dared to do this. But that wasn't the end. Jack made a dash and, dragging the huge body towards himself, threw it over his back. The boy's face mocks the situation. He lets out a sarcastic phrase, humiliating his brother. Rage fills the elder. He reaches for his sword, and his body begins to blaze with fire. The servants standing aside decide not to approach, so as not to get hurt themselves. The elder begins to collect mana. Of course, they're not going to stop them, so Jack takes a confident stance. Suddenly, their butler Ron appears in front of them, shielding the baby with his back, and asks the master to stop and not use mana now. In response to the request, the gentleman does not react, but hits him in the face for daring to interfere with him. The blow was so strong that the butler fell to the floor. Jack did nothing about it. There was no point in it for him. He stands and smirks, watching what is happening, but it does not help. Ron has a lot of his own secrets. The elder's cry echoed throughout the area. He reported that Jack was a vile spawn and he would die along with his butler. He is interrupted by Jack's mockery, smiling as he pretends to clean his ear and jokes that the elder wants to stun him. Veins began to appear on the elder's face. Jack did not expect this, but he drove him so crazy that he decided to draw his sword. It doesn't matter that his body doesn't know what training is and hasn't been able to open up his mana. He's not going to lose. The elder swings his sword around himself, his teeth clenched and his eyes filled with incomprehension. But the magic of the third circle is his limit. No matter how expensive the sword he uses, he is still a child. Jack equips himself with his skills and passes under the blade. The boy's actions are abrupt and unreadable. He cannot be defeated with such fencing techniques. He gets as close to his elder as possible. A perfect opportunity to kill him now is created, but he refuses it. Smiling smugly, Jack whispers in his ear that he should visit a doctor and have his head treated, which is considered humiliating. To use the third circle of magic, you need to fill your entire body with mana, including your head. Jack rushes forward, grabs his wrist, and stretches his other hand forward, covering the elder's face with his palm. His eyes flashed. He was ready to take revenge on his brother for every mockery of himself with 100 of his own. At the last second, his face twisted with rage and he fell to the floor unconscious, which made the younger one poke him with his foot, checking if he was even alive. One of the servants reaches to draw his knife, but Jack orders him to hold still unless he wants to end up like his master. After praising his obedience, he grabs his older brother by the hair and starts dragging him somewhere, dragging his body along the floor. Stopping near a fountain filled with water and saying that it is a bit hot today, Jack wants to generously help his older brother to cool off. He indifferently dunks his face in the water until he starts to choke. How shocked the elder must be if he doesn't even use the mana he so carefully saved up. Jack doesn't let him escape and continues his mockery, because if you think about it, it's because of him that a lot of things went wrong. Immediately after he sent his elder sister to the Empire, he mercilessly poisoned his own father. He himself became the head of the family and tried to influence the affairs of the Empire, as if he had the right to do so. The result is clear to everyone. The house of the Marquis de Ballantier was destroyed and wiped off the face of the earth. Jack remembers what happened with regret, but he doesn't care about revenge for his father and their home. He only felt sorry for losing the opportunity. The one that their sister gave them at her wedding, and it causes anger, forcing the guy to grit his teeth. Their sister has always been very smart and has a pleasant character. Everyone spoke well of her. It was so painful for her to leave her home. Jack could hardly imagine the feelings that overwhelmed her. She went to another empire to ensure a good reputation for her family. She was filled with horror. Elizabeth knew what she was getting into because her fiancé was not an ordinary man. He was the fourth prince, about whom terrible rumors were circulating. But she was not his legal wife, so no one would come to see her. Just looking at his face, Elizabeth was overcome with fear. He ordered her to stand quietly, nod when asked, and not forget to smile. For the sake of her family, she was ready to do anything, even such a relationship. If only her father and brother knew what she really felt like then. But it's worth stopping. The more Jack thinks about it, the angrier he gets, so he can finish off the elder right here. The elder, still in his arms, burst into tears and begged for mercy. He looked at his youngest with hope for life, but one could see pure horror on his face, and it reminded Jack of something. In his past life, when he killed people, such grimaces of fear of death were encountered all the time in the war. Jack clutched the lock of hair tighter in his hands and began to slowly lower his brother to the ground, asking him to think carefully about everything he had done to him. Bending his face over the water again, he warns that if he is having trouble thinking, he can help him remember. Or is it better to let the older one experience everything firsthand so that he understands the importance of family ties? Jack mercilessly swings his fist at him and is about to hit him, even though he has already admitted his guilt and asks him to stop. He is distracted by the butler Ron, who was watching everything from the gazebo, and he asks the young master to stop bullying him. But his word means nothing to Jack. After thinking for only a second, he ends up knocking his brother's head out with a rock. Having thrown the elder one to the ground, he turns to the servant and asks him to clean up, or rather, to take away his still-living brother. While the worried servant rushed to help, Jack wiped his hands and calmly left there. As they pass the butler, they bump shoulders, and Ron realizes that the young master has changed. Confidence and courage trembles within him, and the house has learned of what happened. The lady fell unconscious at the sight of her son, which turned everything upside down, because Peylon Ballantier, the future heir, who is supported by the forces of the influential family of Count Mentis, was defeated. Therefore, it is natural that in a family where the title of Marquise was expected to naturally pass to Peylon, the sight of his broken head and his newfound fear of water created a total commotion. Many rumors have been spreading. Peylon received the third circle at 17 years old, and at such a young age it is a miracle how the younger one was able to defeat him. Also, the maids were whispering that you, my dear YouTube viewer, are really watching my video. These young maids just dream of serving you, so don't forget to leave a comment, like and subscribe, and they will definitely come to you in your dreams to help you in all your affairs. See you later, my beloved subscribers. They said that he was not trained in magic or fencing. Why did he have to hide his skills? And why did he show them only now? Peylon would be turning 18 next year and would be introduced as the official heir. But now that the younger one had shown his claims to the place of head of the family, nothing had been decided in advance. Pushing the servant and squeezing between the crowds, Elizabeth appears, asking to tell what actually happened. Rumors began to spread further and further, and many in the estate came up with new details about what had happened. 2 servants were ordered to call the third. The head of the family was waiting for him. He was gloomy and menacing. Jack, not thinking about how the head of the family will react, eats the delicious dessert, praising it along the way. Suddenly, the maids burst into the room and tell Ron that the owner wants to see the young master right now so that he can notify him. Tiredly, Jack rises from his chair and, throwing on his jacket, heads for the door, but is followed by Ron's shouts that he should come with him. The boy stops his butler, saying that he is no longer a child who needs to be stood up for, and that he can handle it himself. A look of disappointment crossed Ron's face, but he didn't dare disobey and only asked him to come back quickly. A crowd of eyes are looking at Jack as he walks through the castle. He feels each of them, realizing how long ago these sensations appeared last. These feelings, when for those around him it's as if he doesn't exist, even though the corridor is filled with servants. It doesn't matter what others think about him. The main thing is that this ends soon, and he reaches out his hand to open the door. But the knights forbid him entry. They pretend that he is not here. He considers this stupid, turns to the knight, and when he ignores it, he begins to kick him, calling him blind or dumb. In response to such actions, he looks menacingly at the boy through the narrow slit of his helmet, and in the past he would have immediately run away from such a look, but not now. Smiling sweetly, Jack sternly tells him to relax his expression before he splits it in half. When he ignores him, He hits him again, but with all his strength, and the knight falls to his knees. Jack says that he won't repeat it twice, the Marquis called him. But then why is there such a discrepancy? Jack asks why he is not letting him in. The knight rises abruptly and, stuttering slightly, says in a commanding voice that he cannot answer. Rubbing his chin, the guy understands what it means that he needs to wait. To the knight's surprise, Jack turns around and leaves. There's no point in him standing and waiting. He's nobody here anyway. Jack asks where they think he should go and is perplexed by this question. He asks to convey that since the Marquis wants to talk so much, let him come himself. Why call him and not let him in? The knight's decided that he has gone crazy. The servant apologizes and tells the Marquis that he has left, which brings a satisfied grin to his face. Having correctly noticed that the youngest has changed a lot, he puts down his paperwork and gets up from his seat. Jack takes a bench on the street. At one point, he begins to hear the sound of footsteps. It is the Marquis walking towards him with his mistress and servants. The boy knew that everything would happen like this. Noticing him from afar, he looks at his father. Even from his face, it is clear that he is an old, stubborn donkey. Surprisingly, he remembers it exactly the same, despite the fact that he actually saw it many years ago. Sometimes Jack tries to think that he doesn't exist at all. In a past life, the Marquis tried to kill him for trying to run away from home. In fact, the Marquis is a man who is capable of selling his child for the sake of his reputation. Too greedy for power and too incapable of achieving what he wants. Without rising, he greets the man. Such is the Marquis Ballantier. Why would he call this creature father? He frowns thoughtfully as he looks at his youngest son and asks him what is wrong with him, but receives a meaningless answer. The lady standing behind him started to shout, "How dare he treat the head of the family like that?" Casually swinging his leg, the guy asks the Marquis if he wants to go inside or if they can talk right here. With a wave of his hand, he throws the saucer off it. It doesn't fly for long and eventually breaks. Flames form around the Marquis and begin to rush towards Jack. Most likely he is trying to check if he has a mana heart. Of course, the old man doesn't find him because he's not here now, but he notices the guy's talent for martial arts. It is impossible to answer that he has become weaker when asked why Jack did not show himself earlier. So he responds with a meaningless phrase. The lady is furious that at such a young age he dares to behave so arrogantly, and they hold her hands so that she does not run into the guy. A hand gesture stops her. She does not dare to disobey her husband, and he is interested in such behavior of his youngest son, because he thought that he was completely useless, but it turns out that he is not. This phrase hurts the boy because it means that since he is useless, he is not worthy of being called his son. An indifferent gaze watches the third, who bends down to place the glass on the ground, and is asked if he wants the Marquis to acknowledge him as his son. But Jack is not interested in anyone's confession. The old man turns around, saying that he understood the younger man, and leaves under the whispers of the servants. Continuing to remain in place, he watches everyone leave and does not understand why he came at all. Remembering the second one's mother, he shouts sarcastically after her that after what happened to her son, many wrinkles appeared, and it would be worthwhile to take better care of his skin. Her face is flushed with anger at such concern, she almost breaks her fan because of this little brat. A smile appears on Jack's face. He's certainly not a pervert, but it is very pleasant to look at her face. Rising, he bows and asks to convey his deepest apologies to the second. The butler's menacing voice announces that Jack Ballantier, the family's third child, is sentenced to solitary confinement for 20 days for causing a disturbance in the house. But suddenly he becomes confused and asks Jack what happened while he was gone. But in response, he receives a request to keep quiet. While painting something on the easel, Jack says that Ron stood quietly while the other one was bullying him, so why is he angry now? The boy stopped drawing for a second and thought about how interesting solitary confinement was. He had already been sent to the Rose Garden, and now this too. Ron thought, there's only a month of holidays left at the academy. What is the point of this conclusion? Jack froze in confusion. He had completely forgotten about studying, because he had been living a different life for a long time, not thinking that he would return back. He is 14, which means he must attend the Imperial Academy. All aristocrats of the Tesla Empire must study there unless you are disabled. Then it is mandatory. The course of study lasts 4 years and begins at the age of 14, so Jack is now in his first year. The first semester had ended, which meant summer holidays had begun, and he felt awkward about being a student again. His tutor is directly connected to the academy. He can skip any subject but not hers. Jack will no longer quarrel with the Marquis over trifles. He will go to the academy. There are 27 days of vacation left, 20 of which will be spent in detention, and it's a 6-day journey from here to the academy, which means he's sending him off to school immediately after detention. Let it be his past. It is difficult for him to understand himself. Ron looked tiredly, asking if the guy was finished. Rising from his chair, Jack touched the easel, intending to show it to his butler, and at the same time inquired where his imprisonment would take place. To this question, Ron expressed regret with his whole appearance. There is only one place for imprisonment. It was for criminals who had committed crimes on the Marquise's property, and this stunned Jack. Uncertainly, he decided to confirm his guess that they were talking about a prison, and received a positive answer. A disgruntled cry erupted. The guy didn't think it would be that bad and wasn't going to leave it like that. To tell the truth, holidays at the academy are not only for relaxing. You can understand this even looking at Pelon, whose head was broken. Almost every day from the start of the holidays until his head was broken, he attended social events, meeting with other aristocrats and noble families. Jack had never had anything like this before, and the Marquise's affairs certainly didn't interest him. But what his relatives said infuriated him. They said that not here, nor anywhere else, would there be a place for him, but now he sits in prison chained by the leg. The boy decided to go to prison himself, without waiting for the escort to be sent for him, so as not to humiliate his dignity. It was hard to tell from the crying face of Ron, who watched him go, how much pain he was in. Tears flowed like rain. He brushed them away with a handkerchief and watched them go like a pitiful kitten. Jack was different from the other prisoners in some way. Namely, he had a bed, a toilet, and 3 meals a day. But what's the point when the boy is sitting in a small, cold brick room with an annoying fly buzzing around him? The blankets there haven't been changed for half a century, and even the flies refuse to eat the soup. The boy sits leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. There is too much time for thinking, and it is too much. Aristocrats who own landed estates can punish residents as they please, using local laws rather than imperial ones. In fact, within their territory, aristocrats have the same rights as the ruler of the empire. Jack may be imprisoned by the Marquise, but he is still his son, an aristocrat. It would be fine if the guy had rebelled against him, but why is he going through all this torment? Or maybe he's trying to console his elder in this way. I wonder if the Marquise is using poison or forbidden artifacts as an excuse for the public, although that's a bit much. Surely the Marquis came up with a good story to justify the second one. For example, that Jack Ballantier is a disgrace to the family because he learned forbidden magic because of his greed. The noble elder brother noticed this and had to do something. When his brother caught him doing this and ordered him to stop, Jack not only disobeyed, but did even worse. He dared to use it on his brother so that he wouldn't dare tell him what to do. And even though Pelon was seriously hurt, he found the nobility to forgive his foolish younger brother. Surely such a scenario had already matured in the minds of the Marquise and the Marquise. It's sickening to even think about it, but it would be fine if they kept him here for a couple of days. But the boy doesn't want to spend the entire vacation in captivity. He doesn't care about this place. He can run away right now, but he won't do it for 3 reasons: his sister, Ron, and his mentor. Besides, Jack is back in his old body. He's just a 14-year-old little boy with no muscles and too weak to survive on his own. He knows the rule of survival in this world. The strong devour the weak, the strongest survive, and the weak become food or die. He doesn't want to commit a bloody massacre like in his past life, but he still needs to take revenge on many people. This will require 2 things: time and power, and these can be obtained at the academy. By training, Jack can gain more influence and buy himself time to regain his former strength. If he succeeds, he will protect his loved ones, namely his sister, his mentor, and Ron. Then, to achieve this, you need to take what is rightfully yours, even if the guy doesn't like it. Little by little, mana began to form in his hand. There are 10 levels of magic mastery in total. The 1st and 3rd circles are for beginners in learning magic, the 4th and 6th for experts, and the 7th and 9th for those who have mastered magic at the highest level. And the 10th circle is for people who are called masters or superhumans. Jack presses his palms to his chest and gradually creates a blue glow, and it's even good that there's no one here. It takes 2 hours to create the 1st circle, and at that age, he is a complete weakling. In his past life, he began studying mana at the age of 17, raising his hand up and letting it fly above himself. But immediately he starts waving his arms. No one should know what he's doing here. A strange sound is heard from the corridor, similar to the sound of the Marquise's shoes. Has she really arrived? Jack wrapped himself in a blanket and pretended to be asleep, but he heard that the sound was not as heavy as usual. This voice that he heard belonged to a man whom he could only see in his dreams in his past life. His tearful sister, Elizabeth Ballantier, reached her hands through the bars to his face and anxiously asked if the boy was hurt. Tears rolled down his eyes. His beloved sister was still as beautiful and kind at heart. She addressed him affectionately as Jackie, a name he had not heard for so long. Pressing her hand to his face, he smiled with happiness and reassured Elizabeth that he was not hurt and everything was fine. In a gentle voice, she asked why he used black magic when she could have taught him ordinary magic. Their hands intertwined. She says that she is sorry and that Jack should have stayed at the academy instead of returning home. His face froze, which made his sister worry. She, slightly shouting, asks if everything is okay, and he listens to her at all. Wiping away his tears, Jack began to smile. He was happy that all this was happening for real. But suddenly he calms down, and sitting down more comfortably on the floor, he seriously calls out to his sister. Jack asks if she wants to run away, for example, to a small village and work together in the fields. But Elizabeth sternly repeats his name. The boy continues that he knows how the second and his mother treat her. It is better to leave everything behind and live in a quiet place. Find a man who will love her. He continues his speech about how long one can remain under the oppression of the Marquis, but he is interrupted by the cry of his sister. Elizabeth asks them not to say that because he is their father, and no matter what happens, he will always remain so. Jack rubs his shoulder in awkwardness, and his sister continues that he loved their mother and that this love is what gave birth to them, so one cannot speak badly of him. She knows how her father treats him, and she will try to change it, so it is worth being a little patient. But he doesn't remember. In a past life, she said the same thing. Even though her whole appearance radiated sincerity in her words, Jack really did return to his past after death, and it was wonderful to see his sister again. While the girl is touched by his words, the guy gets up and asks her to move away from the bars a little. When she does this, he's satisfied with her position and gathers mana in his hand. The sister is shocked by what she sees, because Jack touches the cold bars with his hand and knocks out the lock. Slowly opening the cage gate, the boy comes out, and his sister asks how he mastered the circle. But, ignoring many questions, Jack comes up and hugs the girl tightly, apologizing to her. This makes me even more worried. My brother's behavior is very strange. Elizabeth holds the guy by the shoulders, asking if he is sure that everything is okay with him. Jack and his sister stood hugging in the middle of the cell. Young Ballantier trying to persuade his sister to escape from this cursed place and be happy. Jackie could give this person, the most precious person in his life, a calm and peaceful life. He remembered his sister's fate. Tears flowed from his eyes like a stream. They would not have to return again. It was only necessary to turn to the memories of a past life, as Jack remembered that he was soon to meet the fourth prince. The fourth prince had taken his kind sister in the past, and the girl herself didn't understand at that moment that she was walking straight into the beast's mouth. None of them knew. It is what this prince will do that will forever change Jack himself, outlining his life into before and after. It is he who will make the youngest of the children the Marquis is a real monster. Jack remembered how he found this representative of the Tulkan Empire. He was caught and locked in a dungeon, with all his limbs tied to a torture board. This man made the life of his beloved sister a complete hell. That day, young Ballantier's face burned with anger and a desire for revenge. His hatred towards the prince was so great that the emotions and memories of that day were fresh. He will never forgive the Tulkan Empire for what they did, nor anyone else in it. He will take revenge on everyone in the empire, and he will start with the prince lying before him. In the past, he left his home at the age of 17, but for another 10 years after that, any news that reached him about his home and the events that took place in it indicated that nothing had changed there. One after another, each noble family of the Tulkan Empire was cast into the depths of hell, and in the end, all that remained of the once powerful noble family of Ballantier was its formal existence on the map of the world. After the defeat of the Tulkan Empire, all power and sphere of influence was concentrated in the second largest and most powerful empire, the Teslan Empire. As already mentioned, some of the Marquis's children were still alive, which is why the Ballantier's house actually existed. His sister was still alive when she learned of her family's capture, and although her life had become a living hell, she never lost her kind heart until her death. The eldest of the Marquis's children fell to her knees before her husband, the fourth prince, begging him to spare her and save her family, but she received only a cold look in response. But in reality, she had no rights, not even the most insignificant ones. Her position was equal to that of a concubine, and she was treated accordingly. No matter how hard she tried to persuade the emperor and the prince, no one even tried to listen to her, and they all rejected her request. But she was not going to give up. Elizabeth, Jack's sweet and innocent sister, spent the next few days begging the court to spare and free her family members, and she was willing to do anything for that. For 3 days and 3 nights, the emperor's palace was torn apart by Elizabeth's pleas for help. The downpour hid her tears, wet and swollen from tears. She kept the hope for mercy. In the end, this bore fruit, and the emperor decided to listen to her request and come to meet her. So everyone said, the emperor's generosity was boundless. This is how everyone, not only in the empire, but throughout the continent, knew this story, because the real truth was much more cruel. But the true story of Elizabeth from the Ballantyre's house was known only to Jack. He remembered the horrors that lay behind the words about his sister's readiness for anything. That day, having learned of her family's imprisonment, Elizabeth asked the 4th prince for help, who came to meet her. Her happiness knew no bounds, but her joy was short-lived. The prince leaned over her like a mountain and reminded the girl that his power was enough to wipe out her entire family, and she was obliged to obey him. The prince warned the marquis's child that as long as she obeyed all his orders, her family would be safe, and the prince would not hesitate to manipulate her. From that very day, Jack's sister turned into a real living toy for any palace intrigues and lustful fantasies. The emperor and prince were cruel in their sadism. Naturally, in this situation, the real and legal wives of the emperor and princes did not stand aside, choosing not to take her side. The subsequent time and everything that happened to Elizabeth made Jack's blood boil in his veins. His sister was doomed in the emperor's palace. Naturally, like every toy for a child, Elizabeth became a useless, broken toy, and the 4th prince lost interest in her. And from that time on, poor Elizabeth was chained by the neck to a dark room like a pet dog, becoming a hostage in the barn. After these events, the Ballantyre's house was overthrown and destroyed completely, and the now adult Jack managed to gallop only to the charred remains of what had once been the estate. And then the feeling of revenge forever ate into the soul of the youngest of the Ballantyres. Then, for the sake of revenge, he became a monster, vowing to destroy the Tulkun Empire and kill everyone associated with them. First, he killed the Empress in agony, then one after another. The cold steel tasted the flesh of the princesses, the wives of the 3rd and 4th princes. But Jack didn't stop there. Driven by revenge, he tortured to death all the families that supported them, as well as distant relatives of those killed. Monster Jack was not willing to stop until every single Tulkun, and everyone even slightly connected to them, was put to the sword and fire. The young man recalled the whole bloody story of his life, standing opposite Elizabeth in the dungeon. He realized that this could not happen again. His sister told her younger brother to take care of his health, and she would talk to their father. Only at that moment did Jack realize how much he missed her smile. He asked her not to worry. He would do everything that was required of him, this time for sure. As Elizabeth walked up the stairs of the mansion at night, she kept thinking about her brother's behavior. He had changed so much that in the past, Jack would have silently endured everything. She wondered if it was for good or not. But there was a confidence and strength in her brother that she had not noticed before. But she couldn't get the idea out of her head that her brother hadn't just used a random black magic spell, but that he had done it with skill. She herself had 6th circle magic, which might be why she didn't feel the slightest trace of magic. But her father had the 7th, so things were more ambiguous. Standing in front of the door to her father's apartment, she decided that all these were the words of the Marquise. The girl gathered her courage and prepared to meet her father. Entering the chambers, her father was sitting over a cup of tea. She did not hesitate and asked her father to release Jack from prison, operating on the fact that he did not study black magic. Everyone knew Jack's weakness. He didn't even have the rudiments of magical art, and learning such complex magic was out of the question. In saying this, she of course understood that her father knew the truth, but did not want it to become known to the public. Her father had no equal in ambition. Elizabeth noted that Jack was not chasing the title of head of the family. Her father liked her speech, and with a smirk on his face, he ordered her to continue. She understood everything in an instant. This was not just a punishment for her brother. It was a warning for herself. What would happen if she did not obey? Her father noted her intelligence. She guessed it herself. The eldest of the Ballantiers had long understood her sad fate. She was destined to be a toy, which, by selling, her father would increase the power of the house. And what happened was a lesson for the future for her. The girl pursed her lips and shuddered. Just the thought of such a life tormented her heart with despair. Her father was a practical and observant man. He saw that his daughter loved and appreciated her younger brother, and she was afraid to imagine what he would do to him if she did not obey. She was brought out of her thoughts by her father's voice. Jack had no place in their family, and he was going to announce his death upon his reaching adulthood, sending him away from their home with a fictitious name. Elizabeth could not believe her ears. Such a prospect of life for her brother meant that he would live, but only as long as she remembered her duty. But the father found it strange that, having the third circle, his youngest son was able to defeat the owner of the second. And having said this, Elizabeth was surprised that Jack had a circle at all. But he decided that this matter was not particularly worthy of his attention, and glancing sideways at his daughter, he allowed Elizabeth to release her brother. The daughter responded to this act of mercy with a respectful bow and left her father's chambers. After this meeting, she was once again convinced that everything was predetermined. Having closed the door, her legs could not hold it. She still remembered Jack's offer to run away. No, it was impossible to run away from one's fate, she decided, and burst into tears of despair. The sun's rays illuminated the body of the young nobleman, waking him up. The night turned out to be restless, because of yesterday's events, he dreamed of his past life. Jack was beginning to think that his very presence in the dungeon was giving him nightmares. Dressed in a shirt, he decided to stretch his legs. The sharp sound of metal hitting stone indicated the approach of a guard, who unceremoniously and rudely informed the younger Ballantier of his release. Jack did not like the guard's frivolous approach to him, but he decided that this was not enough to provoke him, and, to spite him, he replied that he was sorry to leave such a nice place. The guard held his things in his hands. Jack politely thanked him for handing them over. He reached his hands towards his trousers, but the guard did not give the thing back, looking into his eyes with irritation. Such impudence and disrespect for Jack, as the youngest son of the Marquis Ballantier, irritated him. The prison guard brazenly replied that he had no shoes for Jack, and in order to stop annoying him with questions, this fact and the informal address to the upper class outweighed the nobleman's calm. Jack was overcome with anger. He asked the guard if he was the guard's friend. Such pressure from the usually cowardly Jack confused the guard. He did not know what to answer. The guard began to apologize in fear, but it was too late. The younger Ballantier focused streams of magic on his fists and lunged at the guard's head. Jack decided to teach him a lesson and remind him how to treat his master, but the warrior was unable to resist him. The third Ballantier was calmly strolling in the garden when Ron came out to meet him. The butler was worried about his master and was pleasantly surprised by his release. Ron ran up to Jack and began to examine him for wounds. The butler was very worried about his master because he knew how everyone felt about him. Ron's gaze fell on the drops of blood dried on Jack's shirt. The butler was unstoppable in his outburst of care and concern, but Jack replied that it was not his blood. The young gentleman heard a noise in the garden and noticed a large number of guards. He asked Ron about this, and he replied that in addition to the usual 10 guards, an Iron Blood Knight had arrived. Jack assessed the mighty armor and the warrior himself, coming to the conclusion that he felt sorry for him. It was unlikely that a warrior in his prime had plans for a nanny. It was sad for him to watch how such a warrior, at the peak of his power and in his desire to become famous throughout the continent, would look after him. The knight was talking to the guards when his face suddenly turned pale and took on a marbled hue. Jack guessed that he knew the reasons for his former imprisonment. A mighty golden-haired warrior approached them with his butler, while respectfully addressing Jack as the third gentleman. The knight bowed to Jack and asked young Ballantier to tell him if it was not too much trouble what had happened in prison. The boy was in shock. The knight's interest was due to the fact that one of the prison guards claimed that Jack had attacked him. He had gouged out the impudent fellow's right eye and broken his finger. Having witnessed this strange conversation, the butler did not believe the knight's stories about Jack, for he had no reason to do such things. The knight replied that he wanted to know the reasons, because Jack had no right to do this to the guard. The guard's voice betrayed his excitement. Jack was unnerved by this knight. It was inappropriate for him to use the word law in such a situation. Young Ballantier decided to dot the I's. To begin with, Jack used his magical vision to assess the knight's circle level. After analyzing his movements and posture, he came to the conclusion that the knight was at least level 4. The knight was most likely Mentis's henchman. The only thing that made Jack happy about this Iron Knight was that he knew his place. The butler was speechless at his master's next phrase. Jack replied that it was wrong to address a dog as a dog. For a knight, that was too much. The Marquis's youngest son decided to clarify the relationship between them. The knight was assigned to him only to keep an eye on him. Jack was sure that Mentis had not given any other orders. Therefore, it is the knight who will bear the responsibility and all the dirty work after Jack. He will have to fix everything himself in the best possible way. The third Balantier ordered the knight not to dare to speak a word about rights to him if he wanted to be promoted. The Iron Knight turned pale in horror. If Jack continued to act outrageously, he would be torn to pieces, to which the boy replied that the knight should beg him not to act up anymore. The knight only now began to understand that everything was not as simple as he thought. He had already come to terms with his situation and apologized to Jack. After these words, the young gentleman relaxed, and the atmosphere stopped becoming tense. He was glad that the knight knew how to use his brain. But such arguments in the morning tired him out, and Jack decided to take his leave, putting an end to their discussion and ordering the knight to sort everything out and report to him. Jack also warned the knight that if the knight had any problems, he should complain directly to Jack's father, the Marquis. Having decided to reinforce the lesson, the nobleman decided not to address the knight as a knight, but called him a chicken, and so that he would chirp when Jack called him. The knight, now nicknamed the Chicken, remained in place to digest everything that had just happened to him. He did not like it. Such conversations awakened a great hunger in the nobleman, and he asked Ron to prepare some meat dish for him. The butler obeyed his master's word and retired to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Jack, escorting him to the gates of his estate. The table filled with various delicacies from Ron filled Jack's mouth with saliva, and he began to devour the steak with gusto. Jack once again praised his butler's culinary skills, thanking him for such a delicious and quick lunch. Jack felt the butler's gaze boring into him and gave Ron permission to say what he wanted without having to stare. But the butler was afraid to say what was currently on his mind, and he quickly looked away from his master. Jack decided not to give up and cut up a tasty piece of meat to treat Ron, because there was plenty of food anyway, and the nobleman couldn't handle it himself. But Ron's position did not allow him to dine at the same table with the one he served. He was only a butler, and Jack was a nobleman. But the third Balantier was not satisfied with this, and he simply ordered Ron to sit next to him and share the food, while actively patting the place opposite him. The boy asks the butler with interest how his sister is doing, to which he receives the answer that she is fine. The butler looked at the boy with a puzzled expression, who seemed not to quite trust his words. While the boy chews another piece of his food with gusto, the butler sits uncertainly opposite him, his head bowed down. Cabbage soup was cooking in a boiling cauldron, its aroma slowly filling the kitchen. A small child peered out from behind the door, his large eyes watching with delight as the servant prepared dinner. The boy with long light brown hair held a bitten apple in his hands, looking back discreetly. The boy smiles and holds his hand to his chin, reflecting the slight bewilderment of his character. The guy listened attentively to the boy with a slight look of concern on his face. On the left is a girl with chestnut hair pulled back into a flowered bun wearing a white dress, and to her right is a smiling man in a brown suit. The boy says that his sister was very similar to his mother and had the same good qualities. The younger gentleman turns to the butler with curiosity. Jack, smiling, says that if this whole story were the plot of a novel, it would be unrealistic. The sound of a horse galloping somewhere in rainy and cloudy weather. Two unknown men in cloaks were riding quickly on horses. A man with long hair sits on a horse that has raised its front legs in fear. A man with long dark hair wearing an eye patch looking forward. A guy in a cloak sitting on a horse stretches out his right hand, around which lightning has formed. The boy, holding a cup of tea in his hands, could not believe that his servant had been a ninth circle magician all this time, while he sat with his head down. The boy asks the butler if he knew about his mother's ability. The butler looked thoughtfully at the same point. His gaze seemed directed downwards. The boy, slightly squinting his eyes, says that he can pretend that he doesn't know anything. The butler, sitting with his head down, demands to know what the boy wants from him. Silhouette of a girl with long hair, with a pink ribbon on her hands on a purple background. The protagonist explains that his sister was so kind that she was ready to die for others. The boy's hands loosely intertwined. The younger gentleman stated that he intended to visit the academy, and if everything went well, he would not return back. In a relaxed atmosphere, the boy and the butler were calmly discussing something at the table. The butler had a sad look on his face as he addressed the boy. The boy looked at the butler with displeasure on his face, his voice full of indignation. Leaning back in his chair, the boy calmly muttered something. The boy cried out something in displeasure, clearly not expecting anyone. One of the knights, breaking into the boy's room, reports that one guard was sent to the hospital. Afterwards, he states that he was unable to control the blade due to his own carelessness. The younger gentleman turned to the guard with a slight grin on his face, mocking his actions. The boy, as if mockingly, offers the fair-haired guy a treat, but he refuses. The fair-haired knight, slightly bowing his head, introduces his real name. The boy, looking at the knight with a smile, asks him for a real sword for fencing training. The knight says that this is not his responsibility. A boy's hand loosely holding a silver fork. The boy grins evilly, leaning back in his chair. Jack insistently suggests that the guy beat the nonsense out of him. A boy's hand, with fingers positioned at different levels and slightly bent. The knight looks at his palm with anxiety and confusion. A palace with brickwork and decorative elements against a blue sky. The butler, closing his eyes, tells the boy that this guy is in the fourth circle. The butler, with an uncertain expression on his face, asks the boy if he is confident in his abilities. The knight, standing among the rows of swords, carefully examined each of them. The butler, frowning, suggests that the boy not bet to lose. The boy asks the servant with a smile if he can bet on it. The butler, clearly worried about the boy, anxiously asks if he is sure about going for it. The boy bristled, his young face reflecting all his worries and uncertainty. The younger gentleman offers the servant that if the knight hits him at least once, he wins. The butler, placing both hands on his knees, listens to the boy. The guy, looking down, says in a submissive voice that he can simply order if he wants something. The boy can barely contain his laughter at what the butler heard. The boy's hand, holding a fork, reaches for something. Looking away and slightly embarrassed, the butler remarks that it is awkward to point a fork at another person. The younger gentleman, holding a fork in his hands, frowned in bewilderment. With his pupils sparkling and his fingers crossed, the boy seemed to begin to devour his servant with his gaze. When the butler says he doesn't mind requests, he starts to beam with happiness. While the knight bows before the younger lord, the latter listens to him calmly. The boy rests his hand on his chin and looks away, a hand lying on a table with its fingers slightly bent. The guy looks worried because of the bead of sweat running down his face. The younger gentleman suggests that the boy go to a deserted place where they can train. A boy with a sly look and a smirk on his face mocks, asking if he is afraid of losing. In response, the guy says with some confidence that he is not afraid of losing to the boy. The fair-haired guy, clearly unsure of himself, begins to sweat from excitement. The younger gentleman asks the butler if there is a deserted place nearby. The guy thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, immersed in his thoughts. While the boy looks around the basement in surprise, exercising his elbow, two guys stand and watch his reaction. The boy asks the servant if he exercises here. In response, the guy gives a negative answer, saying that his mother arranged this place for her children. The younger gentleman asks why he didn't know about this place, to which the servant replies that the boy had no reason to go there before. Many cunning arrows and swords neatly folded in their places. The boy beams with happiness as he looks at the butler, who readily fulfills his wishes. The boy, crossing his arms over his chest, turns indignantly to the fair-haired guy. A boy's hand with an open palm. The boy extends his hand forward, opening his palm, demanding the knight's sword. The boy hands the boy a wooden sword while standing in front of him. The boy, squinting his eyes, smiles slyly, thinking about something. The boy looks forward with a serious expression on his face, as if assessing the situation or thinking about something important. The boy suddenly begins to attack, rushing towards the guy. The boy, swinging a wooden sword, tries to hit his opponent, but the boy manages to block the attack. The guy underestimates the guy's attacks, considering him a rookie. Underestimating the boy's attack, the boy finds himself in front of his sword. The younger gentleman creates a tense and dramatic scene, leaving the opponent in complete shock. The boy smiles, and his expression looks a little sly. There are beads of sweat visible on the guy's face, which may indicate that he is tense. The butler, covering his mouth with his hand, is surprised, watching how the boy managed to get close to the guy's neck. The boy, horrified by the sharp attack of his opponent, throws the sword from his hand. The boy finds himself on the floor in front of his opponent's sword. The younger gentleman fights his opponent with a real sword, immersed in the atmosphere of knightly tournaments. The sword is at the guy's throat again, and at that moment time seems to stand still. The butler stands in profile, holding his hand to his chin as if deep in thought. The guy looks focused, his black-gloved hand raised to his lips. The younger gentleman, with a smile on his face and holding a sword over his shoulder, asks something to the fair-haired guy. The boy looks worried and tense as he answers the younger gentleman's question. Next, the boy asks the guy when he started training with mana. The younger gentleman's face literally sparkled from what the fair-haired guy said. Having a 4th circle of mana mastery at 23 years old simply means that the knight started training quite late, which means that he clearly has talent. If he trained harder, he could have already reached the 7th, if not the 8th level, and could also have received the title of Knight Captain. Jack headed towards the assortment and armed himself with a real sword, thinking how ridiculous it was that a knight with such talent was entrusted with looking after a child. He turned to James, saying that he was starting to like him. The knight only warned the boy that he could get hurt with a real sword, and the boy laughed in response. Jack gave him advice that there is a difference between confidence and vanity. Does he really think that what happened was just an accident? James was starting to get angry at the boy's self-confidence, and the younger one let him start the next fight. The knight immediately rushed into battle, and it was this very trait that was holding him back from developing, Jack thought as he attacked. The swords touched, and the boy knocked the knight's weapon out of his hands, putting the iron sword to his throat, thereby ending the duel with victory. Jack smiled and reminded James that this was the 2nd time he had died today. The knight immediately recoiled from the sword, and the boy, he was extremely perplexed by what had happened. How a man of such a young age who had neither skill nor magic showed such success. The boy simply explained his victory by saying that he simply changed the direction of his sword during the attack, nothing supernatural. The knight was in despair. He lost to a 14-year-old boy and said with incomprehension that he did not understand how he did it. Jack told him that it was just a matter of advanced technology and nothing more, after which he offered to show him again. James didn't lose his composure and agreed on the condition that this time he would also take a real sword, to which Jack reacted as calmly as possible. While he was choosing a sword for himself, Jack turned to the butler, rhetorically asking if he had won the bet, of course. Ron understood this. The boy recalled his wish to protect his sister during his training and hopefully asked Ron if he would fulfill it. The butler leaned over in an interesting pose and declared that he would lay down his own life to accomplish this task. Meanwhile, the knight was already ready to begin the next duel and told the boy that this time everything would be different. Taking a fighting stance, Jack armed himself with mana, concentrating its power on the sword, and offered the knight to use his as well. James did so and suggested that Jack start the fight, who in turn attacked immediately. The blades clashed in a fight, but this time Jack's strength again surpassed the knight's, and the tip of the boy's sword approached the blonde's face. Unable to withstand the confrontation, the knight dropped the weapon from his hands and fell to the floor, suffering yet another defeat. Lying on the ground, James exclaimed and hesitantly asked if Jack really had a 3rd circle. But if it was the 1st, then such power was impossible. Jack stood above the knight in his thoughts. He understood how disappointing it was for him to lose the 1st round. But it was all very simple. Usually mana is distributed throughout the body to increase physical capabilities, but he concentrated it in one place, in the sword. Jack asked the blonde if he really wanted to become an official knight, to which he replied in confusion that he didn't currently have such a status. So what would the 3rd master order him to do in that case? Jack's only response was to say that hunting dogs were very loyal, after which he confidently offered the knight to become his loyal dog and serve under his command, because such a life would be much more fun and better than the life of an ordinary knight. James played the boy's words over in his head and looked pale, stunned by such a proposal. Only after a few seconds did he speak, asking what would be in his favor if he did agree. Jack was bluffing, because he was counting on the fact that his interlocutor would first inquire about what he would have to do in the event of an agreement, and he asked the knight directly. Without waiting for his answer, the heir explained that if James did become his dog, he would receive the strength and power he needed. Throughout the conversation, the boy listened attentively to the boy, after which the knight also asked, dumbfounded, what his duties would be. Kill those who interfere with the master and protect him at the cost of one's own life. Jack's answer horrified the butler and the knight. They knew perfectly well that the boy was not joking, and the knight, in turn, asked who he would have to kill. Jack simply said that it was not at all difficult to guess, and the goal was obvious. The boy himself meant his stepbrother directly by the goal, remembering all his endless mockery of himself. He gave the knight a day to seriously consider his proposal and choose the right side for himself. Already in the mansion, Ron was giving Jack a relaxing massage, asking him if the gentleman was too careless in his actions, and whether it was hardly worth seriously trusting James. Jack, sipping his drink, answered negatively and said that of course he understood that the knight would most likely report everything to the Marquis, and smiled. The butler told him that he shouldn't smile in such a situation, because it would only work to her advantage. And if the Marquise finds out that Jack is leaving tomorrow, she is able to arrange something really bad for him. He might even kill me. Isn't the gentleman worried about that? Jack simply answered Ron in a relaxed manner that the Marchioness had the right to do whatever she wanted, but nothing would work out anyway, and he himself was lost in his thoughts. Several days had passed since the incident, but his brother was still afraid of water. Jack was absolutely certain that the Marquise wanted him dead, but could not do it yet. The Marquis also began to keep a very close eye on him, because he needed him to control his sister, in which case the Marquise would not be able to kill him. In response, Ron simply asked him if he was confident in his actions, since the Marquis was capable of giving the Marquis approval to kill him. Jack reassured the butler that he was leaving for the academy anyway, and there was no point in killing him now. And now the Marquis is only able to wound him. There is no need to talk about murder. At one time, many tried to kill the master, such as Lady Harpy, the Orc Lord, the Dragon Lord, but none of them succeeded. Jack laughed right there on the massage spot, wondering if this woman would succeed after the desperate attempts of the others. Afterwards, Jack thanked Ron for the massage and got ready to leave, explaining that he needed to exercise more to get his muscles working. Before leaving, the boy told the butler that they could not kill him unless he himself decided to die. Ron didn't understand the boy at all, what he was thinking about at such an early age, like his own death. Jack just joked that it was better for him not to know about it and laughed, while the butler continued to look at him in confusion and cold sweat. Jack said that if he was interested in what would happen, he could follow him, which surprised Ron, and he asked if they weren't going to go to the academy together. The boy turned sharply to him and replied that Ron could not go with him, that such were his orders, and it would be best for him to follow Jack from afar. The butler resigned himself to the master's decision and was about to go about his business when suddenly Jack turned to him with another request. He asked if Ron could not let anyone in because he wanted to create a second circle. Ron was shocked by his statement and turned around to ask Jack if he really thought it was that easy. Jack looked at him questioningly and mockingly, and a second later he smiled and said that for him personally such a matter was easy. Meanwhile, the knight was rushing along the corridor and desperately thinking that no matter how much he thought, Jack's magical skills could not possibly match the first circle. At least a third, that's for sure. He understood that the third gentleman was very talented, but his request to become his personal tame dog was just plain stupid. After all, he doesn't have much support. For example, the support of the Counts of Mentis, and he also doesn't have any personal knights. He's alone. James froze in the middle of the corridor and kept remembering the gentleman's words, his offer and confident tone. These are two strange words for a child. Having thought about everything, the knight decided to tell the Marquis everything, about Jack's hidden talents for martial arts, about their conversation in the basement. This was his chance. He broke into a nasty smile, thinking that he would finally be able to please the Marquis and the Marquise. His thoughts came together as one. No matter how talented the third gentleman was, he would never be able to defeat the Marquises unless he was a monster. Meanwhile, Madame Elizabeth sat in the spacious hall and listened to the Marquise's words about how her commoner mother had left her a chance for a good life, that Elizabeth has nothing worthy except her appearance. The girl, sitting, calmly listened to the nasty things said to her and remained silent, unable to respond, when suddenly the Marquise offered her a glass of wine to calm down. Elizabeth immediately refused, explaining that she could not drink in front of the Marquise. The woman drained her glass in one gulp and continued her speech insidiously. She informed the girl that it seemed that the eldest son of the Duke of Malin was interested in her, as was the middle son of the Duke of Autumnble. The Marquise immediately interrupted herself, clucked her tongue and corrected herself. The middle son would definitely not suit the girl. She will find her a much better match, but for now, the girl should take very good care of herself. The Marquise asked sharply if Elizabeth had caught her eye, to which the girl jumped up and quickly interrupted her question, declaring that there was no such person. The woman immediately said that this was fine with her, because if the girl had already had someone in mind, he would have had to be quietly eliminated. The girl was sitting on pins and needles and was afraid of the woman, when suddenly the Marquise started talking about her brother. She knew about Jack's conversation with the knight, because the blonde man reported everything to her. She told Elizabeth about it, how her beloved brother tried to lure the knight to his side. The Marquise brought the girl up to date and informed her that the knight had long been on the side of the second gentleman. Elizabeth shrank from her words. Suddenly, the Marquise burst into loud, insidious laughter, saying that this boy really dreams of destroying them. How stupid it is. The girl sat desperately on the chair in her thoughts. It was because of their parents that her brother had such thoughts. She needs to be careful, otherwise their hatred for Jack will become even more serious. The Marquise calmed her laughter and immediately turned to the girl, saying that it was very nice that Elizabeth understood her, and she will continue to look for a suitable partner for her, so the girl can only follow her own path. Suddenly, the woman leaned over the girl, wrapping her arms around her neck, and threateningly warned that if Elizabeth started dating some man behind their back, she knows perfectly well how this will turn out. The girl shook with fear and only managed to say that she understood everything and that the Marquise should not worry about it, after which the woman left the girl alone, warning that it was approaching lunchtime and she could come down. The whole family, with the exception of the youngest third gentleman, was already seated at the table full of food. Suddenly the door swung open and Jack entered the dining room. He was inspired, while the Marquis and Marchioness looked at him with displeasure. The boy declared that he was still his father's third son, and surely there was no room for him. After all, they needed to have dinner together at least once. There are two main ways to manage mana. The first is to distribute mana throughout the body. This method helps improve the body's abilities. Enhance your senses, intelligence, and strength. The second method is the materialization of mana by creating a formula. Fireball, ice arrow, demonic fire, and other types of magic. Ron is a 9th circle wizard, a 4th circle knight. There are two reasons why people who use magic are divided into wizards and knights. But I am a knight. This means that he can use magic. Jack had been working out a few minutes before arriving at the dining hall. The butler looked at him with complete incomprehension in his eyes, and the boy only said 2 words to him. 2 months. Ron said it took him so long to create the second circle. Jack understood everything. Although the transition from the first to the second circle usually takes 4 months. But Ron did it in 2, and he didn't go back in time like Jack, so he can imagine how much work it took him. Jack praised Ron for the very fast result. Ron said it was strange to hear that from a man who had created a second circle in 5 hours. Ron looked at the time and replied that it was 5:48 in the evening. Jack was surprised that it was so late. He realized it was already dinner time and suggested that Ron cook a steak as usual. Jack thought that the others would be having dinner now too. The guy exclaimed that he had decided everything, to which Ron, trying to stop him, shouted after him for the young gentleman to wait, to which Jack said he would simply tell them he was leaving tomorrow. As the young gentleman devoured the freshly cooked chicken, he thought he had not known about the sumptuous meal in the main hall. Jack's brother Pelon and the Marquise sat at the table, looking very agitated and frightened. Jack was glad that he had eaten tasty food and was full. Jack's father asked him if he had come to say something, to which Jack asked his father if he thought there was another reason and whether he would come here just like that. The father thought that his son would be ashamed to appear here without an invitation. But this did not happen. The young gentleman asked him why he spoke so badly of him, since he only spoiled the atmosphere. The Marchioness asked Jack to come out and talk if he needed anything. Father said asked him to speak if he had anything to say. And Jack blurted out that he was returning to the academy tomorrow because he could no longer bear to be in such a nightmarish environment. The father was only happy about his son's decision. Jack just grumbled that he didn't need permission, and the young gentleman sarcastically thanked his father for his consent. Jack asked his worried brother how he was. He asked him if he could not drink anything because he was afraid of water and said that he imagined how thirsty he was. Jack said that even though he had treated him badly all his life, a brother was a brother. The guy assured him that it was not water, but wine, and offered his brother a glass. The Marquise shouted that he was a scoundrel and that he shouldn't be ashamed to make a scene here, to which Jack retorted that the mongrel was barking again and he had nothing more to say. The Marquise called him a vile scum. Jack grinned and replied that he would wait for their next steps. The frightened maids hear rumors that Jack is a walking worthless person and should have been fired long ago. It was also heard that how dare he talk like that, and it was all his sister's influence. While one of the girls said that she did not think that the third gentleman was capable of such a thing, and her words were confirmed by another girl. There was some wine spilled on the table, and one of the maids decided it was best to clean it up before it got stuck. It was a sunny day outside, and the night passed quietly. Of course, if you don't count the scolding from the angry sister who hit her brother on the back. The Marquis's third son is leaving for the academy, and it is unknown why the procession looks so modest. Sitting in the carriage, he is grateful that at least he can sit comfortably. Looking at the knight galloping next to him, Jack thought that it was that idiot Rejon, the knight of the sixth circle, who was in charge of the procession. The guy also believes that Rejon is afraid to even look in his direction. Surely the Marquise gave him special orders regarding Jack. The sister asked why she couldn't go with Jack, and in response she said that everything would be fine. She said that Mother had probably thought of something and it would be better if she saw him off. Jack grinned and told his sister that everything was fine. He assured her that he definitely would not die. Continuing to see his sister out, Jack asked how much longer she planned to go. The sister gave in and agreed to leave, and as she said goodbye, she wished him to be careful. Ron asked Jack if he would be okay, as the situation at home was not very good. Jack thought Ron and his sister had the same expression on their faces, later replying that everything was fine and asking if he remembered their agreement. In response, Ron assured that he remembered everything, because it was the request of the junior Marquis. Jack asked her to take good care of her and to come back already, because she couldn't be left alone. And I thought that Ron would watch the procession from afar so that he could witness what might happen. This will supposedly be a gift for Ron, who served Jack for so many years. The procession continued to move, and Jack decided to rest for a while. It was already night outside. Jack continued to sleep in the carriage, and the sixth knight, Regjon, was angrily spying on the sleeping Marquise, as if he had something in mind. Sleepy Jack, getting out of the carriage, was surprised that night had fallen and did not understand why no one woke him up. The entire procession stopped and people unloaded things from the carts for a rest stop to spend the night. An awkward silence fell between the blonde, stately knight and Jack. By calling the knight his chicken, Jack understood what decision he had made, to which the knight replied that it just happened that way. Jack chuckled and said that nothing else could be expected from the chicken, and that his decision would have to be accepted. Then Regjon came up with a crowd of other knights and said that since Jack understood everything, there was no point in long speeches. Serious Jack told him to explain because he would listen. Regjon's eyes lit up wildly. He said that every night during the 4-day trip to the academy, they would set up camp, and Jack did not understand what was so special about this information. Continuing his speech, Regjon said that in the meantime, they would break Jack's ribs, and when it was time to continue on their journey, they would cure him with a potion. Regjon said there was also a separate order from the Marquise, and the knight said that the Marquise knew that Jack could make a mana circle. Therefore, his crowd of knights with him at the head is going to destroy him. The destruction of the heart's mana circle is like death, and although it can be restored, the chance of being filled with mana again is 1 in a million. Besides, the shock could leave a person disabled for life, Jack thought. Regjon continued his speech, saying that James had told them everything, that Jack was not only good at mana management, but also wielded a sword. Others may be mistaken, but the knight knows that Jack is nothing special. He continued that it was impossible to change anything with just mana and a sword, and demanded not to resist so that it would not hurt more. Jack found the atmosphere familiar, as if he had returned to his homeland, and the guy sitting in the carriage was looking at the squabble, to which the other guy told him that he shouldn't get involved in fights between aristocrats and told him not to look in their direction. Regjon began to pull out his sword, and Jack thought that he had experience from his past life. Jack reflected that no matter how peacefully he had lived these past few days, the wounds in his soul still hurt, and it would be more accurate to say that experiences from the past cannot simply disappear, and called out to Ron. Then the blade of the sword was pointed at him, to which he said that he had spent 10 years in the mountains. Jack met a mentor there and learned a lot from her, but when he went down after her death, he found out that much had changed. Continuing his story, the boy said that the Ballantyre family and the entire country were destroyed, and then he thought that he didn't care who died or why. Regjon did not understand what the third gentleman was talking about. Drawing his sword, Jack asked the knight what had happened to his sister. He said that his sister was smart and talented, and he hoped that she would at least have luck with her husband since things didn't work out so well with her family. Jack continued that if she was okay, he would forgive them for everything they did and hoped that nothing would happen. The crowd of knights laughed at him. Regjon asked if the third gentleman had gone mad with fear and also teased him to try to defeat them with a toy sword, to which Jack replied that revenge was much sweeter than he thought, so much so that it drove him crazy. At that moment, a magical blue smoke appeared, and the younger gentleman told Regjon that he was right, that nothing could be achieved with mere talent and a sword. If Jack had already angered the Marquis and Marchioness, then one broken rib could have leveled it out. Jack said that great strength and outstanding talent could turn everything upside down, and whether they would be able to break his mana circle. He raised his sword, which was full of blue magic, above his head, and said that he would show them how fast the storm was. At that moment, the knights felt everything in their guts as the strange circle wrapped around them, and Rajon became seriously frightened. If they don't kill Jack, they will die themselves. Jack rushed at the knights with all his might, using magic and his sword, and began to fight them off. Choosing a second gentleman with strong support from the outside was wise and better than choosing Jack, who was not noticed by anyone. Jack's eyes lit up with a blue flame. A magical whirlpool of power appeared around him, and it was as if death itself stood behind him. And at that moment, James felt that time stood still. A frightened Ron appeared in the bushes and asked the master what it was. Dead knights lay around Jack. He thought it was a fencing technique he had learned in his transcendental state, one of the 8 divided into characteristics of 4, but he replied that he could tell. But Ron still wouldn't understand anything. Ron said that he couldn't know everything about the master, but it looked more like a method of controlling magic than a technique, to which Jack asked if he had at least one potion. Then blood started coming out of his mouth and he was hitting himself with his fist in pain, and Ron was just calling out to him in panic. Coughing up blood, the boy says that it's nothing and asks for the potion to be given quickly. The butler rustled in his pocket, pulled out a flask with scarlet contents, and the gentleman, rolling down the carriage to the ground, drank it in one gulp. The cough still escapes Jack's throat, which makes Ron worry, because if he didn't have the potion, he would already be dead. But that's nonsense. He won't die that easily, and besides, he knows that Ron always has a potion with him just in case. And besides, Ron would like to give it to his master first, and not to himself, because in the past he did exactly the same thing and personally poured the potion into the baby's mouth. Smiling, Jack says that in his haste he failed to tell his butler something. After waiting for a second of silence and looking at Ron with all sincerity, he said the most sincere thank you in his life. He was a fool in the past, and these words seemed difficult to him. His hand weakened, and falling to the ground next to the body, the potion began to spill. Not knowing how to formulate it, Ron says that the master knows the future, and this is exactly what he has been hiding from him. Jack corrects that he went back in time, but the essence remains roughly the same. He felt better very quickly. It must have been a very expensive potion, but at the butler's warning, he decides to test it. Rising abruptly, he approaches the astonished servant and, picking up his sword from the ground, concludes that everything is fine. The white head lies in a pool of its own blood. Jack stealthily glances at this and tells the butler that the chicken is dead. He put his foot on his head and shook it from side to side. It was a shame that it happened that way, because Jack thought he could raise something good out of him. As a knight, he made the right choice, and that's why he's a chicken. You shouldn't expect anything from him. The strange thing is that the butler wasn't surprised when Jack said about going back in time. Wasn't he curious about the future of his sister and the Marquise? Regarding the latter, Ron thinks that the Marcus family will be destroyed. And judging by Jack's indifferent face and his reaction, the butler concluded that it would be terrible. To be honest, the guy would like to pretend that nothing happened, but if the butler is really interested, he can ask. With an intriguing smile, Jack asks him if he wants to ask a question, but is refused. This seems very boring to the guy, and even if in his soul he is a grown man, he still behaves like a child. But isn't he even interested in his own future? Jack asks, receiving a more vivid reaction from his butler. In the end, Jack doesn't get a very enthusiastic answer, and Ron also thinks that killing him isn't that easy. This will likely disappoint the butler, but Jack is as confident as he can be that he was easy to kill. It was upsetting news. Ron turned into a sad puppy and felt depressed. After all this, Jack decided to take a rest and, having warned the butler, climbed into the carriage and collapsed onto the seat. Bending over one of the slain knights with bitterness, Ron reached out and closed his eyes. In one attack, Jack killed 25 people, although it's hard to call it just an attack. How is it even possible that he destroyed their hearts without touching them with a sword? Looking at the carriage where the gentleman was resting, Ron had only one question, going back in time. What was his life like then? He worries and continues to look with concern, as if he sees the boy through the wall, hoping that everything will be okay with him. A piercing scream wakes the boy from his sleep, and he regains consciousness rather lost, which casts doubt on whether the potion helped. Confusion made Jack himself doubt whether everything was okay with him. He could even lose consciousness from the pain. The butler was holding an incomprehensible bag, and when he opened it, he showed off the contents. These were the knight's belongings, or more precisely, 5 elixirs, 63 gold coins, and 40 shillings. "It's amazing that the Mentis boys carry so much money around with them," Jack said with an awkward smile. Out of concern, Ron again decided to offer the guy to drink the elixir, but he refused, because there was no point in it. But the guy extended his hand, which contained 3 potions, and gave it to the butler, supposedly in exchange for that 1 potion. Of course Ron thanked him, but they weren't created by alchemy to exchange 1 top-class potion for 3 average ones. They also decided to leave the bodies here. Wild animals would eat them, or someone else would remove them. Everyone will start to suspect that Jack has powers unless he is here. At first, the boy didn't understand who cared about this, but the butler reminded him that the Marquise would do it for everyone. But for Jack, it was a trifle that the Marquis would do something about it, so he opened his suitcase and put the bag containing the knight's money in it. Ron assumed that in place of the Marquis, he immediately called the 3rd one to him. The boy proposes a bet, but the butler immediately refuses because he doesn't want to lose anymore, which shows that he is smart. To the guy's surprise, Ron gets down on one knee in front of him and says that he believes he has his reasons for thinking that way. A satisfied grin appeared on the guy's face. He asked, "No one knows that the butler is with him. Using an illusion, everyone thinks he's there, and most likely the second Ron is cleaning the yard right now. Illusion is a magic available to the 9th circle. It can be considered that few people have this ability. Usually those who know how to use it, or at least recognize it, work in the demonic forest. But nothing can be completely certain. Perhaps when everyone finds out, the Marquise will interrogate Ron about what happened. If the butler senses danger, Jack asks him to say that he is to blame for everything, and if he senses a threat to his life, then to convey the words. The words that if Ron or Sister Elizabeth dies, then on that same day the entire Marquis family will be destroyed. After this, everyone clearly felt uneasy. They froze for a while, and silence hung between them. Jack helped to lighten the mood by saying that this phrase was only for extreme cases. John hopes that everything will be fine. He will give the Marquis one last chance to act like a real father to his sister. Ron is worried about whether the Master really needs to go to the Academy and what will happen if the Marquis calls him. He is reassured by Jack's words that the Academy has its own rules. Namely, that from the beginning of the semester, unless it is the death of a relative, then you cannot leave. It is clear from the butler's face that he wants to go with the Master. He himself would be glad to do so. But it is too early. The butler is about to leave, and Jack wishes him farewell not to run into any monsters on the way back. Most likely, they will see each other again only in 4 years. But who knows? You never know what will happen. The only thing that matters most to Jack is his sister, and he asks Ron to look after her. Ron has left, and now all that remains is to plan the route to the Academy. From the Marquise's estate, you can camp on the mountain 3 times before reaching the Academy. But if you go by road, it will take 4 days, although on the mountain it will also take about that. It's impossible to say that the mountain route is more difficult. It's not much different from a regular road. Taking his suitcase, Jack goes up. There should be a village nearby. Approaching the horse, he tries to climb on it, but from the outside it looks ridiculous, and he fails. It turned out to be a real challenge. Because of my small stature, there were so many problems. It's just Jack and the horse, which makes this night seem so peaceful after what happened. But the boy has his own plans. He doesn't plan to head to the Academy right away. He feels very ashamed in front of Ron and his sister. But for now, he needs to focus on his mentor. Valentine Milos brought him back to life, gave him the power to carry out his revenge, and made him, whom everyone considered a nobody, a man. Although it has been forgotten now, she is one of the most powerful black magicians. For those who remember, it is the most terrible memory. Jack's heart has not fluttered like this for a long time. Our hero arrived in Arbeloa, the province of the Viscount of Arbeloa, vassal of the Duke of Osenbla. Jack, looking at the children nearby, wondered whether it was worth staying there for the night. He felt good. He was smiling. Judging by the children's faces, this was a good place. Opening the door, Jack found himself in some tavern where people were having fun. He stroked the dog and decided to sit down at the table, hoping that there was no one to quarrel with there. The attractive waitress immediately noticed the new guest and had already managed to inquire whether he had come for a bite to eat or to stay the night. He was confused by her appearance. From the outside, she looked more like a mercenary than a tavern worker. Jack, holding out the coins, asked for simple food, water, a room for one night, and asked to bring the sword that was near his horse. But 1 shilling was enough. The inspired girl would bring him the famous Arbeloa apple pie and steak. And it would seem that this is enough, but she asks about the drink, whether he prefers milk or should she bring beer. Not bad. He could stay and live here, even though he wasn't a local. She didn't try to squeeze more out of him. It's understandable, after all. This is pre-war time, everything is cheap, and everyone is honest. While caressing the dog, he says that it has no idea what awaits it. Unwittingly, Jack overhears a conversation at the next table. They say that this time they are trying to get rid of all the demonic monsters, recruiting more magicians to deal with them all at once. But why do they need this, when even Tulkun is not doing anything, and there are only 20,000 mana users? The company discusses that they all seem to be laughing at them, and Jack listens attentively. Jack already mentioned the Iron Blood Knights who are on a mission in the Demon Forest. By order of the Emperor, knights were selected from the guard of each noble family. These knights went hunting in the demonic forest with the Iron Blood Squad. This vast forest stretches across a mountain range called the Grand Canyon. This neutral zone may seem ordinary to many, but it is home to ogres, orcs, goblins, elves, harpies, and even dragons. Troll blood is used to make potions. Ogre sinew is used as bowstrings, and iron monsters, called perics, are used as material for weapons and armor. Harpy feathers are used for women's jewelry, and elves are kept as pets for their appearance. In the demonic forest, these creatures pose no danger, so everything that happens there is the excess of human greed. Jack tries to rack his brain to remember what happened there, and it seems like they're losing this time. During the massacre in the forest, the detachment of the Iron Blood Knights lost most of their troops. Knights and guards of the aristocratic families were also killed. The fiasco of the people that day was simply colossal. The losses they suffered led to the annulment of the support of the people and noble families towards the Emperor. According to Jack, problems in the imperial family began around then, and a civil war would break out in about a year. The third gentleman's thoughts were interrupted by another drunkard in the tavern, who angrily slammed his mug on the table and blamed all the problems on the Emperor. He wanted to add something else to his speech, but his friends quickly shut him up in order to save their friend's head. One of his friends hastened to defuse the situation, and with a nervous laugh noted how drunk his friend had become, so much so that he was talking such nonsense. It was funny to watch such an act of fearlessness, akin to madness. Everyone knew that for insulting the Emperor and his family, one could easily lose one's head. But during one of the drunks' conversations, Jack heard that they began to talk about the third son of the Marquis, Jack, and he was immediately interested in such a change of topic. One of the drinkers asked his friend to explain what the third gentleman had done that was so interesting, and his drinking companion replied that rumors had spread about the use of black magic. Well, of course, none of his friends believed what he was saying. Everyone knew that Jack Ballantyre was a real fool, and besides, he had recently been imprisoned. Jack was unnerved by this situation. After all, he was present here now. It was unclear from whom the third gentleman could have learned black magic, because according to historical treatises, all black magic had long since died out. One of the drunkards suggested that perhaps one aristocrat retained knowledge of the dark arts and that he taught Jack his wisdom. A girl approached Ballantyre. The dog next to him looked curiously at the tray of food in her hands. She asked what could have made the boy so happy. Jack thought to himself about the word amused. Most likely, during this conversation, he too had been laughing along with the drunks and hadn't noticed it. A girl sat down at his table and, laughing and in a good mood, asked him to tell her about Jack's humorous thought that made him laugh, because everyone here was incredibly bored. The girl in front of him was a stunning beauty with scars on her left cheek, white hair, and excellent figure. The boy replied that he was amused by the worthlessness of the Marquis's third son, judging by what they say about him. This is what made him laugh, but the stranger replied that, in essence, all people were like that. They loved to gossip about things that they themselves could never hear or see. He asked what the girl did at such moments as the stranger judged people. The girl thought for a moment, and after a few seconds answered, in her opinion, if you wanted to know the truth, you had to see everything in person to decide for yourself that the rumors were just rumors and separate the truth from the lies. The guy noted with a smile that sometimes rumors actually turn out to be true, although rarely, and nevertheless it is true. The stranger stroked the dog and asked again in surprise. Jack cut off a piece of the pie she brought him, and noted that although the pie was not as exquisite as Ron's pie, it tasted good. And to Jack's surprise, the stranger continued. She replied that she still thought that if it turned out that the third gentleman was a good man, then all the rumors about him would be a lie. Jack froze in place with a piece of pie in his hands and a bitten piece in his mouth. He froze and did not know what to answer to this. The thoughts of this stranger were amazing. The girl asked what happened to Jack. He did not stop thinking. If you analyze her appearance, she was a person with scars, a pumped-up body, and surrounded by mercenaries. The stranger took the pie again, and this time cut it completely into many pieces to make it easier to eat. Jack only quietly asked if she was the leader of the Adventurers Guild. At first, the mercenary was surprised, but then she smiled. Of course, Jack didn't say this just like that. Her presence here in itself was suspicious. In the village he arrived at, there was a huge number of mercenaries who were looking for easy money to fill their pockets with gold. Mercenaries did not shy away from any kind of work. They could join the local guard, be detectives in order to find someone, or become monster hunters. All such quests were issued in the Adventurers Guild building, which was located in any province. This was a common area. That's why guilds like these offer housing. Jack said that most likely the mercenary had a lot of free time. The busy guild leader would certainly not have served the tavern if he had a job, given this factor. Many questions arose. One even felt sorry for the stranger. She replied that the building nearby belonged to the guild. But now there was almost no work there. And what there was paid poorly, and living on that money was unbearable. That is why she paid great attention to the tavern as her only source of income today, because everyone wanted to live on something. Jack had correctly noticed that the place he was currently in was a cover for the Adventurers Guild. He had figured this out almost as soon as he entered. The guy noticed that the stranger was wrong to assume all this and think about him. Jack was known as a disgrace to the Marquis family, a complete mediocrity and a talentless young man. His story was a completely simple legend for the amusement of mercenaries in such establishments. But one thing did not leave my head: how the girl was able to recognize him, or how she saw through Jack by his appearance. However, everything was much simpler if you think about it. A few minutes ago, when he rode into the city on his horse, he gave a distinctive sign. He was incredibly tired while riding his horse to this place. His journey was long and difficult, and all he dreamed of was a soft feather bed and a hearty piece of steak with an intoxicating aroma. As he was entering the gate, some of the guards stopped him and asked him about the reason for his arrival. A lonely boy on a horse at night was suspicious, and to avoid further questions, Jack took out the distinctive sign of his house, the coat of arms of the Marquis of Ballantier. The guards knew what he looked like, and immediately began bowing and asking for forgiveness and apologizing for not recognizing the third gentleman. After apologizing, they naturally allowed Jack to enter the village and wished him a good journey, and he thanked them with cold politeness. That's about how she found out everything out loud. He said that she learned it from the talkative guards. But no matter how important the information was, one could not trust unverified sources. It was dangerous. The mercenary herself had just told him about it. She smiled with all her 32 teeth and kindness, and replied that the Marquis's third son was really worried about her. He replied with a grin that for now, he thought to himself that this would last as long as she treated him normally. Despite all the rumors about him, her attitude towards Jack was better than the attitude of her own brother and her own knights towards Ballantier. She was flattered by his concern and extended her hand in greeting, apologizing that he needed to introduce himself immediately. Her name was Jane Arbeloa. She was the master of the Arabes Guild in Arbeloa. She was glad to meet him, but the word Arbeloa was the name of a village, and she had a surname that sounded similar to that name. Jack remembered something. He asked her point blank whether she was the first or the second. Jane answered that she was the third. Her older brother was the local lord. It was quite unusual that aristocrats were engaged in such things. Usually they loved lavish celebrations and feasts. He became interested in them. According to Jane's status, she should have been married off since she was an aristocrat. The mercenary replied that she herself would not be against it, but there were difficulties. Her family would never have sold her to anyone else. They treasured her very much and were a strong, loving family for whom the words daughter and sister were not an empty phrase. Jack even felt a bit envious because he didn't have such a family. He noted out loud that her family was very interesting and unusual for aristocrats. Jane called her dog, Arnold, to her, and they became entwined in petting and caressing, the dog lovingly licking his owner, who couldn't stop smiling. She picked up her dog and placed it on her lap, asking Jack what such a distinguished gentleman as the Marquis's son had forgotten in their small village, especially alone without a guard. The guy replied with a grin that the disgrace of his house did not need guards. His life had absolutely no weight or value. Jane and Arnold froze. The mercenary replied that Jack's behavior was very strange and his abilities did not correspond to the rumors that were told about him. Ballantyre ignored this and said that it would be difficult to reach his goal alone, so he would not mind finding an escort. Jane asked curiously what exactly he was looking for. He was looking for 5 people with experience in setting up camp and good cooks. As for payment, Ballantyre was never stingy, paying 2 gold coins as an advance payment, and 3 when they reached their goal. Such unimaginable generosity was incredibly rare in Jane's memory, and was the first time she had seen it. Her eyes lit up at the possible opportunity to earn some extra money. Her surprise was explained by the fact that usually the escort fee was only 30 shillings per person, but imperial money was very simple. According to them, 100 pennies was 1 shilling, and 100 shillings were 1 gold piece. Such money was large. Jack thanked her for the food. Arbeloa replied that by morning all her preparations, as well as those of her team members, would be ready for departure. She specified that Jack would pay separately for food and lodging. Ballantyre was not going to be stingy and replied that he would give them 3 gold pieces, and if they had horses and a carriage, this fact would greatly please the 3rd gentleman. Jane liked the fact that they would help such a rich guest. It was necessary to use every opportunity to get rich. The mercenary replied with a smile that Jack had no need to worry, as there were people with a wealth of experience in the village, and gave Ballantyre the key to her chambers. Jack noted with a smile to himself that if such a woman was the guild master, then there was no need to worry about the well-being of the village. Arriving at the room, Jack collapsed exhausted onto the bed. The journey had left the 3rd gentleman incredibly tired, and he only wanted to sleep. He dreamed of himself, memories from life. He found himself in a damp cave. Every now and then he could hear drops breaking on the stone. He did not stop sobbing and crying. But suddenly a figure illuminated by the moonlight began to talk to him. It took pity on this unfortunate child, saying this in a sweet voice. A hand with chains reached out to him. Did he really plan to live his whole life in helplessness and weakness? Did he want this for himself? The boy looked at the outstretched hand. Jack began to cry again, falling to his knees. The figure continued. Being good was not something bad, but being weak in our world was a sin. Didn't the boy really want to change in order to finally feel the freedom and strength of his life? The woman's words sweetly reached Jack's very core. The figure in front of him was chained around the neck and arms. The woman had green hair, but her eyes were not visible. The 3rd gentleman said that he really wanted to change. The figure was pleased with his answer and said that from today on, the 3rd master should call her his mentor and their path would begin. Jack's eyes opened. The boy woke up in a cold sweat. He himself did not notice how he was crying. Memories from the past always caused a storm of emotions in Jack. Judging by the light streaming in from the window, it was already dawn. It was morning, which meant the mission's deadline had arrived. Today, Jane was supposed to gather the people and they would set out on their journey. But Jack's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp slam of the door. Jane burst into the room so actively and energetically that Jack was speechless. She replied that all the preparations were complete, although she could have knocked. Following his mistress, Arnold burst into the room, who instantly jumped right on the 3rd gentleman and began to lick his face. The sensations were not pleasant. How annoying that all this happened to him this morning. Jack gathered all his things and went down the stairs, the drowsy haze still lingering on his face. Jane turned to him and smiled, seeing that the gentleman was sleeping soundly. The head of the guild assured Jack that she had prepared an excellent carriage for him. Jack would certainly like it, and he would not regret investing so much money in their trip. She also didn't forget about Jack's request to assemble a team with extensive escort experience. When she came out and saw the group, 5 eyes were looking at him, their bodies covered in scars. Among them were those figures who yesterday talked all sorts of nonsense about Jack in the tavern. Everyone greeted him and with a white face looked away, greeting the young gentleman. The largest and tallest of the group stepped forward and introduced himself as John Doe, captain of the fire ant squad who would accompany Jack to the Stone Mountain. The figure extended his hand. Jack asked the stranger's name again, for John Doe was the name given to unidentified corpses, and this pseudonym aroused the curiosity of the 3rd gentleman. Of course, Jack noted the man's interesting name out loud, and he responded with warm courtesy, thanking him for appreciating such an unusual title. John explained that it was a long way from here to the Stone Mountain, and they would pass several small villages along the way, so their plan was to set up camp twice in hidden places. The team also had 2 excellent cooks. The mercenaries themselves were excellent at settling into camp. The guy sleepily said that he didn't have to do anything, and John, smiling, confirmed that this was indeed the case. They would take care of all the work on this trip, so he should not worry and enjoy the journey. The third gentleman was very pleased with this prospect, and he hurried his subordinates so that they would go quickly because he was already tired. Jack handed over the luggage and followed into the carriage. Finally, Ballantyre glanced at Jane. She remained at the door, seeing her guest off. He noted that the guys were experienced, to which she made an okay gesture with her fingers and said that the men were experienced. In principle, the ordinary mercenaries that Jane had assembled for him would have been enough for his cause. But Ballantyre was not so easy to deceive. Even though his body was now much weaker than before, his senses and eyes retained their ability to see hidden things. Despite the fact that Ron had the 9th circle, he tried his best to hide his enormous and real powers. It was difficult to call him an ordinary person. But that squad leader, John, was a mercenary with the 8th circle, and it was not a fact that this was his full potential. Such a prospect caused a little concern. But Jane replied that she only wanted to please her guest. Hadn't he said yesterday that he wanted the best of the best for his purpose, which she had selected for him? The guy replied with a smile that this was indeed the case, and that he and Jane would most likely see each other again in the future, so she shouldn't forget him. If this was indeed the case, Jane would have liked to have a beer with her guest to celebrate the occasion and Jack's departure. The third gentleman replied that he would not mind, only if it was at her expense, smiled slyly and walked forward. The girl kindly wishes the little guest a good trip. A guy with his eyes closed is riding on the roof of a carriage, enjoying the sunny weather. Opening his eyes, he notes to himself that he feels better compared to yesterday. Abruptly sitting up, he asks the carriage attendant if he heard who he was. The man admits that he knows the guy is an aristocrat, and that's all. The master told the man that the young aristocrat was traveling the world. The guy, having thought about his words, shows a desire to ask a question. Taking a wristwatch out of his inside pocket, he tosses it to the man walking next to him. He asks whether the coat of arms depicted on the watch with gold trim is the coat of arms of aristocrats. The man answers positively. The guy asks to tell him in more detail. Somewhere far away is the estate of the Marquis de Ballantyre. The guy says with a smile that their house, the damn house, will soon be destroyed. The coat of arms depicted on the clock. Theirs. This coat of arms belongs specifically to the Marquis of Ballantyre. The guy admits to their imminent destruction quite calmly and joyfully. This takes the men by surprise. The guy says that he heard that there is one complete loser in this family. He asks the man about it, assuming that he knows better. He even recently ended up in prison. The man begins to get very nervous and tremble. They finally understood who this guy was, because it couldn't be explained more clearly. There were rumors that he was imprisoned for using black magic. The guy admits that these rumors are true. He knows a little about black magic. It's not difficult, because his mentor is one of the best black magicians in the world. Even though he is a swordsman, it is impossible not to know about black magic. However, why would he use magic when he has his fists? He points his finger at one of the tanned guys with a scar on his face, and he gets very scared. The Marquis' son asks why the boy stood there while he was saying such things about him, since he knows what will happen if he speaks ill of aristocrats. The guy asks if the escort doesn't feel sorry for him. Everyone present is completely confused. Everyone was at a loss except for one older man, John Doe. Surely it was the captain who was told about him by the guildmaster, and everyone else is unaware. The young aristocrat puts his hand on the frightened guy's shoulder and says that it's in the past. They'll just have to spend a few days together. The frightened boy answers him with difficulty, agreeing with his words. Around the fire, one of the guards says that he is convinced that the rumors are just rumors. He explains that the young man does not look like a typical representative of the aristocracy. Usually they are afraid that an extra drop of water will fall on them and ruin something, but he is not like that. He even washed the dishes himself. He silently apologizes to Jane because this beef pie is much tastier than her apple pie. Yorkshire pudding, pie, and sausages, he wants to hire them to work in his kitchen. Having eaten a stomach full of delicious food, he sighs with pleasure. In his mind, he mentions that Ron is also a failure in terms of culinary skills. He admits that he is usually hard to please and that you have to pay for a good dinner. He asks who will stand guard tonight, and they tell him that they will draw lots. He is offered to join, but the disgruntled aristocrat replies that children need a lot of sleep to grow well. The confused male security guard revokes the invitation upon hearing this. The guys decide that they are getting bored and decide to start telling stories. The young aristocrat decides to go first and thinks about what he would like to tell the people around the fire. He asks if they have ever wondered how many dragons live in our world. One of the boys wonders if the emperor who founded all the dragons destroyed them many centuries ago. This is what the founding myth tells us. In short, it says that the founding emperor was Julius Tesla, along with 2 companions. They united and destroyed all the dragons that inhabited the Western continent. And here, Tesla built an empire on the blood and bones of dragons. Over time, the empire became smaller and smaller, and could not be compared to the neighboring Tulkun Empire. This is the truth that everyone here knows. The most common version of this story. 2 dragon lords in the Black Sea, a little dragon in Tulkan Castle, 5 dragons in the Monster Forest, 8 polymorphs that he personally knows, making a total of at least 16 living dragons. They find it hard to believe. Usually dragons are only mentioned in myths and legends. No one has ever seen them in reality. The young aristocrat asks with a smile if the story turned out interesting. Dragons do not approach people. They are bound by an oath, because of which they cannot approach places that threaten their lives. John Doe, who had been silent all this time, clarifies that it turns out that the founding emperor did not kill the dragons. The guy, smiling slightly, explains that the emperor did not kill everyone, but found a way to come to an agreement with them. Although it would be more accurate to say that everything worked out thanks to his 2 comrades, whose names have long been lost. John asks the young aristocrat what those 16 dragons are doing now. He explains that in fact their continent is not the only one in the world. Besides the Western continent, there is an Eastern continent beyond the Black Sea. Little dragons have little to do, but dragon lords have one mission: to protect the border in the Black Sea. The border was created many hundreds of years ago and separated the Western continent from the Eastern one. All dragon lords must protect it. He himself is interested in what the world of dragons on the Eastern continent looks like. All the men burst into laughter. One of them gives the young man a friendly hug and admits that he tells stories very well. In fact, the young man did not even hope that the guards would check him and his stories. He gets up and goes to wash and change clothes, heading towards his carriage. The security guard offers to accompany him, but the guy refuses, since he can wash himself. He plunges into the source with pleasure, alone and with only 1 lamp. Those stupid mercenaries didn't take his story seriously, so be it. But was it worth laughing at like that? He wonders why he allows them to laugh at him, the protagonist who is forced to hide his true powers. He washes his face and leans his head back on the rocks, relaxing in the water. What really worries him now is John Doe, as he might be a spy for the Tulkun Empire. A suspicious type, and his behavior raises even more questions. The whole situation is like one giant puzzle. The guy notes with a tired sigh. He asked to provide him with good mercenaries, but among them was the owner of the 8th Circle. 8 circles is a lot. The captain of the Iron Blood Squad has the same number. In other words, such a guy would have been ripped off hand and foot. But he's just the captain of some unfortunate and unknown squad. However, right now he has more important things to do than this suspicious man, the guy admits to himself. He had already managed to recover a little, thanks to the rest in the carriage and the elixir. Well, there shouldn't be any problems, the aristocrat concludes. He needs to go to his mentor in any case. But of course, if he turns out to be a spy for Tulkun, it's better not to take him with you further. Dressed in clean clothes, he approaches the mercenaries behind the fire with the ball in his hand. He reports that he had to hurry because an urgent matter arose. Pointing the tip of his sword at John, he states that he is the cause of his troubles. He asks directly how a person with the 8th Circle can work as a simple mercenary. The young aristocrat admits that he is going to a place that is very important to him, and he does not intend to bring a man there who is hiding something. The others are surprised to learn that John Doe is the 8th Circle. This is unexpected news for them. John openly admits his 8th Circle while standing in front of the guy and asks what it affects. The young man says that he told them an interesting story, and now he would like to hear John's story. He asks to tell him who he is and what he is doing here, still holding the sword with the sharp end towards him. John asks what will happen if he refuses. The guy says that then he will die. The guy's gaze suddenly turns to one of the mercenaries, a young blonde guy, and asks if he is a spy for Tulkun. That woman, Jane, said that they would have a drink the next time they met, but maybe he should suspect her too, the guy asks. John's face distorts, and he asks with irritation why he suddenly started talking about her. The young man asks if he doesn't wonder if he'll buy her a drink before he kills her. He says this with a calm and even joyful face, noting that the situation is becoming more interesting. In his thoughts, he notes that he has come this far, but he does not use magic. It is unknown whether this is on purpose or he has something in mind, but it is better for him. He says out loud that he has little control over himself, so there are two options: die or stay alive. He says with a smile that he gives him 1 minute to think and advises him to think carefully. The day before, John and Jane were discussing him, the man remarking that he was an interesting guy. Jane tells him that he is the third son of the Ballantiers and that his family almost abandoned him. John Doe said that Ballantier's third son had asked for an escort, so Jane better find out what was going on. Jane thought about it and said that maybe he could change their lives, because he was not what the rumors said about them. Jack Ballantier asked the mercenary what to do now, kill him immediately or leave him alive. The young man demanded an answer right away, and the mercenary did not like the aura around him. Jack felt like all his senses were screaming for danger, like a deer facing a lion. He put his sword to the mercenary's chest and was ready to strike him, and the whole situation was becoming very strange. The mercenary was surprised that this kid realized that he was the owner of the Eighth Circle and thought that maybe Jane told him something. However, then he thought that no, she wouldn't. He believed her. She would only tell if she was tortured. The mercenary told the young man that he himself admitted that he was in the Eighth Circle, so would he be able to kill John? The mercenary raised his eyebrow, which was cut to the point of bleeding, rubbed his scratched cheek, and wondered why there was so much bloodlust in this child's eyes. And at that moment, John Doe began to doubt whether the boy standing in front of him was really a child. The companion behind him told him that since he was in the Eighth Circle, he could try to get out of it or tell the whole truth. But the captain didn't know what to tell him, because he had lived his whole life as a mercenary. And now all the choices he had ever made in his life flashed before his eyes. Here the kid said that the time for thinking was up, and if the mercenary was not ready, he would have to kill him. The mercenary asked the boy if he could tell what was happening to Jane. He agreed, and then John Doe began his story from afar. His story was short, nothing special, and it can be found not only in his fate. A love story between an aristocrat and a commoner, such as this one, can be heard everywhere. When he was 19 years old and in his 7th circle, he met Jane. They fell in love at first sight and have been inseparable ever since. Jack thought that this was why Jane had never married. Even if it is a relationship between a commoner and an aristocrat, he could become Tesla's support with his 8th circle. Everyone around was surprised when they heard John's story that he and Jane were in such a relationship, but something had to happen to them. Although, given her character, it is safe to say that her family is not interested in increasing power through marriage. Jack began to ask more about Jane, and John confirmed that she was the master of the Adventurers Guild in this small province. However, the young man did not believe that John was a simple mercenary, and he asked the mercenary if he really thought that he would believe him. But John confirmed his words. Jack wondered if he could be trusted, since such a simple story was easy to make up. He asked if they remembered his story about the dragons, and what the Tulkun Empire would do with the dragon. John said he had no idea where he could have gotten such information. Then Jack said that he thought the mercenary knew that masters are those who carry 10 circles of magic on their hearts. But even the masters don't know that there is something more in this world. Monsters that use souls as power, not mana, they are called transcendents. In 2 years, the captain of the Empire's knights will become a master and be called the strongest knight on the continent. He will help forgotten stories about transcendence become reality again. Jack laughed and said that he found it funny that the captain himself could never become one. He asked John if he liked this interesting story, and he asked him to continue. The captain will replace half of his blood and bones with dragons and become half human and half dragon. Jack smiled and said that the faces of the audience immediately showed what they were feeling. And John asked the young man how this story was connected with what was happening now. He replied that the Tulkun Empire only had 1 dragon for now, and even though they were practically immortal, you couldn't conduct many experiments with 1 dragon. Jack raised his finger and, after a meaningful pause, remarked that this was why the Empire sent its minions to other countries. This is necessary in order to collect information and to find other dragons. The mercenary didn't believe it and said that it was just a story from a novel, that you can't believe in such things. He suggested that Jack tell this story to the other mercenaries in case they took the bait. But the young man snorted contemptuously. And I thought to myself that based on the mercenary's reaction, it was difficult to say that he was a spy. John asked the boy if his doubts were cleared up, and he nodded affirmatively, lowering his sword. And then he wished the mercenary good luck with the guildmaster and said that he was waiting for an invitation to the wedding. Suddenly he turned around and again pointed his sword at the mercenary, who had already managed to turn his back to him. Jack said that since he was the one who suspected him first, he would spare his life. He grabbed the mercenary by the collar and said threateningly that this was his last warning. And if John tries to do anything against him, Jack will turn everyone, including him, into dust. The companions became worried and suggested that they calm down, put down their swords and talk. Jack thought that it seemed to him that he and his companions had already become closer, but apparently by doing so he had only pushed them away from himself, but nothing could be done. The relationship between employees and employers is always like that. He asked John a question that had been bothering him for a long time, why he was working as a mercenary with his 8th circle, but he replied that he didn't know. Jack said that he also found it strange that the mercenary said that he had a 4th circle 2 years ago, and he confirmed that this was true. The captain's companion set aside that he was offended, of course, but he really was a good captain, and even saved his life so he wouldn't be too offended. He smiled and told John that the 8th circle was great. It turned out that John was the best mercenary captain on the entire continent, and invited him to become the king of mercenaries. But John chuckled. He thought this title was stupid, and he asked since when one could become the king of mercenaries with the 8th circle. The companion said that as far as he knew, there were as many as 4 masters among the mercenaries, but John replied that he did not think so. Jack was surprised and asked his companion if the words spoken by the mercenary were really true, and John confirmed it. The young man was surprised and said that this news was shocking for him, but he would try to get over it, and John replied that everyone has their own secrets. Jack smiled and asked the mercenary why he didn't do anything then. John replied that even now his hands were shaking and he felt as if he had been on the brink of death. The mercenary closed his eyes and thought that if he had gone just a little bit further, he would have shit himself from fear. He also decided that Jack was an interesting guy, albeit a dangerous one, and that he should try to get to know him better. The satellites noticed that the entire continent was on edge due to the fact that a struggle for the throne was underway in the Tulkan Empire. And if spies and dragons appear in the current situation, it will probably be bad for everyone. Jack was already falling asleep, but he thought that this would really only make things worse, and he needed to find out more about it. A couple of days later, Jack asked his companions if they would like him to tell an interesting story. He asked his listeners what they knew about the Orc Lord who lived in the magical forest, but they said that, in principle, nothing, and suggested that perhaps he had the 9th circle. Jack laughed and said that it was not the 9th, no, but, as he thought, probably the 10th circle of power. The young man noted that someday they would know for sure, but he still wanted to tell a story about the past. Jack said that if you count by imperial time, then that was 23 years ago. The youth quietly said that the Orc Lord was very fond of weapons, and asked his listeners if they knew about his relationship with the Harpy Lady. They replied that they didn't know, and their faces were tense, as if this story frightened them. Jack continued that it was difficult, because it was generally accepted that relations between orcs and harpies were not very good. And not even that, not very, but, in fact, on the brink of war, because they were constantly in conflict with each other. The young man noted that he always thought that the mercenaries who were constantly hanging around in this forest for money should at least know something. Orcs and harpies are 2 races that are considered the strongest in the magical forest. They are even called the protectors of the forest. Jack said that there was one reason they were given such a nickname. They were very strong, and asked his fellow travelers if it was strange for them to hear that the Orc Lord and the Harpy Lady were in such a relationship. But he continued that, in general, initially they were not enemies, but simply neighbors. At that time, Blackman became the Lord of the Orcs. He began to increase his power and succeeded in it. Jack continued his story and said that not everything went smoothly, and after 5 years, problems began. Blackman and Lady Harpies were happy together, but then everyone found out about their relationship. In essence, all races, humans, harpies, or orcs, strive for the same thing. Everyone wants power, strength, and is ready to do anything just to get it. Some harpies and orcs wanted to overthrow their rulers, and, of course, the operation to overthrow them had to be carried out secretly. But in the end, their stupid plan went to waste, because everyone knows that Blackman and Lady Harpies still rule. John said that was true, but he wondered why relations between the races had not improved yet. After the internal uprisings ended, Blackman and Valea decided that their people were more important than love. The mercenary wondered if everything the kid was saying was true, but said out loud that it was interesting. And one thing was for sure. Decades ago, harpies and orcs were not as dangerous as they are now. Jack replied that for some time now, these two races had begun to gain strength, and 10 years ago they were first called the strongest. The harpies were able to steal and copy the orcs' secret fighting techniques, and the orcs learned elementalism from the harpies. This is how the largest and most powerful races inhabiting the forest were able to master each other's secret techniques. And two rulers of the two most powerful races, Blackman and Valleya, were able to directly contribute to this. After this, the two races finally separated from each other, but at the same time became the main ones in the magical forest. Jack suggested that his companions tell this story to the orcs or harpies if they encountered them. The young man laughed and added that then perhaps the representatives of these peoples would not kill them immediately. John thought that he didn't know whether what he had just heard was true or fiction, but it was better to pretend that he believed it, and said out loud that if this happened, he would probably do it. After a story that was hard to believe, the man offered Jack meat. The boy immediately agreed and began to happily devour it, even though Jane had made it herself. In the Marquise's office, they report that after the province of Arbeloa, all the guards accompanying the third gentleman were discovered. After conducting an investigation, they found out that most likely everyone was killed by high-level magic. This news made the Marquis tense. There is a possibility that it happened precisely when the Iron Blood Knights were absent. Not knowing that his youngest son has magic makes him think of the Emperor, the Duke, anyone but Jack. Not content with what his men have said, he decides he needs to conduct a personal investigation and tells Gonzalez that they must find the culprit. Finally, the Marquis remembers his youngest and asks why he didn't mention him right away, and whether he really managed to survive. He is informed that Jack was not found among the corpses. Therefore, they thought that he might have escaped. Sighing heavily, the Marquis assumed that then the younger one, as a witness, must know something. The Marquis ordered that all forces be used to find out everything. As Gonzalez walked away, a smile crossed the man's face. Perhaps he had understood everything, because he reminded himself that he had thought the third one was useless. But it turned out that was not the case. The next day, Jack continued his journey. Now he was at the beginning of the mountain range. A hand holding a small bag, which had previously been collected from the belongings of his murdered servants, reaches out to give it to the good man. The bag was strangely heavy. He looked inside and saw a pile of money. He was taken aback because it was too much. But the boy reassured him that 10 gold coins and elixirs would be enough for him. The rest is their tip, because Jack had a lot of fun on the road, and at the same time he apologizes for suspecting him. Smiling innocently, the boy says goodbye to everyone present and wishes them to be careful on their way. But the men continue to stand silently and look at Jack. And eventually, it is he who begins to speak up, saying that he might be crossing the line, but he wants to say something. His voice becomes more serious, and the only thing he says is that being a mercenary isn't as bad as it seems. This didn't give Jack any insight, but the man continued that he didn't know everything, but would only say what he was sure of. He begins to speak in hints that he is the third son of his father, rejected by everyone, and he does not want to boast, but he has seen the end of many people who were in the same position. As the man listed his status, known to all people in the area, his face became serious. Afterwards, Jack relaxed and, rubbing the back of his head, asked if he wanted him to become a mercenary too. The man, putting his hands on the boy's shoulders, simply repeats what he already said. It's not such a bad activity. Perhaps these words made him think. Jack's brows furrowed, and he looked at the speaker with suspicion. If you avoid dangerous tasks, you can see the whole world and earn good money. Where else do they give you such experience? Pointing to the man's comrades behind him, Jack says that maybe they didn't understand, but he himself should have figured it out by now. That night, if Jack had wanted it, the man would have been dead, and that makes him tense. He should know, even if Jack is not an 8th circle mage, he should have felt the proximity of death. Closing his eyes, the man says that he knows, and that's why he's asking, since Jack himself doesn't yet understand the scale of the possibilities. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the man admits that he himself doesn't really care about it anymore. In a world where everything is decided by whose sword is sharper, many hide their true strengths and intentions. The man thinks that overall it was his fault, and Jack, while thanking him for his words, still pretends that he didn't hear anything. Jack motions with his finger to the man to bend down and whispers in his ear that he will only tell him this because he seems special to him, and in a few years a great disaster will come to the Western continent. And as much as he wouldn't like to admit it for a worthy and strong mercenary, Jack's advice is that it's better for him to just hide. He wouldn't understand his words now, but Jack asked him to simply remember them. And the man smiled incredulously in response. Making a face that looks like he's about to start laughing, he says that this is going to be a serious mess. Therefore, you shouldn't sell yourself for a few gold pieces. Money is important, but not more important than life. The man smiles kindly and agrees, as if it's funny for him to receive moralizing from a child. Jack was satisfied with this answer. Tapping him on the shoulder, he said that he was free and began to leave. A call makes him turn around again. The man asks him to wait and asks the name of the unfamiliar boy. This was a surprise for the boy. He already knew who he was, so why tell him anything else? Still smiling, he says the name Jack, saying that a man can remember him that way. Out of politeness or perhaps genuine interest, the guy doesn't leave right away, but asks the same question to the man. He tenses up, but confidently pronounces Dinas, or rather his name is Dynastismo. Jack was very amused by this acquaintance, and before leaving, he suggests seeing each other again sometime. Using mana, he easily crosses the mountainous terrain and eventually stops. It's really tiring for him. It's like a workout. He's looking into the distance, as if he's already close. His body is still too small, and he cannot jump as far, which causes discomfort. Jack enters a strange, dark cave and lights his way by forming mana in his palm. It is precisely here, behind this wall, that his mentor is, and he touches the cold stone with his hand. In the past, he discovered this place by accident. The only thoughts in his head were that he wanted to leave his family. It was too hard and too much pressure. He removed the cork from the bottle of blue liquid with his teeth and splashed it all onto that very wall. There's one thing left, and Jack touches the hilt of his sword to draw it. His childish fingers touch the sharp, thin blade. His whole appearance screams that this is an important moment in his life. Clenching his fist, the blade cuts him. Blood begins to flow and drip from his hands. But for him, it is a small sacrifice. The blade is pointed at the throat. Before his return at 17, everything was different. Although it was mentally difficult, he then pointed the blade at himself. He simply hid and ran away. Having lost Ron, he had no choice but to end his own life. But the previous Jack was too weak to do this. So he dropped his weapon and burst into tears. Blood and tears mixed. Flowing down the stone, stumbling upon a hidden entrance to the cave was a great success for someone like him. Now he acts consciously, and as in a past life, a door also opens before him. As if knowing this path by heart, the guy descends the steep white stairs to the very bottom. But still, it is unclear even to him why this is so. But in his heart, an emotion trembles. Although it should be obvious, decades have passed since then, and the chance to live life again does not always present itself. Having reached the end, he finally came to the place where he wanted to go initially. In front of him is a little girl in chains, as if she had not yet learned to speak, but she is dressed like an adult woman. This is his mentor. He hasn't seen her for a long time. Is it even possible to make a living thing immortal? Everyone in this world wants to live as long as possible, no matter whether you are a human or a magical creature. Orcs, dragons, emperors will still die one day. This is natural and right. For this little girl in chains too, but still, his mentor is not simple like everyone else. Unlike others, she has been living for 400 years, which you cannot tell from her appearance. This happens due to the separation of the soul from the body, and magic is what maintains the connection between them. The problem is that this process will soon come to an end. Nothing in this world lasts forever. In her past life, after meeting Jack, she lived only 10 years, but this time everything will be different. This time he came to her earlier. In this life, they will be allotted 13 years. Jack, like a small, happy child, looks into her eyes. He has wanted to hear her voice for so long. The lady in chains, not yet acquainted with this man, asks who he is. Not afraid of such a majestic lady, he asks her to guess, but the mentor clearly doesn't like this one. In an angry voice, she says that she will not ask twice and orders him to answer. But the guy continues to coddle her, telling her how naughty she used to be, which causes even more discontent. Jack presses his hand to his chest and says sincerely that he missed her very much, but she still doesn't understand anything. The mentor says that she doesn't know him at all, and it's strange that the guy even knows who she is. In response to the question, he nods smugly. How can he not know, and begins to remember? It is impossible to forget the time they spent together and how his mentor trained him. And it can't be called an illusion. But their entire life together flashed before his eyes. Clenching his fist, he continues to sit on one knee, of course. Only Jack remembers everything. Putting it to his chest, he says that she is the heroine of their world, who brought an end to the era of honor and began the era of humanity. Jack proudly declares that she is Valentine Milos and he is her student from the future. Most likely assessing what is happening, she asks him again if he is from the future. Having received a positive answer, she says, "Shouldn't he know that she doesn't like predictions?" To which Jack agrees and says that this is because any prediction is subjective from the point of view of the one who makes it. She asks why he speaks like that, as if his expression is incorrect. She asks him to answer her. If in this future she really will be in his life, what would be her answer in such a situation? This makes him rub the back of his head with dexterity, because all the mentor would tell him is to disappear. The woman agrees that he is not bad and tells Jack to open his fortune-telling tent. Everything is as before. She is exactly as he remembers her. Jack gets up and says that there is nothing to be done then. Drawing his sword again, he now points its blade at the small body in chains. Jack apologized for having to go so far and a blue glow formed around him. The guy took a confident stance with a sword in his hand. The woman notices that he is using aura. He says that he understands that he is behaving incorrectly, but the teacher will be able to punish him later. Enveloped in magical currents, Jack noticed the restraining chains that were everywhere here. To free the figure, they had to be destroyed. He made a decision that by destroying the chains, he would destroy this place as well. But such a prospect did not frighten the guy, and he decided to free his future mentor from captivity. Although he had no choice either way, young Ballantier rushed forward with his blade at the ready. He was going to strengthen his blow with magic in order to break the shackles. Once upon a time, decades ago, Julius Tesla locked his girlfriend and comrade in this place, despite the fact that this man was called a hero and a man of honor in ancient times. Julius promised that he would return for her. He swore that he would not abandon her in this place, and the mentor believed his promise. The connection between them at that time was strong and trusting. But this traitor of an oath did not keep his vow and abandoned her in this cave. Day after day she waited for him, and hoped that Julius had not forgotten her. But after 50 years, all hope left her. She was abandoned. She finally resigned herself to her fate of spending her time in captivity until her death. She did not expect help or support from anyone, and only humbly awaited her fate. But Jack Ballantier broke her gaze. The boy gave her hope, rushing forward. The nobleman swung his sword so that she did not have time to follow him. The mentor felt strength and energy returning to her body. She couldn't believe it. These shackles were made of dragon bones and were considered indestructible. This guy hadn't even reached adulthood yet, but he already possessed a powerful force, something she had never encountered before, and her weak, floating body was picked up by Jack. Holding his mentor in his arms, Jack assured her that he was not like Julius Teslin and that he would never act like him. The small figure did not take her eyes off Jack. Ballantier was going to prove to her that he was not like Julius, not just with words, but with actions. He had a lot of work ahead of him to restore trust, but it was worth it. As he expected, the walls of the cave in which the mentor was imprisoned began to collapse. Jack needed to quickly leave this place. He asked his mentor to hold on to him tighter. He would use his skills and past knowledge to get out of here. Jack had come too far. Gripping the blade even tighter, he gathered all his remaining strength into himself. Jack spoke the words for the magical protection spell that his mentor had taught him in his past life. The rockfall was about to end the lives of 2 people under its arch when the entire cave was illuminated by blue light and lightning emanating from Jack. The small figure on Jack's shoulders was surprised by such knowledge. The spell he used was one of the 4 basic defense techniques. The mountain of the 4 great elements that the nobleman used could save them. Having finished the technique, Jack plunged the blade into the rock and prepared to strike. An explosion of colossal magical power wiped everything within a 100-meter radius into dust. A large crater gaped where the blade had been, and the figure asked Jack who he was. Jack just grinned and said that as he had already said, but her student, and she, his mentor. The blade slowly disappeared into dust in Jack's hands until it turned into nothing. The teacher was puzzled as to how Jack could gain such enormous strength at such a young age. But Jack was her student, and for him such strength was merely a demonstration of a fraction of the power that his teacher had bestowed upon him. For the next 13 years, Jack and his mentor would travel the world, during which time Jack's teacher would teach him various magical and fencing skills. The small figure could not believe such an amazing truth, and to make sure of its authenticity, she, as Jack always remembered, touched his face with her hands to count the truth. Although Jack wasn't sure that this technique was 100% effective, it was all he could do, and he humbly waited for his mentor to finish. She was still confused and asked if he was really from the future. Her question seemed funny to young Ballantier. He would have to try hard to make her believe him. But the expression that he was from the future was not entirely true. He rather returned from the past. His tone and body movements did not betray the lie in him, and the teacher decided that it was the truth. A weight was lifted from Jack's heart. She believed him. He could breathe out, but his body suddenly weakened, and Jack fell to the ground in a semi-conscious state. The mentor thought about everything that had happened today. In her opinion, it was somehow strange to begin a relationship with her future student with so much strength. But Jack's unconscious body heard her. He replied that otherwise she would not have believed Jack. She did not believe that they could really be friends. But the nobleman did not see anything wrong with the friendship between a student and a teacher. It was surprising how, despite the pain, he could still argue with her, and he did it quite competently and coherently. Jack's endurance also amazed her. But there was nothing surprising about this, for this was one of the knowledges that the mentor had given him. Ballantier remembered that he had not even introduced himself. His name was Jack. The strength finally left her student when he noted that he hoped for good work together with the mentor. It was so in his past life, and it would be wonderful if it remained so in this one. 5 days later, he and the mentor arrived in the province of Osenbol. His teacher was alive, and it was worth rejoicing, but the whole situation was slightly tarnished by one fact. For all these 5 days, the mentor did not say a word to him, did not want to talk to him. For 5 days, they walked and strolled together, but she still could not trust him. Jack came to the conclusion that the thoughts in her head did not give her the desire to communicate with him. Ballantier even told her that since when did her words come at a price? Sitting on his shoulder, she said that the first shock for her was his origin from the Teslan Empire, the last time someone from there betrayed her. She also still couldn't understand how a youth at such a young age possessed such magic, and it was soul magic, rare and difficult to control. She wasn't stupid, and knew what its owner had to go through to gain this power and learn to control it. But she wanted him to finish her sentence himself. He needed to tell the truth, even though she probably wouldn't like it. He wanted to keep quiet, but from his past experience with the mentor, he remembered that in that case she would have simply hit him. He started from afar. In this world there are powers that only a few possessed. Especially the number of such was even smaller in the ranks of mortals, she agreed. But she saw that his soul contained thousands of dead people. She couldn't even imagine what kind of guy was in front of her now. You have to be a real monster to kill so many. Jack just grinned. Of course she was right, as always, and he would gladly like to tell and explain everything to the mentor. But she did not want to talk to him. Jack's hands were covered in blood up to the elbows, much more than her own. They went to the butcher's shop to buy supplies. The naked flesh reminded the mentor of past victims. Jack was interested to hear information from his previous teacher, but had Jack, with all his sins and so many ruined souls, ever thought about one detail? Why was the chance for a new life, for correcting all the mistakes given to him? In all honesty, he was not worthy of such a prospect. Jack could not answer her. He himself had been pondering this for a long time. The very fact of his return to the past did not lend itself to any rational laws. He had not solved this riddle. Jack only answered the mentor that he had come to no conclusions. She looked at him with a sad and contemptuous gaze. The busy street was bustling with life. The couple continued walking along the road. The mentor's gaze made Jack feel uneasy, and he tried to soften the situation by saying that it wasn't he who had brought himself back to this world, but rather that someone had plans for him, and he had been brought here to fulfill them. He reasoned that if someone had a goal, then this stranger himself would show up, and then Jack would be able to answer some questions. But if not, then he would continue to live on. The conclusions of her student led the mentor into some confusion. She still does not understand Jack, and by what rules this young man lives. He still hides many secrets within himself. Jack continued, one way or another. At this point in time, the most important thing in Jack's life was her, the mentor, and the time spent with her. Ballantier showered her with a gentle smile. The mentor transferred herself into the boy's arms. Her childish height allowed her to do such a thing. She noted that Jack knew how to seduce people with sweet words, but she was more interested in the plan. The first thing she needed to do was find allies. Jack remembered his pirouettes in the cave, how he fought in the place where the mentor was imprisoned. It was hard for him. His body was still physically weak. Casting the protection spell not only took all his strength but also affected his health. He was on the verge of death, but he was lucky. And yet, after being rescued, he had to drink 2 high-class elixirs to restore his health and normalize his condition. Although despite this, the pain haunted him for another 5 days. He was well aware of his chances in such adventures. Due to his weak body, he needed good protection. Otherwise, his journey would end before it had even begun. They went on shopping. They needed to stop by the blacksmith to buy a sword. The old one fell apart in his hands before Jack had time to get out onto the main road. As a blonde girl with a basket of yellow flowers flew into him, she was whining in pain, holding her forehead, apologizing for such an incident. She said that she had urgent business. Jack apologized, but didn't look around. He reached out to the girl to help her up, when something about the lying peasant woman suddenly alerted him. He made a decision instantly, deciding to start assembling the team with her. The girl had been shaking herself off and collecting fallen flowers all this time. She was glad that she remained safe and sound. Looking up at Jack, a bag of gold coins hung in the hands of a young man in front of her nose. Jack offered the stranger to work for him, or rather with him. At first, she didn't understand anything, but when she began to understand Jack's offer, her eyes widened in surprise. The guy said that in exchange, he would give her this bag of gold. She took the bag, and it turned out that it was indeed full of gold. The girl thanked him for the offer, but regretfully noted that she could not accept such money. The young man decided that she was from a poor family and asked her how much she wanted for the work. The blonde did not lose her composure and said that 1 shilling would be enough. Jack was amused by the girl's confusion. He hastened to give her a shilling. She extended her hand to take the coin. The cold coin touched the girl's flesh. She immediately gave Jack her basket of flowers. Jack didn't know what to do with these yellow flowers, but he thanked the girl for it. The teacher watched the blonde with interest. Having handed over the basket, the girl hurried to hide, but after running a little, she remembered that she had not bowed in gratitude. Jack sheepishly accepted the gratitude, and the blonde wished them a good day. Now his team had its first comrade, who, however, was not just a human. The mentor noted that she had not seen vampires for a long time, who were rare guests on Earth. Not fully recovered from the meeting, Jack agreed that it was surprising. He also didn't expect to meet a vampire, especially in a crowded human city. The mentor gave him a cold look. A moment later, the youth realized that he had indeed met a vampire. He had not known this until the mentor said so. She was surprised, thinking that he had chosen her because of her appearance. Balantier replied that he chose her because of her great potential. He thought that she would be able to reach the 10th circle, which is the achievement of a strong magician. The mentor was unnerved by his reckless stupidity. It was surprising that such a man had ever acquired such power, but the youth only confirmed her suspicions and said that he hoped for her long life, during which the teacher would teach him a lot. But this would depend on Jack himself. He was pleased to notice that the teacher he knew had not changed at all, and the couple went on shopping, although the teacher was now talking to him. As they walked, the image of that girl stood before the mentor. She had definitely seen her face, those eyes and light curls somewhere before, but she couldn't yet remember where exactly. Having collected herself and meditated a little, she remembered a happy couple in the forest, a boy and a girl dancing and laughing, circling each other. The appearance of one of the children of the forest in the human city was amazing. Lately, since her awakening and return to this world, she had been haunted by amazing phenomena, and who knows what will happen next. The mentor knew where to buy a sword, and they went for the blade. Vampires were one of the most unusual and powerful races. Along with dragons, graceful and strong, drinking human blood, they were common in ancient times. Jack recalled the sad history of their race's development. While the consultant told him the features of this or that sword, the girl did not notice how the young man was listening to her with half an ear. In ancient times, there was a war between vampires and dragons. There were a number of reasons accompanying this event, the main one of which was power over the demonic forest. After a long series of battles, the victory of the dragons became obvious, as a result of which many vampires were forced to leave the forest for unknown lands. Or rather, the few who survived fled. The girl they had met today was probably one of the runaways, or at least one of the children who had run away, and Jack hated to think what she had gone through. But young Ballantyre wasn't interested in wars at the moment. His eyes fell on one of the swords. The consultant noted that it was an excellent choice. The steel was made by a special blacksmith from a rare material. All these thoughts about the past were getting on Jack's nerves, and this blacksmith's place with ancient armor from the past brought back old memories. So he asked for this sword. Wherever you looked, there were cats everywhere in the armory. The girl herself was probably an avid fan of them. When buying a sword, the girl wished for good use of the blade. Now all doubts were dispelled. He warned the mentor that he had already decided for sure that she would become his comrade. The teacher was not too surprised by his decision. However, she did not understand why Jack was doing all this. She asked him again if he was sure of his decision. The consequences could be very different, and the responsibility would be on Jack. The nobleman understood her fears, but he was doing this only for himself. The couple was already heading to the market where they last saw the vampire. Jack knew that she would be there. The blonde herself needed such a chance to get in. Their journey together would help her to open up to her full potential and fulfill everything she wanted. Just as Jack thought, she stood in front of the meat counter and was animatedly talking about something. But the mentor wasn't so sure about Jack's purely caring intentions. Was he really giving her a chance for more than just his own plan? The couple approached the blonde. Jack greeted her warmly. Jack immediately understood that the mentor did not ask him this question without reason. She had personal experience on this matter. In the past, about 400 years ago, at the peak of the mentor's power, her persona was very popular, and her power was capable of performing any miracles. The mentor had the blood of dragons in her veins, which gave her such longevity and strength, and because of this, many people and the emperor himself personally entered into a contract with her, which stated that no races were to interfere in human affairs. Needless to say, such an agreement became a catalyst for many conflicts and quarrels. It was after such an agreement that the non-humans moved to the demonic forest. But the fact is that the agreement was signed 400 years ago, and the people who supported it were dead. The last emperor had long since been buried, reminding Jack once again that no matter how strong you were, time always got the better of anyone. But even after the agreement expired and the ban was lifted, other races could not escape the forest. Many tried but were stopped. The dragons were bound by the shackles of this agreement for 2 more years, and in their anger they killed anyone who tried to leave the forest. No one could resist their prohibition. Those who could resist them were dead. The dragons were proud and vain if they were forbidden to go out. Then so were others. They did not let anyone out of sight. The law imposed by the mentor was still in effect when he had to kill all the dragons, one by one. In the future, he had enough power to do this. In this life, he would like to avoid bloodshed and resolve everything peacefully. He could try to save them, and the girl could help him with this. The girl was already picking up her groceries. The simple-minded, smiling butcher patted her on the head and handed her a bag. Jack didn't want the mentor to burden herself with responsibility. He took her hands, but the teacher coldly greeted this statement, asking what this young man could know about her, to which the guy replied that he knew a lot. She still hadn't gotten used to his status. He was her student. They traveled together for 14 years. The teacher reluctantly agreed with him. The teacher said one thing. Jack shouldn't have fed his blood. Jack didn't understand what exactly she meant. While they were talking, the girl disappeared. Jack came to the conclusion that he would later understand what the mentor wanted to say with this. She sometimes liked to speak in riddles. Now the guy would pay attention to his future ally. It occurred to him that he had not taken into account the vampire's childhood at all. He had completely forgotten that one had to talk to children differently, that one had to approach the issue from a different angle. He would start with food. Children usually love various delicacies, and Jack was going to treat the girl to a treat at the next meeting. The guy headed to the food stalls. The blonde kept going over her recent meeting with that guy at the market in her head. She was inspired by this man's generosity and imagined how everything would have turned out if she had answered differently. That young man probably wanted to see her as an assistant. Not that she could do much, but at least she received 1 shilling, and more could not be desired today. In her memory, such a contingent of people, kind and generous, was very rare. She had not seen such people for a long time. She held a container with a red liquid in her left hand. The vessel contained orc blood that she had bought in the city. The seller had been polite and kind to her, and she hoped that if her mother drank this blood, she would feel better. Her mother had always told her from the moment the girl was born that they should not drink human blood. She repeated this constantly. But now her mother's strength was fading, and speech was difficult for her. In principle, she was forbidden to drink blood other than that which the girl's uncle gave her. She always tried to observe this rule and had never broken it. The girl hoped that at least today her uncle would honor her and her mother with his presence. The blonde opened the door of the house, announcing her arrival. The vampire carefully and quietly crept towards her mother's bedchamber, keeping the blood at the ready. She didn't want to disturb her mother if she was sleeping. Mom wasn't sleeping and said that they had guests. Entering the room, Mom was lying in bed as usual, a thin and pale woman looking at her daughter with half-open eyes, her hair giving off a silvery, old-fashioned shine. She didn't notice the guests right away, when suddenly she heard a greeting from upstairs to her side. Jack politely asked the girl how long ago she had arrived. He himself was sitting on a dais near the door. Charlotte was frightened, spilling some of the liquid on the floor out of fear. She was perplexed as to how they could have ended up there. She had only seen this couple for the first time this afternoon. The teacher irritably demanded that the woman get out of bed properly and show them her face. The teacher was satisfied, noting that decades had passed since their last meeting. But there was one thing the mentor could not understand. Why was a vampire of noble blood, Vivienne de Royale, living out her days in such a deplorable state in this remote house? Jack and Charlotte were asked to leave the building and they waited outside. The young man watched as the vampire fed the birds. He did not understand why they were wasting their time and why Charlotte was bothering with the birds. The guy turned his gaze to the window on the second floor, where the mentor and the vampire Vivienne were now alone. They were wasting time. Although everything could have been finished with mana, Jack hoped that nothing would happen. The mentor sat at the head of Vivienne's bed. The aristocrat herself could not remember what kind of figure was in front of her now. It looked like a little girl with long green hair. Maybe she was a vampire hunter. The mentor turned to Vivienne and looked her straight in the eyes, and the vampire instantly remembered that the famous Valentine Milos, a truly legendary figure, was sitting in front of her. Valentine tried to refresh her friend's memory. Vivienne didn't remember anything. The mentor said that her entire family was forced to leave the forest. Something like that couldn't be forgotten. Something stirred in Vivienne's memory, but a sharp coughing fit made the girl double over in pain. Valentine noticed that the vampire's condition was worsening every minute. Vivienne remembered the sorceress as a grown and beautiful girl, and now a child was sitting in front of her. She asked what had happened to her, to which Valentine told her about the curse, because of which only once a month she had the appearance of an adult. But the teacher felt that Vivienne wanted to jump out of answering the question, and did not let her do this, repeating it. And Valentine will not leave here until he gets the answers. Why such a royal person, a member of noble blood and the vampire elite, would live her life in such a backwater? Valentine found all this suspicious. It was clear from Vivienne's condition that she had not drunk human blood for a very long time, which meant that her life was in question, and it was unclear why she had gone so far. The aristocrat responded with a counterattack. Did Valentine really feel sorry for her? A lot of time had passed since their last meeting, and they remembered the past. Last time, Valentine instilled fear and terror in all creatures. She was an incredibly powerful sorceress and respected by all races. Valentine was full of life energy. But looking at her now, Vivienne came to the conclusion that there was no trace left of her former liveliness. Her inspiration had left her. Although back then, in the forest, she and the other vampires would not have made it out alive, the rabid fanatics wanted them dead. But Valentine protected them, and they were able to see a new day. Vivienne decided to answer her question. The girl leaned back on the pillows of the bed and plunged into the pool of past memories, which she was unpleasant to pull out of there. In the demonic forest, there are 5 of the most powerful and dangerous creatures, which are commanded by 2 powerful lords who, at their whim, give any orders, even the most cruel ones. So the vampires tried to leave the forest, their oppression slowly exterminating the entire vampire nation. They then walked along the road in the hope of remaining unnoticed by the dragons. She had little Charlotte in her arms at the time, and she wanted a better life for her daughter, free from the cruelty and bloodshed that the pair of lords were spreading in the forest. Traveling through the snowy desert with a baby in their arms was no easy task. but they managed to get to the end. But danger awaited them ahead. No one could hide from the all-seeing gaze of the dragons. One of them intercepted the caravan, killing every vampire in it. Charlotte then cried terribly, and Vivian herself begged to spare her and the child. The dragon answered her that he felt sorry for them, and the red monster disappeared under the gentle clouds, saving their lives. It was a very terrible experience. Valentine was very surprised to hear such a thing from the dragon. But Vivian was telling the truth. He did not put any hex or other spell on them and left them alone. In this village, he and his daughter lived side by side with pigs, cows, and other animals. But nevertheless, it was a safe life, and he and his daughter managed. For a mother, the most important thing was the happiness and health of her child. And Vivian wanted to raise Charlotte in safety and love. These were small sacrifices for her. Valentine felt sorry for this girl. Vivienne was one of the last in whom the blood of the rulers still flowed. She was an aristocrat, born to rule. But she lived in this remote and poor village in a land barely marked on the map of the continent. And worst of all, she was already waiting for her death. Jack was counting crows when Charlotte asked him impatiently when they would leave. The tone in which the blonde spoke seemed interesting to Jack, and he looked at the girl. Charlotte continued talking. She told them that their uncle was supposed to come to them soon, and he didn't like guests. The young man asked with interest what kind of uncle he was. Such a person, given Charlotte and Vivian's financial and physical situation, was at least strange. Plus his dislike of guests, something was wrong here. Jack asked if Charlotte could tell him more about her relative. The young man had a strange, uneasy feeling about this uncle. At first, Charlotte was scared. She thought that Jack wanted to get his love heart, and warned that Jack's body did not interest his uncle. Ballantyre irritably denied her speculations. He replied that he was simply very bored waiting for the conversation between the mentor and her mother to end, in which case Charlotte would not mind talking about her uncle. She wanted to tell so much that she didn't immediately know where to begin. Her uncle was a rich and wealthy man who looked the part. But in reality, Charlotte didn't have a lot of information. She only knew for sure that her uncle had bought this house for her and her mother, and that he also brought them food every 3 days. When the girl mentioned food, Jack thought of the bowl of pig and cow blood that Charlotte was holding in her hands, and the young man immediately realized who his uncle really was. Jack had already started to tell Charlotte the truth, that she and her mother were in danger, and Jack himself was embarrassed by Charlotte's ignorance, but he did not have time to finish the sentence. When a soft male voice cut through the street, the man asked if he was the one the rumors were talking about. The man was curious about Charlotte's new friend. Jack looked at him. The aristocrat was sitting on the fence. In his hands, he had a white cane with precious stones. The man's head was covered in long, snow-white hair with a silver sheen. A teardrop-shaped ruby was inlaid on his forehead. The stranger's eyes had a pinkish-yellow tint. He saw the guy in front of him for the first time. As soon as Charlotte noticed him, his eyes lit up with a playful fire, and she happily greeted her uncle. Jack greeted the man, noting that he was probably that same uncle. The stranger only needed one look at Jack to understand that he was in front of a nobleman. The man grinned and carefully examined the young Ballantyre. The entire appearance of this stranger simply screamed about his origin. A dragon in human form stood before Jack, and the aristocrat inquired about the reason for his presence in their humble home. The dragon sensed the presence of another stranger in the house. He noted with some disapproval that there were many guests in their house today. The man headed into the house. Vivienne felt the presence of the dragon when she and Valentine were finishing their conversation. The vampire asked the sorceress to call her daughter from the street. She had a bad feeling. The dragon noted that they had a lot of guests today. Now it was clear why this man didn't like guests. Jack didn't like him. Dragons themselves were cruel and vain. The mentor spoke to him through a mental connection. He warned her about the approaching man. Valentine told him to bring this man and Charlotte to them. The whispers with which Jack responded unnerved the dragon, although he could hear some of the words the boy was saying. But Jack submitted to the will of his mentor. Ballantyre approached the oak door and took hold of the handle. He answered the dragon that his teacher was waiting for them. The dragons were cruel. They were bored with simply killing. They sometimes wanted to play with the victim. The guy asked him to come into the house. The dragon followed him to the second floor to the bedroom. Jack gave the dragon a cold look. The man was amused by this whole situation. Young Ballantyre said that if he wanted to talk to his toy, he should hurry. Vivian was still lying in bed, turned towards the window. Hearing them approaching, Vivian prepared to take her daughter into a tight embrace. But looking at the doorway, she was horrified. The dragon was standing next to her daughter and stroking her head. The dragon chuckled at this reaction as if Vivian had seen a ghost. He said that he just came to chat and sat down on a chair near the bed, but his intentions were not good. In an instant, the dragon's calm and smiling face gave way to a bloodthirsty grin. Promising not to make a scene before her death, he was pleased with the pleasure the toy had given him. Charlotte's mother's face suddenly turned even paler. Her daughter ran up to her mother and tried to find out what had happened to her, why she had gotten worse. Vivienne, breathing heavily, only repeated her name. In a panic, the girl said that she had orc blood, which could improve her mother's condition. The daughter hoped that her mother would be able to get up and talk to her again. But Vivienne refused. She only said that she had prepared a gift for her birthday. She gathered all her strength and smiled at her daughter for the last time. She apologized with tears in her eyes for everything that Charlotte had to go through because of her. For the fact that she could not give her daughter a better life, she was so weak that she could not even give a gift. Vivian gently touched her daughter's cheek as her hand began to crack and crumble even more. Like broken stone, Charlotte looked at her dying mother in panic. Initially, neither Jack nor his mentor were supposed to witness this scene. Valentine even looked away from this heartbreaking picture. Jack bumped into her by chance and followed her out of curiosity. He had no reason to keep an eye on this girl. He was only going to gather his comrades. But looking at this, he decided to change his views a little. He approached the dying aristocrat and asked her if she would entrust her daughter's life into his hands. Although he initially had no reason for this, he will create them now. Vivian thought that Jack was joking, but he replied that they had little time. He took Vivian by the hand and moved on to the confusion. He looked into the vampire's eyes and asked what she wanted for her child. The guy's face was extremely serious, and Vivian did not doubt the power of his words and promises. Whether she wanted Charlotte to become a full-fledged vampire, or whether she wanted the entire continent and the entire world to lie at her daughter's feet, what she was about to say was very important. Or perhaps Vivian wants revenge for the fallen lives of all vampires. And to kill the ill-fated dragon, the man watched the performance in front of him with a smile and interest. Vivian replied that she really did want a different, happier fate for her daughter, and like every mother, she wanted her child to be safe and happy. Vivian had nothing to wish for other than this thing. She directed her clouded, faded eyes at Jack, the last energy leaving her. She would only be able to say a few words. Her most important wish was for her daughter to always smile. She couldn't even dream of more. Charlotte shouldn't have to go through all the hardships that Vivian went through. But before her death, she would like to know the guy's name. During the conversation, she completely forgot about this detail. The nobleman introduced himself as Jack Ballantier. A nice name for such a young man. Vivian liked it. She asked if he could protect her beloved and dear Charlotte. Vivian's face began to crack. Jack replied that he gave his word that the representative of noble vampire blood, Vivian, with the veins of the blood of true rulers, should rest in peace. She thanked him for his promise. The aristocrat called her daughter. Vivian wanted to touch her Charlotte one last time. Let her know that her mother would always love her. She touched the girl's face and pieces began to fall off her hand. Vivian began to collapse, and Charlotte rushed to her sobbing. She kept begging her not to close her eyes. The girl did not want to accept the death of her mother. Screams could be heard everywhere. Charlotte continued to sob over her mother's body, which was slowly dissolving into thin air. How would she live without her? Only one word was heard from the house, louder than all the others. Mom, Jack, and Valentine watched silently. The room was filled with the dragon's loud, heart-rending laughter. He grabbed his head from laughter and couldn't stop. This whole picture greatly amused him. Even in death, his toy made his owner happy. The man could barely contain his laughter. It seemed like he was about to die from it. Words of revenge and happiness were heard in this room. He was amused by the responsibility the boy took for the girl's life. The girl was about to die soon too. It felt like the little brat's life was worth something. The dragon burst into laughter again as Jack concentrated his magic and lunged at the dragon. The dragon's body broke through the wall of their house, and there was a small bruise on its neck. The man didn't even have time to realize what had just happened to him, but he enjoyed this fun. The dragon decided to have some fun with the boy, sarcastically noting that attacking a defenseless person is a sign of bad manners, and the man landed on the street floor with the agility of a cat. Arcs and streams of fire began to dance around the dragon. Flames engulfed the man's body. His eyes acquired a pure white set. Jack prepared for the fight. The battle promised to be difficult. The dragon, in his madness, promised to teach Jack a lesson and good manners. He was already preparing to attack. His hand reached out to Jack, his claws extended, when suddenly a voice in his head ordered him to name himself. The dragon didn't understand where the voice was coming from, but he felt weak magic nearby. Someone still had the nerve to talk to the keeper of the flame like that. Today promised to be a fun day. He noticed a girl in the boy's arms, more like a toy. Valentine reasoned that if the two lords were removed, there would be 5 dragons left in the forest, and this man was not among them. She guessed that this dragon was about 200 years old, and as a result, he was born somewhere in the interval of this time. The man could not believe what he heard. How did this toy know his origin? What was she like? The dragon was overcome by a new fit of anger. Now he was not going to just let them go. He ordered the girl to identify herself, but Jack was angered by the dragon's address to his mentor. She was much stronger and older than him, and he had no right to speak to her like that. Valentine asked Jack to lower her to the ground, but assured her student that she could handle the dragon herself. Jack was very worried about the mentor. She was not in the form to be able to resist the dragon. Landing on the ground, she introduced herself as Valentine Milos, a sorceress from the past, a name the dragon had heard before, and they stood facing each other. He could not believe that right now in front of him was that same immortal necromancer, who instilled fear and trembling in the heart of every living creature. Valentine confirmed that she was indeed the mage from the past. At the height of her power, she was able to raise entire hordes of the dead with a wave of her hand. Her word was law. It all sounded too fantastic for the dragon to simply believe this stranger. The Flamekeeper wasn't such an idiot as to fall for it. The mentor spoke 2 names, Bahamut and Belioth, and the dragon felt as if an electric shock struck him. These were the names of 2 dragon lords, their real names, and little known to anyone. Since names are known only to those who were personally acquainted with the lords and were also dragons, now the man had no doubt that before him was indeed Lady Valentine Milos. But he himself was not simple. The dragon introduced himself as Valactus Machiavelli. The whole paradox of the situation was to the dragon's liking. Their meeting was almost impossible. They were in a human province, a very remote place, and it was not in his plans for such legendary and powerful figures to meet there. All Valactus wanted was to play with his second new toy after the first one broke. Vivian gave him a lot of pleasure, and he wanted to get the same amount from Charlotte. Valentine looked into his eyes with a blank look and in a tone that brooked no argument, ordered the dragon to leave the city immediately. They still stood opposite each other. Valactus only laughed at her words. The contempt that Valentine put into her words provoked him. She had no right to order him. He wanted to remind her of the past history. Dragons were the ones who were superior to humans in all respects. Strength, knowledge, power, and other factors were not on the side of ordinary mortals. And as a result, humans lost to dragons. And after that, Valentine had the audacity to give orders to him. A dragon. This woman in the body of a toy must have gone crazy. A barely perceptible magical trace emanated from her. The situation was getting tense. The mentor noted that all the dragon's tales were equivalent to nonsense that he had made up for himself. Could he really be sure that dragons were superior to humans in everything? It was Valentine who did it herself. Surpassed the dragons. The dragon did not clarify one small historical detail. His ego did not allow him to admit that the dragons had once submitted to her. Valactus forgot that it was in Milos's hands that the treaty lay, which forever separated dragons and humans. This treaty was still remembered, but the dragon did not acknowledge it. Because of the dragon's all-encompassing conceit, the world began to descend into chaos. Dragons ran amok everywhere, and their blind conceit was a poor aid to peace. The dragons devastated one nation after another, and in their pride, they endangered all intelligent life on the continent. Because of them, everyone suffered, and no one could fight them back. And although the Keepers of the Flame saw the consequences of their outrage, they still continued to consider themselves better than others, playing with their weaker toys as they pleased. Valactus did not want to listen to all this nonsense any longer. The nonsense that this sorceress was talking was a lie. She could not know anything about the past. The dragon's form was engulfed in fire. Jack, who had been silently listening to the conflict up to this point, could not help but mock this creature. Balantier called the dragon a lizard and advised him to listen more and not to chatter. If Phylactus was as tough and strong as he claimed to be, then why did the mere mention of the mentor's name make his body tremble like a maple leaf in the wind? The dragon couldn't stand such an insult. He rushed forward, raising his clawed hand to strike. Phylactus was going to show this bastard his place. No one was a dragon's equal. The hand passed Jack's head, and he managed to easily dodge such a sweeping blow. He watched the dragon's movements as if in slow motion. Dodging, Jack kicked the dragon in the chest, knocking all the oxygen out of his lungs and sending the man flying back several meters. Phylactus fell painfully against the wall and felt as if he would give up all his breath. The young man's appearance was deceptively weak. The dragon could not get up. Leaning on his knee, he was trying to catch his breath. Jack walked up to him and lifted Phylactus's chin with the toe of his shoe, the veins in the dragon's neck and jaws pulsing with anger. The youth warned him not to dare think himself better than the mentor. But the dragon did not want to admit defeat. It seemed that his contempt for all people only became stronger. If he is a dragon, then he is a priori better than people, so he said, "All mortals are worthless." Jack looked at this restless reptile and said that if he continued in the same spirit, then he should close his eyes and Jack would finish him off. The guy's murderous look testified to the plausibility. But Phylactus quickly grabbed his leg and threw Jack into the house. Although the kid wasn't weak, he shouldn't have hidden behind Valentine Milos's back. Their conversation wasn't over yet. Jack punched through the wall of the room on the second floor. Charlotte huddled in the corner and did not understand what was happening. As soon as the clouds of dust cleared, Jack came out of them. The guy was shaking off his clothes and lamenting that he was now dirty. It's good that Ron did not see this. Did. Balantier turned to the girl and said that he now understood who this self-proclaimed uncle was and what he was like. The girl was on her knees. Her thoughts were slow due to fear. Phylactus was the last scum of the earth, far more skilled at talking and insulting people than he was at possessing any of the power of a true dragon. Charlotte's eyes were wet again. She was scared and ready to burst into tears again. Jack hugged her in an attempt to calm her down and led her to a crack in the wall. He told her to look at the winged wretchedness. This creature had been exterminating her kind for decades. Dragons were a terrible scourge for vampires. Phylactus had killed her father and played with Charlotte's mother until his death. The frightened girl tried to say something, but Jack assured her that he understood. Vivian gave her answer to Jack, but he needed Charlotte's permission for her mother's last words. Balantier stood on the cliff and prepared his sword for battle. He only needed Charlotte's final word. She must decide everything. He keeps his word. Jack was about to show in practice what his oath was worth, how responsible he could be, and how much strength he had. The guy rushed at the dragon, raising his blade to strike. Phylactus was already waiting for him. He prepared to dodge the blow. As soon as the youth swung his sword, he jumped to the side and the sword cut through the air where the dragon's head had been. Phylactus increased the distance between them by somersaulting backwards, a vicious grin never leaving his face. A moment later, they both pushed off the ground and approached each other. Jack raised his sword to strike. Only the swings of the sword were heard. The duelists passed each other and not a drop of blood appeared on Phylactus's clothes. The dragon was a little disappointed. His expectations were quite high. Jack seemed like a strong swordsman to him. He wanted a long fight. But the swordsman's technique was too banal for the dragon. But Phylactus noticed the falling white locks. His beautiful silver hair ended up on the ground. Jack laughed and replied that he just didn't want to spoil his face. The new look suited him. Phylactus's patience finally snapped. The dragon burst into insults and warned the boy that he would no longer hold back, the man's eyes flashing lightning. The dragon started to use magic. The target was right in front of him and Phylactus used a deadly spell of cutting wind. The dragon prepared for a victorious triumph over the boy. The dragon's magic was one of the most powerful, but Jack easily repelled all his attacks. The boy moved with lightning speed. Valentine watched the progress of the battle. She noted that Balantier was able to repel the dragon's magic. This was a sign of high skill and strength. Jack was clearly not as simple as she thought. Phylactus froze in surprise, and Jack quickly took advantage of his opponent's confusion. He rushed forward and grabbed the dragon by the face, slamming him to the ground. Phylactus was unable to keep up with his speed. For a second, the boy's face froze. During the fight, Jack had the feeling that he had heard the name Machiavelli, and he remembered that Luca Machiavelli had a son. Perhaps it was Velactus. The dragon couldn't move, but he was puzzled by Jack's question. How could a mortal know his father? Jack knew that Luke was one of the 5 dragons that controlled the forest of monsters. Jack knew Velactus's father in a past life. He was the one who cut off his head, although Velactus was better off not knowing this. In this life, he will do everything to prevent useless bloodshed. But Ballantyre could not remember this dragon lying above him. Perhaps in a past life, someone had already managed to kill him before Jack, or he had successfully hidden. Jack noted how much Velactus resembled his father, and he enjoyed teasing the upstart, the dragon, not hiding his surprise and shock, trying to figure out who he was. To which Ballantyre replied that he was the first and last student of Valentine Milos, the one whom the dragon openly mocked, for which he now answers with blood. Velactus could not understand how a mortal man could repel his magic, the magic of a dragon. The dragon was overcome with fear. His position was incredibly humiliating. Jack was disappointed. Could it really be one of the dragons, those who were considered the strongest and most powerful creatures on Earth? If others were the same, then there would be no problems. The guy decided to take pity and gave the dragon a chance to save himself. He gave Velactus 5 seconds to apologize to the mentor for everything he had said to her. It was a low blow, the lizard asking what would happen if he refused, though it was a dangerous question to ask someone who held the tip of a blade in front of Velactus's nose. To which Jack replied that in that case he would grind the dragon into powder and stuff it into a bag that no one would ever find, and the memory of the dragon would disappear after its death. That is, Jack will repeat everything that the dragon did with his other toys. Velactus was silent, and the guy began his report, with every second the tension growing. As young Ballantyre finished his last second, he swung his sword at Velactus, but the dragon managed to dodge and escape on its wings. The dragon felt safe. He didn't like what happened today. He needed to find shelter and tell everything to others. Jack looked at the flying lizard and grinned. He didn't think that the dragon would have enough courage to run away, but he wasn't going to let him go. Ballantyre didn't want to go that far. He took a stance and concentrated magical flows in his body. He had no choice. He used the soul sword, and a cloud funnel formed in the sky above Velactus. The dragon only managed to curse under his breath. The spell was almost complete. This was the first of Jack's 4 techniques. Heavens, the guy pointed the blade at Velactus. He won't be able to dodge. The dragon froze in the air before a huge magical flow. Who was he unlucky enough to contact? Who was the kid, really? There was a flash, and the whole world went out. Velactus found himself in a black and white world. He did not have time to figure out what had happened, and he could not get out of this place. There were black faces all around. He felt a gaze on him and turned around and screamed. The huge head of that guy was looking at him. He tried to run away from her, but his legs filled with lead, and he fell painfully, and the colossal figure of Jack stretched out his hands to him. Velactus screamed. Jack woke up on a large bed in a room full of sunlight. He did not recognize the interior and could not remember at all how he ended up there. Suddenly, the butler entered the room. Ron was worried about his master. He was lamenting what Jack had done, that he had only just woken up. Jack turned to him and greeted his friend. Ron rushed to the guy's bed with tears and bombarded him with questions about his health. Jack didn't like the fact that the butler was treating him like a little child. He asked him what Ron was doing there and where they were anyway. The butler hesitated, and then Jack remembered the teacher and Charlotte. He asked Ron if he had seen the girl and the toy. Ron replied that they had washed the girl and put her to bed. Now she was sleeping peacefully in another room. The poor thing needed rest after the shock. Ron didn't know what happened to her. When the butler saw her, the girl was completely scared and in a state of shock. He and the other guards tried to calm her down, but her tears wouldn't stop for a long time, so Ron decided to sleep. As for the toy, it was currently next to him. Valentine sat motionless opposite her charge's bed. Noticing her, Ballantyre greeted the teacher kindly and wished her good morning, but she herself was angry and noted that it was evening now. Ron was surprised by the talking toy. Valentine turned her head away proudly and said that she had nothing to be angry about. Since only Jack had suffered, she was not in the mood for communication right now. But the guy was not at all upset by his mentor's mood. He smiled and asked her not to talk like that. Now everything was fine. Ron asked how Jack talks to the toy. It had been sitting there for 3 days, completely motionless and showing no signs of being intelligent. Jack decided to explain everything to the butler later. Now they had other things to do and no time for chatter, but the guy ordered him to remember one thing. The toy Ron was talking about was Jack's tutor, and it needed to be treated accordingly, but the butler wasn't too bothered by this. Ron had already gotten used to the master's oddities. He replied that Jack probably had a reason for saying that, and he would be careful in the future. Now Ballantyre wanted to know what had actually happened then. Ron told him that the knights who were riding with Jack were found dead, and the Marquis found out about this. Jack's father was a little worried about this turn of events and could not leave everything as it was. He hired a knight to conduct an investigation to get to the bottom of the truth and follow Jack's trail, and the knight immediately followed it. Young Ballantyre left them in abundance everywhere. Guards and random passers-by remembered him. Especially in Arbeloa, they saw him many times. After that, servants came from everywhere, as if Jack had gone to the province of Osenble. Ron noticed a blue funnel over the province and a man in the sky. They eventually reached autumn and found a seriously wounded Jack unconscious. Lying in a pool of his own blood, the guy asked what happened next. No one understood what could have happened to Jack, but his wounds were severe. His body was moved to this room and treatment began. To get the boy back on his feet, the servants used 3 top-class elixirs, and Jack still had a strawberry aftertaste after them. Ron said that they really did taste like strawberries, and Jack was pleased that the butler still remembered his favorite things, like strawberries. But nevertheless, Ron himself should not be here. Jack asked him why he was with him and not protecting his sister, because Jack ordered him to. The butler looked down guiltily and explained that his sister also wanted to go on the search, but the Marquis stopped her and sent Ron instead of his daughter. Jack was quite surprised that his father personally sent Ron on his quest. His father was too cunning for this to be a matter of heartfelt concern. But this action of the Marquis was very reckless. His father clearly had something in mind, and as soon as Jack recovered, he would find out what exactly. Ron finished his explanation and waited for further instructions. But Jack was pleased to see his old friend nearby and was not angry with the butler. Now it was worth paying attention to another figure in his room. A red-haired man stood near the wall who did not make a single sound. The man's face showed little emotion. He only said that the third gentleman had finally woken up. His tone did not inspire confidence. The man was arrogant. He introduced himself as Gonzalez, the second in command of the Iron Blood Knights, and he was the knight the Marquis had hired to search for him. Gonzalez had questions for Jack, and he began by asking whether the third gentleman really didn't know that it was beneath the rank of the Marquis's son to play with commoners and visit the provinces. Perhaps this was permissible for the third heir, but Jack was also the son of the Marquis Ballantyre, who was not allowed to do this. Ron was about to stand up for his master as he was still ill, but Jack stopped the butler and decided to listen to the knight to the end. Gonzalez still had a couple of questions left, and he hoped for an honest answer from Jack. A sly smile adorned the knight's face. Jack prepared himself. According to Ron, it was this knight who bought 3 elixirs for Ron, and elixirs of the highest quality, which was not a cheap pleasure. So Jack decided to endure 3 questions from Gonzalez. And in gratitude for this knightly gesture, he clenched his fists. Jack told Gonzalez to start asking his questions and looked him straight in the eyes with a piercing gaze, which made Gonzalez feel uneasy. Jack was the only survivor at the scene where his body was found, and Gonzalez wondered what had happened. Jack replied that there was nothing unusual. Jack's guards had received a strange order. Didn't the knight know they were supposed to cripple Jack, give him an elixir, and do other vicious things? Gonzalez stared at him with a frightened and uncomprehending look. Jack asked if this was the first time the knight had heard something like this. But Gonzalez asked not to change the subject of the conversation and to continue the report. He still had not heard the information he needed regarding what had happened. The second time Jack held back, but he gave himself his word and continued speaking. He was interested in looking at the face of this knight. What he said was the verbatim words of the guards who accompanied him, who also noted that they hoped for Jack's understanding. His motorcade had to stop somewhere along the way to the academy for 4 nights, and Jack and the guards would end up together for 4 stops. They had to break all his bones 4 times, and the next morning treat him with elixirs, and so on until the very end of the journey. Jack asked if Gonzalez thought they were terrible guys. Ballantyre did not try to hide the sarcasm in his speech and continued his story. One of Jack's guards was a 6th-class knight whose name Jack forgot. Gonzalez asked that he perhaps meant Rejon. Jack confirmed that this was true. He said that Rajon was so confident in his powers that he tried to destroy Jack's mana circle. Ron was horrified by the gentleman's story and did not understand what he was talking about. Jack mentally noted the butler's observation. Jack simply killed Rajon. The knight did not believe Jack's delirium and asked him again, to which young Ballantier got out of bed and said in a terrible voice that if Gonzalez had really gone deaf, Jack had killed them all. The knight was puzzled as to how this guy could defeat the entire squad alone. The third gentleman's weakness was well known to everyone. His eyes widened. Was this really possible? Was this young man telling the truth? This information didn't fit with everything Gonzalez knew. But the knight quickly came to his senses and said that he could turn a blind eye to many things, but certainly not to such impudent upstarts as Jack. He could not tolerate that. Gonzalez was the knight's deputy, and this kid was mocking him and laughing. Jack only said that it was true that the knight doubted his truthfulness. Ron warned the master that no matter how much Elizabeth loved him, the butler was not going to stand aside and turn a blind eye to everything that was happening now. Ron took Gonzalez by the hand and asked him to come outside with him to talk privately, but Gonzalez gave him a look of disgust. The knight grabbed his hand harshly. Some ordinary servant dared to touch him. It was unforgivable. Ron only screamed in fear. Jack could not forgive this knight for such impudence, and at that very moment he punched the knight in the jaw. Teeth fell to the floor and the man flew back. Gonzalez was disoriented when he hit the wall. Jack held back 3 times, but this bastard still drove him to anger. Ron was worried about Jack's condition. He had not yet fully recovered from his wounds. The boy staggered and grabbed his head. Jack collapsed on the bed. Ron anxiously tried to find out from the master how he was feeling. Maybe they should have given him more elixirs. But Jack calmed the butler down, assuring him that he was fine and only slightly dizzy. Without getting up, the guy called out to his friend. Jack said that this night was about the 7th circle. Ron didn't yet understand what he was getting at, but Jack's further look told him everything. Young Ballantier laughed at Gonzalez. He was surprised how such a weakling could mock an ordinary servant. Jack's hand suddenly grabbed Ron's shirt. Jack pulled the butler close to him and asked him not to live like this anymore. Jack was recklessly stupid. He could not continue to behave like this. The boy thought that it would be easier for him to be with Ron. But now Jack thought differently. Too much had happened in the young man's life. Ron was one of Jack's few friends, and he wanted the butler to live like a normal and free person. The guy's voice rose to a shout. Ron noted that his master had never spoken like that before. Jack looked into the butler's eyes and gently asked if he was sure he didn't want to. The butler answered negatively, and Jack let go of his shirt. He sighed with relief. This conversation was over and could continue. Ron's voice changed to steel, and he turned to Gonzalez, who said that he was the deputy captain of the Iron Blood Knights and was supposedly the 3rd most powerful here. And although Jack didn't know Gonzalez, Ron himself remembered him very well. At the same time as the butler's frightening speech, he took off his jacket. Young Ballantier asked Ron how much time to give him. Perhaps 5 minutes would be enough. Ron was already rolling up his second sleeve. But the butler simply replied that the young master should not know what Ron was capable of and assured him that 1 minute would be enough. Everyone already knew that Ron's culinary skills were at their best. The butler's culinary dishes were of first-class quality and taste. But now we are not going to talk about the butler's excesses. A particularly observant person will notice that Ron's actions were unusual for a simple butler. The butler began his battle dancing with Gonzalez. He tried to land some kind of blow on Ron, but the butler's body seemed out of reach. Blow and blow again. The servant showered the knight with a whole barrage of blows to all parts of the body, although his face was especially badly damaged. And then another blow landed on his jaw. Gonzalez couldn't do anything. The knight's toothless mouth was gaping, his teeth crunching playfully under the duelist's feet. The knight cursed again, but tons of insults directed at Ron did not give him an advantage. The butler dodged another lunge and hit him in the chest. From the open door, the servants whispered in surprise, and the guards tried to understand what was happening and thought about whether they should interfere in the duel. Although the word duel is too strong, Jack caught some familiar movements in the heat of this carnage, and a familiar feeling took possession of him. Of course, Jack had seen his friend's movements before, in his past life. He remembered well how Ron had protected him from the knights. But even in the 9th circle, the basis of his power was precisely magic, and not physical strength. Ballantier only now noticed the butler's physical perfection. The picture in front of all the servants was also curious because Gonzalez, a seventh circle magician, was losing to a completely ordinary servant. Well, he has a lot of experience in close combat, and besides, Ron has fought with people stronger than Gonzalez, and he will be able to hush up all suspicions. It could be said that this knight was a spy for the Tulkun Empire, and that is why the butler had to kill him, although it was worth it. Or rather, whether Ron would decide to do this, for some reason Jack assumed that no, his own principles could prevent him from doing so. Gonzalez ran up to the guard and snatched the blade from him. He didn't have time to really object when the cold metal fell into the knight's hands. Gonzalez could no longer control himself. Calling Ron a scared bastard, the knight rushed into the attack with his sword at the ready. The butler got ready. Ron trotted up to his duelist and knocked the blade out of the knight's hands with his hands, after which he grabbed Gonzalez by the shoulders and pulled him closer. He jumped up and hit the bastard in the nose with all his might. Gonzalez could only involuntarily gasp in pain and widen his eyes. Jack was a little upset by the fact that his friend had to hold back and not show his true power, and in such moments it was pleasant to watch him. Gonzalez was kneeling and Ron was gracefully approaching him when Jack called out to his butler, who responded with a beaming smile to his master. The young gentleman asked Ron to prepare a couple of dishes for him. Perhaps he got too carried away. How long will the youth wait for food? The butler apologized guiltily. While he and Jack were talking, Gonzalez silently approached Ron and raised his blade to strike. But the next second, Gonzalez's body flew back 10 meters and hit the floor. Ron didn't even look at him to strike. The servant assured his master that the dishes were ready. Jack replied that a minute and 20 seconds had passed. Ron should have been faster. He lowered his head guiltily and agreed. Then young Ballantier looked into the doorway where the onlookers were standing and ordered them to return to work if they had seen enough. The third gentleman approached Gonzalez's beaten body and, grabbing him by the hair, said that they would have a private conversation. Jack noted that the name Gonzalez sounded impressive and cool. The knight had good skills, and his father trusted him. The knight looked at the youth with a wolfish look. He started to give an angry tirade about him and that crazy servant. But before he could finish his sentence, Jack pulled him hard by the hair. Gonzalez gasped, and the guy leaned over him like a shadow. The knight probably didn't understand anything yet, but Jack didn't expect a direct answer from him. He had come to find out what had happened, and Jack politely told him the whole truth about what happened on the mountain and who was behind it. Jack had a couple of ideas about this scoundrel. He will be watching Gonzalez, the Marquise's favorite, the third knight over 30, and the current captain. All that remains is to play his cards wisely. It would be a real waste to kill such a specimen. Jack asked the knight if he wanted to receive the 8th circle of magic. Gonzalez didn't understand what this guy wanted from him. Ballantier asked louder if he wanted to become captain. Jack was dangerously close to Gonzalez's body. The two of them could have made a small secret pact. Ron watched this scene. His master was up to something again. He was already so grown up. A happy tear ran down the butler's cheek. He was so happy for Jack, how strong he had become. He was proud of him. But before Ron could fully indulge in pleasant feelings, the toy grabbed his leg, and he immediately fell to one knee and was about to introduce himself. When she heard the voice of her master's mentor, she asked if she had just witnessed an impulsive outburst. Valentine stood in front of the butler and reasoned. The person in front of her was curious. About 20 years ago, Ron managed to reach the 9th circle. To have gained such powers at his age is a true miracle, which is why it is even more incomprehensible why his magical power has not increased since then. The mentor noted that with such abilities, Ron could well become an archmage or immediately receive the 10th circle, in general, become stronger. And 20 years is quite enough to acquire something like this, so what happened to the butler that he refused this power? The answer was clear as day to her. 20 years of not using the magical arts, or rather 19, were to blame. That is, from the moment Jack and Elizabeth arrived at the mansion of their father, the Marquis, Ron never used his magic. Only once, as an exception, did Ron call upon his powers, or rather, he was forced to do so in order to save his master from death. But that time was the last. Ron masterfully hid his art, but Valentine was annoyed that such potential was wasted in vain. However, this didn't make Ron feel any worse. She was wondering if he really didn't regret the life he had given up, so she approached him. All these people who could insult and hurt him were weaker than Ron, so why should he be treated like that? He shouldn't have turned a blind eye to his own desires, or the butler was going to live like this forever for the sake of the child. Now she began to understand where Jack got such skills and knowledge in magic. Ron taught him well in his previous life, but Valentine wondered if Jack knew how much power his humble servant truly possessed, or if the secret of Ron's magic was hidden from him too. Ron shook his head and replied that Jack had once told him that there was no point in looking back on the past, no matter how hard it was. Most likely, Jack is well aware of all of Ron's magical prowess, but doesn't pay much attention to it, or hides it. The butler thought that if Jack could hear their conversation now, he would pretend that he didn't understand anything and what kind of magic they were talking about. Young Ballantier was still talking to the knight's limp body. He warned that he would not repeat the offer again. He would gladly kill him, but Gonzalez could be useful. So, the main question, whose side will Gonzalez be on? The guy's question caught him off guard. The man didn't know what to answer. But Jack was tired of waiting. The knight's hesitation had tired him out. He sat on the man's chest and was about to see something. He was kicking and writhing. And Jack warned him that if he interfered so much, it would hurt more, so he should try to lie still. Ballantier began to pour mana into Gonzalez's body. He was very afraid for his life, but tried to take the remains of his dignity and lie still. The guy felt how mana filled all the arteries and veins, moved through the vessels to the heart, and finally found 7 crystals that made the heart beat. Jack warned him to give up immediately without a fight. Now it will take a little longer, but no less interesting. He began the spell. Jack linked his mana with the crystals. He changed Gonzalez's mana. He could not understand what the boy was planning and was worried. The knight began to kick again, but the youth firmly pinned his hand to the floor and ordered him not to move, as he had warned him that it would be worse. Jack could kill him at any second. He continued his spell. Lights and streams of mana danced around them. Ballantier was casting a spell over the man's heart. When the work was finished, Jack allowed him to open his eyes. At first, the knight thought that it was a big joke and nothing had changed. But he felt a great surge of magical energy. Now, near the knight's heart, there were 8 crystals, increasing his power. The guy explained that they would work for 3 to 5 months. Gonzalez was frightened by such a change in Jack's mood and could not believe it. The knight did not understand why the third master needed to make him stronger, who Jack Ballantier really was. The guy replied that Gonzalez was in no position to ask questions. He could still change his mind. The man clicked his tongue in displeasure and turned away. Ballantier was pleased with the work he had done, for now the knight had no choice and would have to obey. For even he was not so stupid as not to understand the consequences of refusing to obey. For in that case, he would die a death so terrible that it is difficult to imagine. The fact that Jack was surrounded by various rumors about his possession of black magic played into the boy's hands. They would help him subdue this stubborn man. Jack remembered that even after he had beaten Pelon, various rumors about the third master had begun to gradually emerge. And as soon as he went to prison shortly after that, small echoes of the rumors that people had spread began to reach him. Everyone at the estate kept saying that Jack had black magic skills. Rumors, especially through the servants, spread like wildfire. And what's most interesting is that they weren't unfounded. Jack really did have black magic, although Gonzalez had already realized this. Well, now it's time to finish. Ballantier ordered the knight to kneel. He immediately obeyed the order, and there was no trace of his former pomp left. The guy advised the man to turn on his brain and listen carefully to Jack. His life depended on it. Any disobedience was punishable by death. The first order was to return to the Marquis, Jack's father. He was eager to teach his father a proper lesson. Such a chance could not be missed. When he returned, he was supposed to report, noting that the third gentleman had no idea about anything and did not know about what had happened. Ballantier paused, and Gonzalez thought that this was naive. Then, in 3 months, the supporters of Count Mentis and the knights on the side of the Marquis should be killed. At first, Gonzalez agreed with the order, but after a while, the essence of Jack's order dawned on him, and his mouth dropped open in fear. But Jack didn't want to listen to any arguments, because it wasn't for nothing that he strengthened Gonzalez by adding the 8th crystal to his heart. He was happy with his plan. After this, the knight obeyed. Jack was pleased with the result. He hugged the man in a friendly manner and advised him not to be so sad. One way or another, Gonzalez should have listened to him immediately, and then the knight would not have had to suffer so much. But all this was no longer important. There were only advantages to their deal. Gonzalez was strengthened and became an 8th circle mage in a second, something that would have taken him about a year to achieve. All that was required of the man was just obedience, and then Jack would not harm him if he carried out all his orders. Ballantier kept his word. Or if Gonzalez still hasn't understood that any disobedience is punishable, he should be beaten again as a preventative measure. The next second after these words, the night became very tense. Jack asked why he was silent. Let him relax. Now everything was fine. But Jack had one more task left for the night. Throughout his life, the knight constantly mocked and humiliated the butler. And all these years, Ron had to endure all the insults directed at him. He had no right to even raise his hand against the Knight of Iron Blood. And now, finally, the time has come for a little retribution for everything that Gonzalez did. Now the man will obey Ron. In other words, he will become his servant. Ron was present at this order and smiled slightly. Jack simply had to pat him on the shoulder and advise him not to shirk his work. Now that Gonzalez was dealt with, Palantir kicked him out of the door. There were still a few things left to do. Jack was pleased with the result. Now the third gentleman had a second chick, which he could use for his own purposes. The first was the 6th level Iron Blood Knight that Jack killed. He was rebellious and didn't prove useful. This one will have to submit to his will. What Palantir was most interested in now was the dinner that his faithful butler was painstakingly preparing for him. He was already tired of his stomach growling. All day today, Jack walked around in ordinary thin pajamas on his naked body, and the butler was concerned about his appearance. So he worried about this in advance and prepared something for his friend. Jack was tired and curious about what Ron had planned, and he waited in anticipation while the butler fussed over the bed. Since Jack had lost his luggage with normal things during all his travels, Ron made sure that Jack had something to change into, and he took new clean clothes for him. Now that the clothes were finished, the third gentleman would most like to have dinner, but Ron hurried out of the room. Jack was worried about who would join him, and then the next second the door swung open and a blonde girl rushed at Jack through it. She hugged Jack with all her strength. Charlotte was shaking with fear. She was worried that Jack would not be able to wake up and get out of bed, and that she would be left all alone in this world. Jack decided to send his servant for a while. The guy asked Ron to leave so that he could make all the necessary preparations for now. The butler bowed for the last time and walked out of the room, not forgetting to wish his master a successful conversation. Palantir heard the steps receding. It occurred to Jack that Charlotte was completely exhausted without fresh, normal blood. The girl was hanging on him and sobbing. His entire shirt was already wet. The streets were bustling with life. The townspeople were again moving back and forth like ants. Jack apologized to Charlotte for having to destroy her house, but Charlotte was not embarrassed by his words. She did not hold a grudge, noting that her home was where her family was, and now her mother was dead. She cried all her tears for her. And now there was no point for the vampire to live alone in an empty house. Loneliness would completely drive her crazy, and in such moments of crisis, the least thing you want to do is be alone. Jack still had the image of Charlotte in his mind, crying and saying that there was no point in her living alone in an empty house, and Jack's heart shook a little. And it was already getting dark in the sky. Jack grabbed Charlotte's hand and also remembered that he had lost his mother early on. He understood the vampire's grief, and everything was further upset by the fact that Jack was not at the age to remember any image of his mother, any memories of her. And yet Jack never felt lonely. His faithful friend and butler Ron was always with him, who was always there. And now his mentor was also with him, with whom he had the kindest, warmest memories, although in a past life, but in the current one his love for her had not diminished. As the third gentleman had once said, even in the hardest life one can find happiness. Charlotte looked at him, enchanted. The next second, Jack cut his palm with a sharp movement of his hand, and the vampire looked fearfully at the drops of blood noisily falling onto the tiles. Jack walked up to Charlotte and pressed his cut palm to her lips, inviting her to be with him, to become his friend and teammate. The vampire greedily sank her teeth into his bleeding palm. She was incredibly hungry, and Jack thought that it was very painful for her to live without normal blood. As soon as the girl fell away from the guy's palm, she felt a sharp surge of strength and energy, and also felt how her emaciated, pale body was being restored. Charlotte remembered that in the old days, vampires separated from dragons, but some things were still unclear to her. Vampires were given the ability from the very beginning of life to restore their strength by drinking special blood, so she remembered. But still, Charlotte didn't understand why Jack did this. He only patted his bleeding palm with a towel and asked if she felt better. He was curious to know what her impressions were, how she felt now, someone who had never tasted a single drop of normal human blood her entire life. Jack wanted Charlotte to trust him and feel safe. He had already shown her that he was worth trusting. He had shown her with his actions and his blade. In that battle with the dragon, the girls were a little scared to watch their fight. But nevertheless, she was impressed by Jack's strength. She praised him, saying that Balantier was very cool and called him brother. Jack was very unusual to hear such an address addressed to him. Jack had to face the truth. He was already old enough, so he asked Charlotte to call him boss instead of brother. Jack looked into her eyes as he made this request. But the vampiress was not embarrassed. On the contrary, playful lights lit up her eyes. Charlotte gave the third gentleman a radiant smile and said that of course she was ready to trust him with her life, calling him boss. Jack's stomach growled traitorously, and he hurried to finally have lunch. Ron was in shock. It seemed to him that he had misheard the story of the battle with the dragon. Jack bent over the food that the butler had prepared for him and confirmed that he had indeed caught an adult dragon, although it had not been easy. But Ron looked at him a little skeptically, and, in principle, Jack understood why. The speed at which dragons grew in strength was well known to everyone. Once a dragon turns 10 years old, it already has a mana heart of about the 4th level on average. By the age of 50, the dragon has achieved perfection in the magical arts, and it becomes almost impossible to defeat him. Moreover, dragons are endowed with a whole range of special abilities. For example, giant individuals can transform into people, and these are not ordinary metamorphoses. The dragon's structure is based on magic. It is a creature consisting almost entirely of magical flows, but the transformation into a human is usually used in combat. Jack thought that if that dragon was smarter and Jack gave it a chance to make a quality attack, or in any other way, the dragon would use its power to the fullest. It was unlikely that Jack would have come out of the fight alive. During all these conclusions, Ron was lamenting that his master also needed to eat vegetables, which Balantier did not like. Suddenly Jack said that he had been very stupid and had acted recklessly. The butler did not understand what the young man meant and asked again. No matter how hard the third gentleman tried, he had a second circle, and with such pitiful strength it was not worth playing with the dragon or even thinking about fighting him. Jack jokingly asked his friend if it was normal in this case to defeat a dragon of the 10th circle and higher, to which Ron replied that it was at least amazing and a real miracle. But the young gentleman noted that the dragon was inexperienced and did not know how to properly use his innate abilities. Moreover, he was very afraid of Jack, which prevented him from thinking clearly. This was the consequence of his death, but Balantier found the butler's reaction to the entire course of his monologue a little strange. Ron did not understand what his master meant. Jack's surprise was due to the fact that an ordinary person, having learned that some guy killed a dragon, would start laughing and would not believe a single word. Jack remembered that when he was walking with the mercenaries and he said things that they thought were stupid, they burst into uncontrollable laughter. Jack noted that it had previously been normal for Ron to entertain the idea that his master was capable of defeating a wizard much stronger than himself. The butler looked down in embarrassment and asked if his friend really didn't know the truth about his servant. Jack pretended not to understand what Ron meant. He decided to play along with the butler and asked what he meant and whether he was hiding something from his master, at which point Jack had a great time. The butler quietly said that there was something that Jack didn't know, something that Ron had been carefully hiding all this time, but the time had come to reveal it. Ron warned his master that the conversation promised to be long and that it would not be tiring for him to listen to it, but Balantier refused. The guy was perfectly aware that Ron could not say anything that would make his love for him last because Ron was very valuable to Jack. Jack remembered that even in his past life when they ran away from home together, he did not tell about his past. Maybe this was that very secret. Jack tensed a little and thought that it would be better if his secret remained a secret. But nevertheless, this choice was not his. Jack wanted to know only one thing. He turned to Ron and asked him one question. The butler readily replied that he would tell the truth, and Jack asked him the most disturbing question, whether his friend was connected with the Toucan Empire. At that moment, a deathly silence hung in the room. Jack asked if the butler was somehow connected with this empire and perhaps he was their spy. If he answered positively, Balantier would not know what to do. But to the boy's relief, his servant refused. He had no connection with this empire. Jack instantly relaxed and even laughed. The worst was over, but he still needed to clarify this point just in case. Still, Balantier hoped he wasn't pushing his friend too hard. He didn't want to offend or hurt Ron. He looked at the butler and he was smiling from ear to ear. This gave Jack hope that everything would be fine and they would remain friends. The guy also had the idea that it was time to develop new mana circles. Enough time had passed since the last time, and he needed to become stronger. He remembered that when he freed his mentor and used magic, he himself almost died. Such a prospect in the future was unpleasant. He needed to develop his physical form as before, as well as his mana circles, so that he could become stronger and achieve the power he had in his past life. But unfortunately, first he will have to study at the academy, after which it will become much clearer for him what he will have to do and how to move forward in his life. Suddenly, when the fork with meat touched Jack's tongue, he heard the voice of the mentor. She noted that he was indeed her student since he was able to use the black crystal. Valentine's confidence was due to the fact that in this world only she and Jack knew about this black magic and could use it. She was unknown to other mortals and immortals, for it was the mentor who was the progenitor of this type of magic. She created this spell at a time when she was at the peak of her power, and everyone bowed before her. It was the golden time of her life. In other words, this period coincided with a time of many wars and conflicts, when Valentine showed herself in all her glory. It was at that time that she began to use her spell, the black crystal. If you engrave dinner on the magic circle and do not follow it, there could be unpleasant consequences, because otherwise, not only the circle itself, but also the body of the bearer would be torn to pieces, and no one could oppose this spell with anything. It was this nightmarish magic that made Valentine an even more famous magician, making her famous throughout the then-known world. But Valentine was curious about what kind of dinner he had engraved on the circle near the knight's heart, and what Jack himself wanted from him. Her student replied that it was merely an insurance policy for himself, his sister, and the butler, who was flattered that Ballantier had not forgotten about him. He even burst into tears again and folded his hands together in front of him, thanking his master once again with tears in his eyes. For some reason, Jack noticed that Ron had become overly emotional after talking to his mentor, and the young man didn't know if this was a good thing. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and Charlotte stuck her head out, addressing him as if he were her boss, having remembered his request. Ballantier was surprised to see her. She explained that the maids had tired her out. They were running around her in every possible way and wanted to dress her in different outfits and do different hairstyles. But Charlotte came just in time. He asked her to sit next to him. She did not understand what he wanted from her, but obeyed his will. Ron politely asked her if she was hungry, and she refused, noting that it was the third master's merit. Ron gave his master a questioning look, and Jack began his speech. He wanted to send Charlotte to the academy, and he was wondering if it was possible to arrange this, looking playfully at the butler. The butler replied that the boy might sometimes forget that Ron himself was an ordinary servant. But the boy knew that his friend was unusual, special. Jack was openly manipulating him, asking if such an all-powerful butler as Ron could not arrange this small detail for him. The butler's face turned pale, and it was clear to the fool that his master was trying to manipulate him. But since Ron couldn't arrange it, Jack decided to sort it out himself. His friend leaned towards Ballantier and said that it was impossible to blackmail people, to which Jack replied that there was no blackmail, since the third gentleman was not some kind of bandit. At that moment, Charlotte stood up abruptly, throwing her chair back with a bang and shouting that of course she would go to school. It was one of her wishes when she still lived with her mother. Jack confirmed that yes, she would indeed go there. Charlotte couldn't believe her ears. But Ballantier wasn't joking. But in general, Jack really loved to joke, and sometimes it was hard to separate truth from joke. Jack would be very upset to waste such potential. The girl's eyes were wet. She did not believe that she would be able to enter the academy. The third gentleman came to the conclusion that since she did not yet have any mana circles, he himself could help her reach any circle, even the 10th. He anticipated the future fate of this girl. If he did everything correctly, she would be as capable and strong as he was. But in this matter, Jack could be helped by Gonzalez. The knight would have to arrange for her to enter the academy. With his status, this was not a big problem. Because the main problem is that you could enter the academy from the age of 14, but the vampire was only 11. The 3-year difference could be a bit of a hindrance. And to resolve this minor hitch, it was necessary to put a little pressure on a couple of people, and Ballantier knew who and how. Charlotte was already worried about her future, but Jack assured her that she would study there in any case. He gave her his word. A few days later, the third gentleman, in the company of his friends, arrived at the academy grounds. The journey was long and tiring. Ron assured his master that he had packed all the necessary things and tools into his luggage. and the butler tried to take into account all of Jack's needs. Ballantier thanked him, and Ron, in turn, advised Jack to take care of his health and, in case of any danger or need, to send him a letter. At the end of the meeting, Jack approached his friend and wanted to ask him to fulfill a small request. Since Jack was not in the estate, he would like to leave a reliable person to look after the affairs of the house, which was the butler. His friend was not unaware of the deeper intentions behind this decision, which meant that Jack was going to devote himself entirely to the academy and focus on his studies. Jack greeted this suggestion with a smile and, pointing his finger at the knight, noted that this was also due to the great stupidity of Gonzalez, who could not be relied upon. In fact, Jack's thoughts were not unfounded. It was true that Gonzalez did not have outstanding mental abilities. In fact, for the most part, he was completely useless to Jack. The only reason the young master hadn't gotten rid of him yet was because he had a job, Gonzalez's only reason for living. Therefore, Ron needed to ensure that Ballantier's order was carried out successfully. But the butler did not quite understand what his master meant. Jack explained that it was time to take out all the trash from his house, but it had to be done gradually. Jack still remembered his past bloody experience. The butler guessed that they were talking about his father's vassals, namely the family of Count Mentis, a malicious and hateful man for Jack. Jack noted the correctness of Ron's train of thought, but he became worried about Jack's sister, Lady Elizabeth, on whom this could have a detrimental effect. Indeed, Jack's sister was an incredibly kind person, and her soft and compassionate heart could not withstand such an event, so she needed help to change. For if nothing is done about her, and she is not prepared for the coming bloodshed, the atmosphere at home could have a very bad effect on her. That is why Jack gave the task to the butler to look after his beloved sister in his absence and prepare her. Ron was a little worried about his future duties, but nevertheless agreed with all of his master's orders and noted that he had changed a lot for the better. Jack sheepishly said that he might have imagined it, and they separated. Valentine told Jack that he had good and loyal subordinates, but the third gentleman corrected her statement a little, saying that Ron was a friend, not just an ordinary subordinate, and even more. As they walked to their apartments, the mentor sat on a cushion placed on top of the luggage on the gurney. Jack had a brilliant idea. He also noted that the mentor was also his dear friend. She closed her eyes in embarrassment and turned away, asking not to make her laugh anymore. The academy appeared before them in all its splendor. Charlotte joyfully ran forward, admiring such beauty. Before they had time to properly look around, Jack heard someone addressing him, and a maid appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Charlotte instantly grabbed his hand and hid behind the guy's back. The youth confirmed that it was indeed him, and the maid bowed to him, expressing her respect. She was the director's messenger. The maid told him that the director was waiting for him in his private office. The director's office was a spacious, richly decorated apartment with huge shelves filled with books. The director sat at the head of his desk. He had heard about Jack as an aristocrat who destroyed several buildings and killed a whole group of people. The director noted that he was published in the newspaper, but Jack did not hear about it. He did not listen to the director very much, remembering that he had not been here for a very long time since his past life. Before him sat Rommel Einhar Essenbell, who was the father of the current Duke of Essenbell, a man of prominent years with a long beard and snow-colored hair and a large staff with emerald stones in his left hand. Ballantier remembered how he had already sat in this office and noted that nothing had changed here at all in his past life. Everything was the same as now. Jack remembered his past self here. He asked Rommel if he could conduct an experiment related to his visit, but the director quickly realized what the guy was getting at and said that if Jack ended up on the list of the best students, he would not expel him even if his father and brother insisted. Jack's appearance was pathetic and beaten. The fire in his eyes had long since gone out, and his head was bandaged. The headmaster said that his stupid brother and father could kill him before he even came of age. The director remembered a huge number of guys just like Jack. He was not the first in his grief and misfortune. The old man's tone was sad and melancholy. The guy asked him if in that case it was true, then how should he live on? He was completely confused about his fate, and thoughts of suicide began to visit him more often. But the good-natured old man only lightly stroked him on the top of his head and said that he had to decide this himself. We all have our own path. The director could do little to help him, but if Jack wanted, he would be given his own room in the dorm. Jack remembered that the director had a special weakness for unfortunate children, and he tried in every way to help people like him, and although the power was concentrated in his hands, he could not do everything he wanted. Sitting opposite Rommel at the present moment, Jack proposed to the director to make a small deal between them. He had not forgotten anything. The old man did not understand what this guy was talking about, but the third gentleman was going to atone for his debt to him. He wanted to save his life. But for this, the director needed to fulfill a small request from Jack. The old man looked thoughtfully at the guy and noted that at their first meeting, Jack had not been so sharp-tongued. Looking at the director's appearance, the boy noticed how a person could change in a month. Although time influenced everyone, even such powerful people as Rommel. For Rommel, it had only been a month. But for Jack, it had been almost 20 years. And it felt a little strange to be here again, like before. However, even a river can change its direction twice during this period, so there was nothing surprising about this. The laws of nature acted on humans in the same way. The old man was very curious to hear this young man, and how Jack was going to save his life. Such a statement was now spinning in the director's head. From Ballantier's memory, he remembered that the Teslan Empire had fallen in the war against the Tulkan Empire, which had happened about a month after the war had begun. The Tulkan Empire had over 30 Swordmasters, a tremendous power that they took full advantage of, which helped them win this war. Among these swordsmen there were also the so-called half-breeds who had dragon blood flowing in their veins and had dragon bones instead of human ones. Everything was predetermined. As for the army, it was no worse and numbered more than 1,000 people with the 7th circle of mana. Such power, coupled with competent conduct of military operations, was almost unstoppable. Well, if you compare them, then in the Teslan Empire there were only 2 swordmasters and about 100 magicians. Naturally, the Teslans could not do anything against the monstrous power of their opponent. But in order to somehow correct this gap, Jack had only a month, however. He knew how to wisely use the resources and time given to him, even such limited ones. Although he caught himself thinking that if he were the captain of the Tulkan army, everything would be over in 3 days. Ballantier was on the other bank and had no intention of crossing over to the other side. The only reason the Tesla Empire was able to hold out for so long was due to Rommel's merit. Although judging by the results of the war, this was not enough. During all the battles and conflicts, the detachment of battle mages under the command of General Rommel had a large contingent of mages. More than 700 people defended the civilians and tried to stop the advancing forces of the Toucan. Even in such small numbers, the enemy had difficulty advancing. But no one knew where General Rommel got such magicians from. They appeared suddenly and began to fight for Teslan. If everything went well, the empire could have held out for 2 months. In truth, nothing happened that day. It was just a simple betrayal of the Academy's director, whose death marked defeat. Rommel understood who they were talking about. The name Bluetooth was disgusting to the old man. He even yelled at Jack for daring to pronounce that name in his presence. But the guy only calmly replied that it was he who was a spy in the ranks of the Tulkan Empire, thanks to whom the Teslan Empire lasted only a month. Bluetooth Mark was an assistant instructor at the fencing school, and was also a knight of the 6th Circle and a vassal of the Duchy of Assemble. Rommel explained to Jack that Bluetooth was a loyal and trusted person of the Academy director himself. But the boy met his statement with pessimism. Jack's statement implied suspicion of treason against Osemble's vassal, something that could not go unpunished, and the young man had to have absolute proof. But Ballantier only replied that in a few years this man would stab Rommel in the back, and naturally he had no reason to trust some child. But at the same time, he would regret it in the future. The old man decided to immediately warn the guy not to do anything for which he could not take responsibility, and pretended that this conversation never happened. The old man did not want to see or hear this boy, so he ordered him to leave here. He had a lot to think about. Jack decided to save his life, but he waved it off. It was not to his liking. He put his hand in his pockets in order to get something out. It was necessary to convince the director that he was not some ordinary chatterbox, and that if he didn't understand anything now, then this could be corrected. Jack placed a medallion with a golden bird in front of him. It was an unusual artifact. Ballantier noted that he could call him as soon as Rommel was ready to discuss all the nuances of the future. The director decided to call his trusted servant to the carpet, and Bluetooth appeared immediately, standing at attention and awaiting further instructions. Jack sat down frivolously in the chair and praised the swordsman. But now there was no need for him to send information to the Tulkan Empire. In an instant, Bluetooth's face turned pale and sweat began to break out. But he quickly decided to pull himself together and ask what the guy meant by this accusation. But Ballantier, in his usual manner, decided to play a joke on him. If his head was not working, then what could have happened to his hearing during this time? Or did he really hope to deceive the third gentleman? Now everything was clear. In front of Mark sat the same Jack Ballantyre who had gained fame as a problem son. From what he heard, Jack not only had big problems with his body, but in his opinion, he also had big problems with his head. Bluetooth noted that the director sympathizes with Jack, but for some reason now treats the swordsman himself as some kind of spy. It was a terrible accusation, which would be immediately followed by punishment. And as the man said all this, anger gradually grew in the boy's body. This vile traitor stood right in front of him and insulted Jack, who could not stand it, and clenching his fist until it bled, struck Mark several times. There was as much dirt in his words as he had heard in his past life. Now he did not allow people to treat him like that. Bluetooth did not have time to dodge his series of blows. The swordsman probably hasn't yet realized his situation and the fact that he's been exposed. But he talks too much for someone who has been a spy for years. The guy was rapidly approaching Mark, who tried to ask the director for help and explain what was going on. But he just looked at the floor and waited. Suddenly, Jack kicked, extending his heel and preparing to break Bluetooth's nose, but he managed to dodge the blow. Mark was the director's confidant, not some kind of punching bag, and Jack Ballantyre was his future student and did not dare to behave like that in an educational institution. Mark raised his fist to strike, but his hand smoothly moved to the side. The guy arched his back, avoiding the blow. The man moved with incredible slowness, as it seemed to the guy. The vassal didn't expect anyone to be able to dodge such a blow. Looking at the man with his magical eyes, Bluetooth was simply overflowing with streams of sixth circle mana. But it was even worse for Bluetooth himself. Jack saw right through him and read all his blows. He rushed forward again, striking straight at the man's solar plexus. It was his overflowing sixth circle magic that was his greatest weakness. He could do nothing to counter Jack Ballantyre's power. Mark flew to the side, crashing into the wall. The director was terrified to watch this picture. The third gentleman asked if he was seriously injured since their party had just begun. Jack delivered all his blows with the fist in which the medallion was clenched. Now the spy had to admit that he was a traitor. Jack thought it was enough that he had knocked all the spirit out of the Mark. The guy didn't feel sorry for this man at all. If Mark wanted to end all of this, he needed to agree with all the accusations and stop pretending, as it was already stupid. But Mark stubbornly refused to admit all his accusations and accused Jack of talking nothing but nonsense. The swordsman was a tough nut to crack. Jack was starting to get tired of all this clowning. He put his hand on the man's heart and felt 6 crystals near the organ. The sixth circle meant that its owner had gone through tremendous pain. Otherwise, it was impossible to obtain the sixth circle. It was a kind of opportunity for pressure. If you destroy something that a person has been striving for a very long time, it will remain in his memory forever. Jack was not one to pity his enemies or embarrass himself with the instruments of pain. He decided to ask one question to the man lying in front of him. If he lies, he will destroy all the circles one by one, filling his body with enormous pain. The horror on Bluetooth's face instantly caught the eyes of both the director and the guy himself. But from Ballantyre's behavior, it was clear that he was capable of doing something like this, and the guy began his interrogation. First, the swordsman had to answer whether he was a spy for the Tulkun Empire. And again, this question knocked the ground out from under Bluetooth Mark's feet. He began to tremble and his body became covered in beads of sweat. But he once again denied in every way his belonging to another empire. This answer was wrong, and a whole chain of pain rolled through the swordsman's entire body. Jack began his bloody ritual. Destroying the magic crystals was an incredibly painful process, and Jack noted that Bluetooth now only had 5 circles left, and convulsions of pain did not leave the swordsman's body for several more minutes. Jack repeated his question, but Mark looked at him with tears in his eyes, frightened, and did not know what to do. Jack thought that it was difficult for him to pronounce, and if Mark was going to remain silent, then it was time to change his views. The young man decided to press on a sore spot. He began to explain that when a person loses the circle, in order to earn it back, he would have to almost die. But Jack was not a merciful man, not kind enough to allow such a thing to happen. So he placed his mana into Mark's heart. Now, if Bluetooth tries to create a new circle, his body will be pierced by monstrous pain, which will make him wish for death in order to end his agony. All this meant that Mark would no longer be able to obtain new mana circles and would remain forever with 5. Although after tonight, if he had at least one left, it would be a great success for him. However, the third gentleman knew of a small option. There was a way to restore the already destroyed circle, but Bluetooth would not like such a prospect. Jack had no doubt about that. In his mercy, Jack could tell about it, and he began. It was possible to infuse dragon blood into his body and replace the bones with dragon ones. The process is very painful and long, and there is no guarantee that the result will be as expected. And after this entire painful journey, there might be a chance that the owner's mana circle would be restored so that the processes of destruction could be reversed. The boy couldn't have known all these terrible things. It was outside their curriculum, and for Jack's age, such information was impossible. In front of him was clearly an unusual 14-year-old boy. In front of him was a real monster, and Bluetooth did not know what other knowledge the third gentleman possessed. Jack decided to try something different and came up with the idea of checking the man's true nature and prepared to scan his body. When Jack was talking about dragons and checking, the mask of fear did not leave Bluetooth's face, which meant he understood something. It was suspicious. A person with the sixth circle of mana could not know such information. Only more powerful mages with a high circle of mana could understand Jack. Bluetooth freaked out and started screaming, trying to figure out who Jack Ballantier really was. But he didn't listen to him and continued his magical ritual. In the heat of his tirade, he asked how the third gentleman knew about the secret research in Tulkan. The guy smiled cheerfully and contentedly. It was all over. Mark tried to remove his hands to stop the spell, but Jack seemed to fill with steel and completed his spell. A terrible cry of pain echoed throughout the academy. It was all over. The swordsman lay unconscious in front of him, but one part of his body or another moved, remembering the past pain. But the guy just smiled and noted that now Bluetooth had 0 laps. Jack took care of that. The young man was pleased with the work done. He turned his golden eyes to the director and asked if he agreed to fulfill his request. The director looked at him thoughtfully. Suddenly, Bluetooth's shadow appeared behind Jack. Blood was gushing from his nose and foam was appearing at his mouth. He angrily said that Tulkan would never leave him alone. He decided to express all the bile in his speech. Every day of Jack's life would be filled with pain, but he did not have time to finish his sentence. Jack had already raised his leg over Bluetooth's face to deliver the finishing blow. The boy didn't care about anything he said. His life was already filled with pain. The guy apologized to the director for the fact that he would have to spend money on cleaning. The fencer had left a lot of dirt. Rommel was perplexed. Jack did not look at all like the boy who came to see him a month ago. They were literally two different people. But the boy simply innocently grabbed his head and grinned. How much can change in a month? This period was enough for people to change something in themselves. The old man understood his hint, although it was not true. Nevertheless, it was not particularly important. He decided not to ask the guy any further about his life. And yet he asked Ballantier to tell him everything in more detail. Firstly, he was curious to know what exactly dragon blood does to a person, but Jack stopped him. He still hadn't heard the outcome of the deal. Whether Rommel would go along with it or not was important. Otherwise, the guy would have simply hidden all the information he had. How much did the old man know about the situation on the continent? In fact, the war was already gradually gaining momentum, moving towards inevitability. At this moment, a struggle for the throne was taking place in the Tulkan Empire, the results of which determined the fate of the Teslan Empire. At the moment, there were two warring factions in the Tulkan Empire. One faction of silence, which was led by the second son of the imperial family, and the second faction of cruelty, which was led by the current crown prince. And unfortunately, it was the crown prince who would win, which would affect the life of the entire continent. Something had to be done about this. His reign marks the beginning of a bloody war that will claim millions of souls, and images of death and destruction were still fresh in Ballantier's memory. But at that time, Jack had also spent 10 years in the mountains with his mentor, so he didn't really know what was happening below during the battles. Jack decided to save Bluetooth's life. He could still be of use. The man at least had more information about Tulkan affairs than Jack himself. Bluetooth also knew a lot about dragons, and in general had comprehensive information about the magic and politics of Tulkan. He was an invaluable prisoner. He needed to be questioned properly, and for both Rommel and the Emperor, this would be the best option they could hope for at the moment. The old man asked again if he really meant the Emperor, but Jack said that it was better to say His Majesty, as the old man had not heard correctly. In fact, the third gentleman really wanted to call him a complete bastard, but he managed to restrain himself in front of the director. But it was very strange that a person like Bluetooth had such extensive knowledge. His figure was mediocre, but the information he possessed was exceptional. In modern times, the theory of creating half-humans and half-dragons was just beginning to emerge in the form of experiments on people. Jack had heard about this in his past life and had personally seen all the details of the research. And yet even in Tulkan itself, this information was classified. This meant that only an incredibly limited circle of people had the necessary knowledge, which further confused Jack. Bluetooth was clearly an unusual swordsman or an imperial spy. The third gentleman noted that anything could be done with his body, and now it was not so important, because he wanted to talk about something else. If the old man had not forgotten, he only asked what Ballantyre wanted. Initially, when he went to the director with a proposal for a deal, he had one request. But today's events spoiled his mood. Because of this, Jack now had two requests. The guy approached the old man threateningly. He noticed a drop of sweat floating on his cheek. Firstly, Jack was curious to know the financial situation of the director himself, although in fact, he did not care how much money Rommel had. He wanted the director to buy him a house near the academy. It would be even better if he went with a garden. Jack loved gardens. They filled his heart with peace. The old man noted that Jack probably hadn't taken into account that all the students lived in a dorm, but Ballantyre wasn't satisfied with that answer. In light of recent events, this little rule could be ignored, given the assistance provided by the third gentleman. The old man decided not to answer, but Jack realized that this was also a kind of answer. Rommel asked what Jack's second request was, what else this guy wanted from him. The essence of the second request was that the academy should accept another student, a little unusual and different from the others, at least in age. The old man noted that it was already the second semester, and new students were only being accepted for the first, but Jack decided to play on the old man's pride and noted that he was the director and had absolute power here. The boy was most likely talking about the girl who was currently sitting by the door. The director had to check something. He asked Jack to answer what kind of relationship he had with the new student. Charlotte's admission to the academy depended on the answer to this question. However, Jack still didn't quite understand the essence of his question, and yet it wasn't difficult for him to answer it. At the moment, Jack was a kind of guardian for this girl who had recently become an orphan, and he had a great responsibility. The old man smiled mysteriously and decided to accept all of Jack Ballantyre's proposals, much to Jack's surprise. In fact, it didn't escape Jack's notice that the old man breathed a sigh of relief. He even felt a bit uncomfortable about what thoughts the director might be having at that moment. Ballantyre returned back to his friends. Charlotte immediately jumped to her feet and greeted him. She had already missed him. She was eager to find out if she could really join the academy, but luckily for her, Jack didn't have to make anything up. The old man allowed Charlotte to start studying at the academy, even if she joined at the beginning of the second semester. Everything turned out as well as possible for Jack. But at one point, the girl's face became haggard and upset. Jack knelt down on one knee and asked what had made the girl sad. Charlotte replied that she hadn't expected any of this, hadn't thought that she would ever go to the academy or find a new family. Her presence in the academy itself was unnatural, since this building was intended only for a select circle of people. Well, Jack himself knew that Charlotte was not a human. She was a vampire. She had no place here. That's how she felt. But the guy answered her that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what race you are. What matters is your will and desire to pursue your happiness. Jack asked her if she was ashamed of being a vampire and if she wanted to become a human, if she was really so embarrassed about her origin. The girl didn't know what to answer him. Jack had no right to say that, but he felt very sorry for her. Jack needed to work on her confidence. Charlotte came from a family of aristocrats who ruled over all vampires, and the blood of rulers flowed through her, just like her mother. However, this was the case in the distant past, when the dragons had not exterminated her kind. At the peak of the vampire race's power, it is a pity that the girl was not born at that time. Now, most of her race has been killed. Her father was killed, as was her mother, who was mocked by a dragon, however. Phylactus was already dead. The last person who had value in Charlotte's life was her mother, but she died right before Charlotte's eyes, which almost drove the girl mad. The guy took a deep breath and replied that it was enough to worry about one's origins. There was no need to separate people and vampires. We were all one in this world. Charlotte was a proud vampire. She was meant to be. She was Charlotte de Royale, from a hereditary dynasty of aristocrats destined to rule. Let her not forget it. Now Jack must keep his promise to her on the day her mother died. The words spoken that day were still fresh in the young man's memory. She needed to remember that no matter what happened, he was responsible for her. He would support her no matter what happened. Even if Charlotte wants to become a queen, Jack will make her a queen, and if she asks to restore her race, he will help do it. Balantier will help her in all her endeavors. Whatever problems come her way, he will solve them all. He will support her in the darkest hours, no matter what happens. Therefore, he did not want Charlotte to have such dark thoughts anymore. Let her remember his words well forever. The girl thanked him shyly, but replied that when her mother was alive, she taught her one rule of this life, which was followed by all living people. Vivian taught her that nothing in this world is free, nothing is given to us for free, and everything must be paid for. Charlotte herself understood this truth during her life. Balantier chuckled and replied that her mother was indeed right. There really was a rule in the world that had to be followed. Charlotte replied that at the present time she had nothing to offer Jack. She had nothing left. The guy replied that for now this was indeed the case. But in the future, one day, he would ask Charlotte for one favor, and she would only have to fulfill it. Nothing more was required of her. The girl was glad that she could at least somehow repay Jack for his kindness and everything he had done for her. She would help him, no matter what he asked of her. Now that the conversations were over, it was possible to go and carry the suitcases, and then take a stroll around the academy. Jack had not been here for a long time. The guy was happy with today. He remembered how a few minutes ago they talked with the director about all of Jack's requests. The director noted that today or tomorrow he would be able to arrange Charlotte's admission. He gives his word that no one will dispute the girl's admission. If we talk about the apartments that Jack wanted for himself, he would arrange them in about 2 hours. The house is outside the academy. But there was one nuance. It will be very difficult for one to live in a large house, especially without servants. So Rommel will send Jack several people to help him. They will look after the house in Jack's absence. Balantier replied that he would be only glad to receive the assistance. He was flattered by the concern for him. The director himself would provide him with servants. Naturally, the director's actions were not simply motivated by concern. In this way, he intends to use surveillance on him. As they walked to their new home, Valentine kept her eyes on Jack, and he asked why she was looking at him like that, to which his mentor replied that he had said the right thing. Jack's views on racial differences placed respect first, and Valentine couldn't help but like this, and she was pleased with her student. After all, up until that moment she considered him an ordinary spoiled pompous fool. But in fact it turned out to be the opposite. The guy thought that it was a mixture of a compliment and a reproach in the usual manner of his mentor. And yet Jack thanked her for the compliment. The journey home took him more time and effort than they had expected, and the mentor was already tired. They arrived at a place where a white-haired young man was practicing his blade strikes right in front of them. He didn't notice their approach at all. But their path lay further than this place, and Jack did not care about this person. But his mentor became interested. There was something about this guy. She took Jack by the ear and asked him to keep an eye on this young man. He aroused a certain interest in her. So they decided to make a short stop. The group sat down on a bench, and they began to watch as Valentine wished. Jack was puzzled as to why she had decided to stop and watch this young man train. But most likely the answer would not take long to come. Balantier began to analyze how his mentor taught him. The guy was about 17 years old, but for his age he was very tall and had developed muscles. Now Jack was curious to know how much mana this nameless swordsman had, so he looked at the guy with the eyes of magic. At first he noticed a faint glow inside this swordsman, but he looked closer, and the picture that opened up surprised him incredibly. He couldn't believe his eyes. Something like this had almost never happened, especially at this guy's age, and especially while studying at the academy. Jack even cursed out loud and couldn't believe his eyes. He had a lot of questions for this young man. Jack saw that the guy was on his 4th circle, but his strength was like his 2nd. He had never encountered anything like this and didn't think it was possible. On the outside, he certainly looked very impressive, cool, fast and strong, but in reality, it turned out that he was incredibly weak. Jack was disappointed. He asked the mentor why this person interested her so much. Valentine joked with Jack, telling him not to worry, or he was worried that the mentor would take another guy as her student. But Jack wasn't really worried. This young man was in his 4th round, but he was actually interested in why Valentine had taken such a liking to him. Jack had a good eye for the general characteristics, but it was clear he didn't notice anything else. Valentine wanted him to see more. The guy looked closely at the man's body again and tried to see more than he had noticed the first time. Something more than just his physical form. They sat on the bench in front of this guy for several minutes, but Jack still couldn't think of anything. It seemed to him that Valentine was just joking. But suddenly Charlotte spoke up. The girl jumped up in surprise and wanted Jack to pay attention to the little details that she had managed to notice. Judging by this guy, he has been practicing for a very long time, and it seems that he could lose consciousness at any second. Sweat was pouring off his body. Also, the entire body of this young man was covered with a large number of abrasions and bruises, which also served as a certain measure of his skill. Palantir agreed. It was indeed true. The teacher was surprised that Jack still didn't understand what she was hinting at. He turned his gaze back to the swordsman and finally saw that one of his circles was broken. This academy was full of interesting personalities. It was indeed so that restoring the destroyed circle was difficult and even practically impossible. The guy was well aware of this. And judging by everything, it was unlikely that this was the work of other hands. It was the work of the guy himself. He somehow managed to allow the destruction of the circle, and Jack became interested. This fact pleased the mentor, and besides, there was one more thing that Jack still hadn't found. The guy became curious about what the mentor was hinting at again, but she didn't want to tell him because she didn't see the point. But Jack guessed what the mentor was talking about. She was attracted not only by physical strength, she knew that the basis for any black magician was dark emotions. They were death, destruction, chaos, and endless revenge. If you put all these factors together, then a person could become a good black magician. She saw in the boy the tenacity to restore the destroyed circle, as well as the willpower to raise the sword again and again despite great wounds. And also the hatred that was hidden deep inside the body of this youth. It would be interesting to know where he got it from, but it was clear that the youth could not control it. Jack approached the guy to talk. He had a little break and he could catch his breath. He spoke to Jack with a constant breathlessness. The fencer was completely out of breath. Palantir began with advice. The guy was putting too much strain on his hands, which was a big disadvantage. More effort was expended and there was less return. He pointed out that his right arm was too tense and he needed to swing his sword more accurately if he didn't want to die. But his biggest flaw was that he was too focused on the destroyed circle and it was best to protect his heart. Jack advised changing the attitude towards what was happening in his head, and then things would go much faster and better, and the fencer would be able to reach greater heights than he was currently trying to. The stranger asked who Jack was, but he only replied that he was a completely ordinary spectator. He decided to tease the guy and asked if he was ashamed of being a weakling with such a physical form. He was embarrassed and couldn't answer anything and only turned his gaze away from Jack and looked at the floor. He was ashamed to speak, even to think about it. Palantir decided to lend him something. He handed the swordsman a red and blue bottle, which was an elixir. And not an ordinary elixir, but a top-level potion with the flavor of grapes, which Jack also loved. The stranger was puzzled why this guy, an ordinary spectator, gave him the elixir, but Palantir replied that he simply did so out of his own free will. At this point, the third gentleman was counting on the fact that he could simply give away the expensive top-class elixir, since Gonzalez was rich enough that there would be at least some use for it. It was necessary to move on, but Jack almost forgot about his manners. He asked the stranger's name, and he looked at him and remained silent. Jack asked his question again, and the stranger introduced himself as Thanos, his whole tone betraying his fussiness and uncertainty. Jack wished him good training and turned to leave. He still had urgent matters to attend to today. But it turned out that Thanos still wanted to ask Jack something. He hadn't heard the guy's name and wanted to know it. The swordsman was meeting such a person for the first time. The youth introduced himself and walked away. He liked the effect he had created. As he left, Palantir felt Thanos looking at him, unable to move. Valentine noted that only Jack could conduct conversations so poorly, and she was not very pleased with this trait of her student. Charlotte smiled and said that her boss was incredibly cool at that moment, but Charlotte herself understood little about adult conversations. The group continued on their way to their apartments. Jack sheepishly said that Charlotte was overestimating him, and the mentor complained discontentedly that Jack was not listening to her at all. They walked calmly forward and enjoyed a short, casual conversation. The sun was shining all around, and Jack's spirits were high. Studying at the academy promised a new stage in his life. Thanos still stood in the middle of the training field and looked at the retreating figures of the strangers. They left as abruptly as they appeared before him. He looked at the elixir again, and only now did it dawn on him that the elixir had been given to him by Jack Ballantier himself, a controversial and famous figure in recent times. The swordsman had heard rumors about this boy. Everyone called him an imbecile, a stupid brat of the Marquise's son, who was only capable of eating and breathing, an absolute failure. But now, after meeting this boy, Thanos was not so sure of the veracity of these rumors that surrounded Jack like flies around rotten meat. Everyone knew this. From the moment he began his studies at the academy, he had no equal. No one could compare with him in terms of academic performance. In the first semester, he got Fs in all subjects, which was completely incomprehensible and confusing. Maybe it wasn't him at all, and the boy decided to play a joke on Thanos, because all the rumors and what he noticed today were contradictory. After some time, Jack finally reached the estate next to the academy. It was an estate built especially for the Duke's guests. A white, majestic building richly decorated with gold, marble, and with a large garden. Somehow, you wanted the third gentleman. He was met by a group of servants, led by an unfamiliar man in a white robe with blue hair, who noted that if the master needed anything, he could always inform his servants about it. Jack recognized this unfamiliar figure. He was the director's servant, whose name was John Doe, and his past life had been of great use. Ballantier recalled that a man with the same pseudonym had become famous for his cruelty during battles and bloody war. Jack was pleased with the result. The Duke's estate was on a completely different level, and the director did not skimp on the third gentleman's request. The house that was given to Jack Ballantier was an estate for aristocrats. Such a subtext did not escape Jack's sharp mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that the director wanted to interfere with the succession of titles in the Ballantier family. It was clear even to a fool that the old man had his own plans for him. Jack asked John about this, but he only replied that his personal feelings were completely unimportant. He did what the master ordered. The boy agreed with his statement. He really was a servant, but it was not very polite on his part. The hooded man was perplexed as to what Jack meant. This man, after all, hid his true nature from his new master, and this was a sign of bad taste. I wonder if the director knew about this. The servant was puzzled as to what Ballantier was getting at and wanted him to explain everything. But the guy didn't stop. He criticized this strange hood that covered his face. Jack was tired of the fact that lately he had been running into so many idiots. As far as Ballantier knew, there were very few ninth circle holders in the kingdom, and by all appearances he was an incredibly lucky man. But one thought crept into the guy's mind. He decided to ask his new house manager one thing, just in case. Isn't he a spy for the Tulkun Empire? Otherwise, Jack will first interrogate and then kill him. Instantly, a tense silence fell over the entire area. No one could answer this. Everyone waited spellbound for John's answer. The next moment, the hooded man cursed. He was perplexed how Jack could understand, because he stopped the flow of mana in his body. In those seconds, the stranger's face and hair changed. The final face had a completely different texture. It was a middle-aged man with a scar near his left temple and long gray hair. The director's request to look after Jack greatly surprised the owner of the Tesla Empire Tower, Bellamy Craig. During the war between the Tesla and Tulkun empires in the Third Master's past life, it was he who remained until the very end near the director's body. When Rommel's lifeless body was found, Bellamy did not leave his master's side until the very end. Even when he was covered with a blanket, he sat next to him and mourned his death. Craig was puzzled how a young man like Jack could figure out that Bellamy was a polymorph, but the guy replied that there was nothing surprising about it. He really wouldn't have guessed it before, but in connection with recent events, he could identify them by eye. Just recently, Jack had the chance to kill a polymorph, and he remembered the dragon he had sent to the next world. Bellamy was the master of the tower, as well as the rector of the Faculty of Magic, and Ballantier was just his student. So, let him be more polite. The guy was angered by the statement that if he wanted respect, he should have introduced himself right away, or Bellamy preferred to make fun of people and then demand respect for himself. Didn't Jack have the right to do this today, after all? He had revealed the rector's true identity. It was unlikely that anyone had managed to do this so quickly before, if at all. The rector agreed with Jack that he really should have introduced himself right away, instead of going through all this masquerade with changing his appearance. Bell noticed the boy's unusual strength and abilities. He was curious to know what other talents were hidden in this child's body. He sensed potential in Jack and made him an offer to learn magic from him personally, but the boy did not appreciate the idea. The guy replied that he already had a mentor. Bellamy thought that the guy meant Elizabeth and noted her exceptional abilities. Previously, he wanted to make her his student. She had hidden potential, but she, like Ballantyre, immediately refused. But this time, Bellamy was going to give up so easily. He wanted to get such a student, even if he had to sacrifice a little pride. The man approached the third gentleman and grabbed him by the hand and again repeated his offer. He passionately wanted Jack to be his student, but he refused, citing the presence of the mentor. But the rector did not give up. He came even closer and offered himself as a tutor. But Jack somehow doubted whether the magic tower allowed such things. Before this, the mentor entered the conversation and called the child. At first, Jack thought that she was addressing him, but this turned out to be wrong. Valentine turned to the child who had the 9th circle and asked his name. Bellamy was shocked and did not understand how a toy could talk. Ballantyre introduced him as the owner of the Tesla Tower, Bellamy Craig. The teacher was curious to know who the owner of the tower was. From what she had analyzed, Bellamy had enough to easily reach the 10th circle. In the past, when the rector wanted to get it, someone attacked him. The rector's mouth opened in surprise. Few people knew this information. The form of the 10th circle was still inside Bellamy, and Valentine saw it perfectly well. She logically guessed the rest from the height of her experience. It was not difficult. She saw the remains of this circle, which indicated that the circle had once been whole or at least close to completion. Bellamy thought about the words of this toy. Apparently, the remnants were present in those who had their hearts broken. This was his assumption. Valentine agreed. He had the theory. She advised him not to give up. It was difficult to develop further at that age, but he had already tried to do so, which meant the chances of success were much higher. Let him try, if not for himself, then at least for the sake of his tower and all those who lived in it and live in it to this day. Bellamy needs to show his best side. He has achieved a lot of success, and it would be a shame if he gives up halfway. The rector wanted to ask the name of the one who had just inspired him to new endeavors. Not all was lost yet. Valentine replied that it would be better for him not to know this information and let him consider her an heir from the distant past. But they were delayed. They needed to continue on their way. Charlotte had been waiting for them for a long time, and they could not waste any more time and continued on their way. But finally, Jack asked Bellamy to tell the principal that he would come to him on the first day of classes. They still needed to discuss a couple of details about their joint collaboration. As they were moving away, Ballantyre was glad that he had not been taken to the magic tower, but the mentor did not share his relieved views, saying that it was even a pity. Today has finally shown her that some people don't have talent, but they try their best and do everything to achieve at least a fraction of their dream and get at least one step closer to it. Others have talents and all the predispositions for power, but they do not want to develop it and simply sit idle. Ballantyre realized that she meant Thanos and Bellamy, whom they had recently met, but Valentine said nothing about Jack himself. He was even a little offended. But the mentor was not embarrassed whether she had something to say or what she was teaching Jack himself. She observed all his endeavors and was a witness to his abilities. He had already used Dark Release on Gonzalez, which meant that Jack could learn nothing more from Valentine. His training was complete. The guy figured that this was indeed true. Dark Release was the last technique that his mentor taught him at the end of their journey. The owner of the tower himself came to the third gentleman. If he came to keep an eye on him, then Jack was not against letting him keep an eye on him for as long as he needed. The maid and the master of the tower finally moved away from the estate, and Bellamy took one last look at the heiress of the previous and third master. The maid did not miss this, and she asked what he was thinking about. And in her opinion, what she thinks was going through his head right now, and she suggested that the director probably told him something important. It was only natural that some further instructions came from Rommel regarding Jack Ballantyre and Bellamy's role in all this. He remembered asking if the director really listened to the guy's words, and he answered positively, because he knew how to make deals. Did Bellamy not like Ballantyre? But he replied that it was not quite so, since Jack's personality was curious and interesting. He fights too well for his age, and also he had a second round at most. One thing was not connected with the other. How did he manage to defeat a 6th-level mage? And in the rector's opinion, the third gentleman was incredibly dangerous, and one had to keep one's eyes open with him. The director was a little disappointed with such a meager supply of data, and the director asked Bellamy's opinion about Jack and what he wanted to say. Jack Ballantyre didn't come to the Magic Academy alone, but brought a girl with him. The director saw something more in this gesture than Jack would have liked to show. He said that they would now attend classes together at the academy. But Bellamy couldn't understand why the director trusted him so much. After all, this boy could cause a war with the Tulkun Empire, and that did not bode well for them. But Rommel didn't want to rush. Everything had to become clear in time, and now they had to watch where exactly he would lead them. Although Bellamy agreed with the director's words, it still didn't make him feel any better. Anxiety never left the tower's owner's heart. Since the director thought so, Bellamy wanted to add one last thing to conclude their conversation. He had several thoughts swirling around in his head that he wanted to clarify. I would really not like the director to interfere in the quarrels of the Marquise's house. This house was notorious for its internal conflicts. The director should not have interfered, but he simply replied that the Ballantier family had already chosen an heir. This house enjoyed the unconditional honor and respect of other powerful persons. The Marquis ensured that the Emperor chose them among all the families as his favorites. The heirs of the Marquise's family were well known to everyone, and the eldest was Elizabeth, who could have become a master, but her father uses her in his political games. The second was a 17-year-old boy who, at his age, had only reached the third round. But there were plenty of such people in the academy. He wasn't particularly smart, and the director himself had never seen anyone so ineptly waste their life on constant parties and celebrations. Bellamy was leading Rommel to some idea, and he wanted to know what exactly the rector was hiding. The old man still had the strength for such games. He said directly that the director of the academy was already too old for such political games, and advised him to give up the title of Duke. Why should he interfere in such a complicated matter? For skipping classes, Jack could easily be sent to single rooms in the dorm, where, according to the rules, he belonged. But the director gave him a house outside the academy, which looked very much like favoritism. But why did Romiel need it? The old man was not at the age for such things. After this, of course, rumors would spread, and Bellamy didn't want his friend to be bullied behind his back. But the old man simply responded ingenuously, remembering that he and the rector had already known each other for more than 30 years. And naturally, Bellamy's worries were understandable to Rommel. But as he correctly put it, Rommel was indeed old, and he had a premonition that without this boy he could miss something important. The director thought about how he looked when he said all this, and Bellamy answered that he really looked very strange, to which the old man only laughed heartily. Soon the third gentleman's house will be ready, and if the rector wishes, he can go and personally check the boy and then share his opinion regarding his personality and characteristics. The tower owner agreed, and now, after meeting this young man, he gets goosebumps and understands exactly what the director meant. Bellamy smiled at his thoughts in his head, and the maid did not miss this gesture. She asked why he was smiling, which brought joy to his face. The man simply replied that every person has the right to smile. It is something given to him by birthright, and there was a reason to smile. In addition to the maids, the estate had 1 cook and 5 guards who lined up in front of their new master to greet him and get acquainted. The third gentleman wished them to work hard, and also noted that he would also help them, to the best of his ability and capabilities, of course. To begin with, it is worth noting that Ballantier loves steaks. He needs them for a hearty breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Meat was what still filled him with joy. It was also necessary to use only fresh and high-quality vegetables without magic. This was a mandatory condition. Everything had to be up to standard. The guy thought to himself that this food couldn't compare to what his personal butler prepared for him. But nevertheless, it was better than nothing at all. The servants should also know that he loved strawberry and tomato juices and needed them every day, also for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Let his new servants remember this and take note. The servants remembered all his wishes and will try to fulfill everything according to his whims. Jack decided that since the director had provided him with servants, he would use them to the fullest extent. Otherwise, why would he need them at all? If Jack's memory served him correctly, the chef's name was Guinness. He glanced at the young man, who looked sleepy and absent-minded. Most likely, the cook was an idiot and wouldn't be of much use, so Jack would treat him accordingly. He probably won't remember all of their names, but he'll call them the 5 Musketeers, which will make it easier to remember. They were either murderers or informants raised by the old man. Having said this, all their faces were covered with a mask of fear. Apparently, they all had broken mana hearts, just like the guy he saw near the training field today. As the Academy reported, it was possible to make a new circle after its destruction, although it would not be perfect. But nevertheless, it was possible. Judging by the Musketeers' reaction, they heard about it for the first time. They asked if Jack would ask the director for something like that, and he replied that it was possible if they worked well for him. Suddenly, Charlotte ran out of the hall, her face covered with a big smile from ear to ear. The girl noted that this place was incredibly spacious. She had never lived in such a place. Well, now, after talking with their new servant, Jack and Charlotte needed to look at their new mansion. The director gave this mansion as a gift on the 9th of August, and studies at the academy began on the 16th, so he had little time to carry out some plans. Today was already the 14th, and all this time Jack had been gathering strength and resting, preparing for the school semester. The young man lay on the spacious bed in his robe, the burgundy fabric pleasantly clinging to his skin, and the light breeze outside the window created a pleasant coolness. During these days, she and Charlotte bought new clothes. She needed shopping, as the girl had no variety of dresses or other women's clothes. They also explored the city, ate local food and other delicacies, and had a very good time afterwards. There was a performance in this city to which Charlotte and Jack immediately headed. They had a lot of work ahead of them, and a good rest would not hurt anyone. He recalled all their adventures with a smile on his face. The pleasant pastime was fun, but time was running out. But there were also flies in the ointment in this barrel of honey, two things that tarnish the wonderful leisure time of people. The first is that it's time to go. Jack decided to run around his mansion despite being on vacation. It wasn't worth giving up physical training. Jack wasn't very good at wielding mana, and it wasn't easy to fix, but he could overcome his physical weakness because right now his body needed a lot of training. As he ran, he heard Charlotte call out to him, suggesting that they run together. He noted to himself that she was trying hard. This was a good sign. He decided to tease her and hurry her up. Jack said that if she didn't hurry up, he would run without her, and they continued on their way together. Having reached the first stop, they decided to take a break. Charlotte was very tired and sat down on a bench. Jack stood next to her and drank water. His appearance did not reveal that he was almost falling over, but outwardly he stood firmly. Charlotte clarified that today they would again go look at that guy named Thanos. And now it was time for the second moment. From the moment they met, Jack noted that the fencer showed up here every day and trained until he lost his pulse. He had been watching him for 5 days straight and noticed that Thanos was trying very hard. All this time, his non-stop training continued from morning until night. Although he completely lacked talent, even with such persistence, he could have become the first in the academy. Jack even became suspicious of himself. Why this figure interested him so much, and it was not about appearance. Jack preferred women. His injuries were getting worse every day, and these were not the usual bruises from clumsiness. Having completed another exercise, Thanos turned to Jack and asked why he had come. Palantir noted that apparently he had not taken the elixir that the third master had given him last time. After asking, the swordsman's face fell. He lowered his eyes in shame. He was hiding something, and Jack intended to find out what exactly. Thanos began to explain that the elixir cost about 40 gold pieces, but the third gentleman did not understand what he was getting at. The youth had given the potion as a gift, not sold it. But later everything became clear to him. The guy began to talk about obligations regarding the return of his debt, although it was unclear what debt he was talking about. But even after this, Jack did not understand why the guy still had not drunk this elixir. Some part of this story was still being hidden, and Jack was going to find out the rest. This guy needed this elixir. He had very serious injuries and probably several broken bones, and the potion would have cured him. He also had damaged legs, and after some time he would not be able to move them. But even all these arguments did not convince Thanos to admit that if this was all, he would continue to train. He trained through extreme pain, day after day, for almost a week, something that would have been impossible for the average person. Jack even suggested that he spends all these days in exactly this way, from morning to night, practicing various strikes and earning himself new injuries. He sadly stated that he did not understand how people like him, who try so hard, get so little in this life. Valentine chuckled slightly. It was strange to hear such statements from Jack himself. He, more than anyone, should understand everything. He noted that Thanos was very cute. Valentine sarcastically noted that this was indeed true, although she expected more compassion from her student. But in fact, even if Jack seriously thought so, Valentine herself felt very sorry for this young man. She noted that as her student, Palantir himself should have learned how much hatred and greed Thanos was currently filled with. He agreed that he understood that at first glance it might seem that these traits are leading him forward. But in his case, on the contrary, if he does not know how to control them, they will inevitably lead him to complete collapse. Of course, during all his self-destructive training, he grows, but at the same time, regression occurs. Didn't Jack feel sorry for him? However, Balantier had already seen enough of this torment, and the time had come to make a decision whether to take Thanos with him or not. He and the mentor exchanged glances. Of course, the swordsman had absolutely no talent, but nevertheless, he was an interesting person, and Jack was not going to leave him so easily. The third gentleman called out to the man and asked why he was raising his sword. At first, the swordsman did not understand the question. His answer was extremely banal. He replied that he really wanted to become the best swordsman on the entire continent. Was he really sincere in saying this? Valentine was surprised to hear such a statement from a 17-year-old boy. Jack asked him again, but before he could finish his speech, he burst into uncontrollable laughter, so loud that Jack's body doubled over. Thanos looked away and replied that the guy could laugh at his dream as much as he wanted. It wouldn't offend or hurt him in any way. But the young man had no intention of laughing at his dream, even if he didn't think so. He was amused by something else. But first the guy had to calm his hysteria. He was curious. He couldn't understand how great the greed was in the swordsman's heart. But now he understood everything. He turned to Thanos again, who irritably asked what else this impudent fellow wanted from him. Jack asked directly if he wanted to become the new chicken. Charlotte was humming some unknown tune as she ran towards Jack, carrying a jug of water with her. Most likely he was thirsty and she wanted to please him. Returning to the training field, the vampire noticed Jack approach Thanos and take him by the shoulders. They were excitedly talking about something. She became curious about what they were talking about, and she heard that Jack wanted Thanos to be his chicken. The fencer did not at all understand what the third gentleman meant by this proposal, but Balantier was not embarrassed by anything, and he thought that he needed to repeat his proposal. Perhaps he didn't hear Jack, but he actually said the word chicken, and the guy confirmed his guess. He heard everything correctly. Jack waited for an answer from this untalented guy whether he would be his chicken, but Thanos replied that he did not understand what was being discussed, but felt that it was unlikely to be something good. Jack noted his intelligence. If he didn't agree to be his chicken, then he could become Jack's dependent. This proposal was higher in status than the chicken. This was the first time Thanos had ever heard the word, and he wanted Jack to explain the meaning of the term to him. The swordsman guessed that it was most likely something like a vassal, and Jack confirmed his suspicions, which was generally true. But Thanos' own social status was low. He was a commoner by birth, and acquiring high status was unattainable for him. But it seemed that the boy was not at all embarrassed by this information. The swordsman's financial situation also left much to be desired. But this statement did not frighten Balantier at all. He had heard about the Balantier family, and noted that Jack was not at all like the man from the rumors. The boy realized that Thanos must have heard about him at least at the academy, and it was unlikely to be anything pleasant. But he repeated again that it didn't matter. The swordsman had neither money nor talent, and Jack would have been better off finding someone more worthy than him. The continent was full of outstanding people. He thought that he couldn't be of any use at all, but Balantier was touched by such statements, especially the fact that Thanos was worried about Balantier at such a moment. Even though he had nothing, he still wanted to become the best swordsman on the continent, and such a figure could not help but be useful in Jack's life. Isn't the fencer sure he can achieve his goal? This is a question he should have asked himself first, and based on the answer, he should have understood whether it was worth doing anything for his dream. Thanos was well aware that he had absolutely no talent for magic or any talent at all. But the swordsman had something more. Balantier smiled and noted that Thanos knew something he still didn't, and the boy advised him not to be so principled. The boy had something better than just a normal talent for mana, but the swordsman still didn't understand what Jack meant. There were already an incredible number of mana owners on the continent. Mana was present among both commoners and vassals or other nobles. Even ordinary farmers had a talent for mana, but they couldn't develop it properly no matter how hard they tried. Or rather, they didn't have the opportunity. So they die without ever realizing that they had within themselves a tremendous power that could have been used to make their lives better. Jack himself has a talent for mana, but he didn't know about it until he met his mentor, who opened his eyes. The world as Jack sees it is not at all the same as the world as other people see it. Jack's world lived by different rules. He saw with his own eyes how mana hovered around and surrounded his body, intertwining with his entire insides, creating a symbiosis. But as a child, Jack did not know what this meant and therefore could not properly develop this ability. There was no need to be frivolous in this matter. In such matters, everything was very complicated. Each person was an individual bearer of magic. The most important thing that Thanos had was a talent for suffering, and the people who were ready to go to the end for their goal could be counted on one hand. The swordsman should not have doubted himself out of everyone he met. Jack believed that the guy would succeed. Suddenly, someone interrupted their conversation, remarking that Jack had found himself a homeless friend. It was surprising how they had snuck up on him unnoticed. 3 academy students appeared before them, their appearance screaming that they were ordinary thugs. The semester had not yet started, and Jack did not expect to meet anyone else at the academy. In order for his stay at the academy to be peaceful, he needed to deal with them, and in a cruel and demonstrative manner. But the third gentleman's conclusions were interrupted by Thanos. He said that it was better for him to leave. The swordsman's face expressed despair and pain. The most important of the 3, the guy with red hair, continued to insult Thanos, noting that the poor idiot had gone completely deaf because he told him not to behave like that with the others. Red called Thanos a dirty commoner and accused him of ignoring his words. Most likely he got enough last time. Thanos turned away from Jack, asking him to leave. Because these 3 students came to him, he wanted to avoid unnecessary casualties and injuries. Now it became clear to the third gentleman that all these wounds were inflicted on him by 3 students who, apparently, mocked him every day. Jack's eyes filled with bloodlust. Most likely it was true. The red-haired man finally understood where such a pathetic commoner got the highest class elixir from. This guy gave it to him. Jack wondered how this red-haired idiot knew about the elixir. But the answer was not long in coming. Jack had never been an idiot. He asked Thanos if those 3 had taken it from him, and the swordsman replied that he would give everything he had to pay off the money for the potion. These 3 fools took the gift from Jack to Thanos. He couldn't believe his ears. Such impudence instantly filled Balentier's veins with fire. The swordsman made him nervous. Why Thanos allowed such pathetic scum of society to behave this way towards him, and Jack had to do everything himself. The red-haired man's eyes widened. It seemed to him or he had really just been called trash. But it was a statement of fact. Thanos was starting to get nervous. He asked Jack to hurry up and leave so that he wouldn't get hurt in the same way by these 3. They wouldn't spare him and wouldn't look at his young age. But the third gentleman answered firmly no. He apologized, but nevertheless had no intention of leaving here. Such a contingent needed to be taught manners. If these 3 took his elixir, then he will have to deal with them to repay the debt, and he will not feel sorry for them. He gave the 2 behind the red-haired man a chance to escape. They had exactly 5 seconds to do the whole thing. Otherwise, they would be in trouble too. But the red-haired man didn't want to listen to this. His friends were with him, and he wasn't going to get rid of them, just as they weren't going to run away from him. Since they didn't want to leave on their own, that meant Jack would help them disappear from here. Balentier took a fighting stance and concentrated on the upcoming fight. These idiots should have been shown that it was not worth touching the future best swordsman of the entire continent. In the Tesla Empire, there are 5 marquises. They are real aristocrats with lands, and not those who received the title for achievements and magic circles. One of the 5 marquises, Marquis Herman, lived in the East, and his family had one problem child who was right in front of Jack. The future young master, Dietrich Herman, who would soon graduate from the academy, was an extremely unpleasant person. His dark path began at the age of 13, when he brutally murdered his family's maid at the estate. But the matter was quickly hushed up. There were also rumors that he not only used questionable substances, but also sold them. The future of the Herman family was predetermined, because Dietrich was the eldest son. However, at the academy, he was not allowed such liberties. All these dubious black things were vetoed, and he found other ways to entertain himself. The academy is attended by the offspring of the emperor and dukes, and there are too many eyes watching your actions. Therefore, Dietrich had to create toys for himself, or rather, find them, so that life at the academy would be much more interesting. This toy was a commoner, a student who ended up at the academy for some unknown reason, diligently honing his fencing skills. Someone distracted him from his work. The white-haired guy responded, sweat running down his face. Dietrich and his company mocked him daily, kicked him in the crowd, and laughed at him as he writhes in pain. With the next kick, a strange sound appeared, as if Dietrich had crushed something with his foot. He became interested in what it was, and after rummaging around, he pulled out a bottle of elixir, which was now broken. Anger boils in Thanos' soul, but he cannot respond in any way, and only, gritting his teeth, asks for the return of what belongs to him. The arrogant guy was outraged that such filth as he could get the elixir, and swinging his arm, he wanted to hit him with a stick for such, for him, insolence. Thanos' face tenses with pain. He bravely endures all the blows and remains silent. One of these times, Jack intervenes in the bullying and punches a guy from Dietrich's company in the face. The leader clearly didn't like this gesture and was going to hit Jack from behind. But he doesn't succeed. The guy has good reflexes, and turning around, he kicks the baton out of his hands. The girl says that the boss is behaving like this again, and the mentor is not even surprised by what is happening. It was easy to deal with everyone. Thanos looks at him in bewilderment. A strange aura emanates from the guy. Now Jack has warmed up a bit. He is satisfied with what is happening and asks the amazed people if they are tired or something. But suddenly, a beaten Dietrich begins to appear on the floor as if Jack dares to do this to him. Dietrich's idiot servants have no intention of intervening even now that their target is lying around. A long sigh escapes Jack. He is infuriated that no one is paying attention and no one is doing anything about his security. Phrases continue to be hoarsely uttered that Jack is a vile spawn and that Dietrich will immediately contact his father. But the next thing this guy sees is Jack lifting his leg. Stepping on his head, he pins it to the ground and laughs because he can't get out. After this, he gets the attention of the guards who order him to stop. It finally happened. Jack was already tired of getting dirty on Dietrich's head. When asked if he understands who he's dealing with, the guy just smiles and asks if it's important. He turns to Thanos to ask, who whispers that it is Dietrich Hermann. This gives Dietrich goosebumps, and he tells him not to dare say his name. Immediately after the phrase, he gets a kick in the head from Jack. He doesn't like his arrogant little phrases. Jack says he's giving the guards 3 seconds to explain why the hell they let that idiot beat Thanos. They sit in front of him in a ready position. They clearly do not intend to answer some guy's question. Without saying anything useful, one of them attacks Jack, insulting him. The mana will mix with the bright red blood and the pitch-black darkness, creating a primal explosion. That is the spell the servant intends to use. Covering the little one with his hand, Thanos looks at what is happening with madness, the best magic for the 6th circle. It's a large-range explosive magic called Explosion. He most likely wants to destroy everything around him, Thanos, this site, the little one, and the mentor. Seriously, Jack thinks they are complete idiots. He started to create a blue glow around him. Having upgraded his skills, the guy can now concentrate all his mana in his hand. Even though the servant wanted to create an explosion, all his magic turned on himself. Jack is happy with the excellent blow. Everything is as he wanted. But the crying guy hasn't given up yet. He's about to attack again, and Jack notices an important detail. The swing was made, just like the first time. The guy immediately noticed that he would attack with his right hand again, and bending down, dodged. All his punches were so similar, Jack slid underneath and punched him in the chest. After Jack's blow, the servant, having endured it, drew his blade and swung it over his head. Throwing his body back a little, his leg flies up and knocks the weapon out of his hands. The guy has excellent flexibility. Apparently, the servant's head hurt because he was thinking slowly. While he was clutching at the pain in his hand, they had already managed to get around him from behind. A hand wraps around a hooded head, pressing down, depriving the air and making the person suffocate. The body quickly went limp. Jack was even surprised that it happened so soon. His mana is now blocked in his body. It is unlikely that he will restore it again. With such a spell, the servant could undermine the entire academy and cause a lot of trouble. In a barely breaking voice, the lying man asks Jack how he was able to remove the magic. But he doesn't need to know. All that's left is to admit defeat to the 14-year-old boy. Bending down slightly, the guy reminds them that it's time to explain why they mocked Thanos. Although there is no point in listening, for them Thanos is just a toy, because he is a commoner and cannot even complain about them. Then it's better to start with something simple. Jack asks for his money back for the elixir, and although it seems funny, it would be better for the guys in cloaks not to be stupid. Gritting his teeth in anger, the servant says that does the elixir matter when Jack has become an enemy of the Hermann family. But what does he care about his family? The elixir was Jack's, and he would like to get it back. Jack smiles innocently. Couldn't the servant in the black cloak agree with that? The elixir cost 40 gold, and they took it 5 days ago. It would be worth returning. Then Jack suggests settling on 5,000 gold pieces and spreads his hands. However, where do people like them get money from? They'd better pray that the rest of us have at least something. Fear gripped Dietrich as he sat down next to him, but the boy asked him to relax because there would be no more. The only thing is, you have to give Jack everything you have. Your teeth are grinding. It's very humiliating. 2,000 in cash and 60 gold coins, and Jack became rich in an instant. A sneer escapes Jack's mouth. How sad can Dietrich be? Because if there was no money at all, it would definitely be the end for them. It was time to find out who he was, because Dietrich had never seen him at the academy. Amused, Jack scratched his head like a puppy, happy that such a question had been asked. It's a little late, but it's time to introduce ourselves, and Jack gives only his first name. To this he receives enthusiastic exclamations that he himself is Jack Ballantier. Everyone already knows about him, as if he were a celebrity. Looking from below, one wonders how this is possible. Is he Palon's younger brother? Now it became clear what kind of friends the idiot older brother Jack has. Now he enjoyed mocking him even more, he thought, not trying to hold back his smile. Jack never touches ordinary guys, but people like them are an exception. With a swipe, he shoves his boot straight into Dietrich's mouth, his face in tears. They only have a family name, and without it, they are nobody in this world. His circle? Didn't Dietrich use the mana of higher-level magic users to transfer it to himself? He can't do anything himself except mock those who mean nothing. Dietrich might consider himself lucky, but when they turn 20, Jack will definitely throw their bodies into the lake behind the academy. Jack's face is furious. He says to remember his name, and that he lives in the mansion near the academy. If he wants revenge, he will wait there. But next time, he won't stop, Jack says, and takes his foot out of his mouth, noticing that the guy has wet himself from fear. He calls the little one to come with him. She certainly agrees, and sets off with her mentor in her arms. Thanos is also called. Jack, passing by, touches his hand, saying that the offer still stands, so let the guy come. Kindly, he boasts that they have a good cook in their house, so Thanos can eat meat every day. Birds are circling above the academy courtyard. It looks like there will be a fireworks festival tonight. There's a magic explosion in the sky, and Jack has nothing better to do anyway, so he goes to see it. In the province of Ausenbul, there is always a fireworks festival 2 or 3 days before the start of the semester. This is a wonderful opportunity to welcome new and transfer students. Jack may have seen some disgusting things today, but the academy isn't usually this bad. Most of the cream of the empire came from here, the emperor, 2 dukes, and also the emperor's wife, the princesses. All of them graduates of the academy where Jack studies. Usually, graduation from the academy guarantees successful employment. But if you create problems and inconveniences, then expulsion will not be long in coming. Jack, having intelligently cut off a piece of meat, put it in his mouth and is thinking 4 years or 5 years. In the past, during this time, the name of the Tesla Empire was wiped off the face of the earth. As he chews, he already hopes that they will all die soon, and Charlotte is content with dessert. Jack is quickly pulled out of his thoughts by the teacher saying something is terrible. He already thought that he said it out loud and asked what she was talking about. The heiress answered that she was talking about what happened. That is, she's now talking about the academy, or more precisely, about the attack on it. The mentor doesn't understand why security is needed at all if she allows such behavior. It's not that the mentor, who was one of the founders of the academy, didn't expect something like this. According to paragraph 1 of the Special Law on Conduct on the Territory of the Academy, all students are equal. There is also a group of inspectors who regulate the internal discipline of students. Article 1, paragraph 2, everyone must maintain neutrality regarding political views. Yes, such attitudes would be beneficial, but ideologies become distorted over time, and the norm is set by those who manage to get in. With a dissatisfied chuckle, the teacher admits that she hid something. She talks about dragon blood, dragon bone, and the Tulkun Empire. Jack scratches his head awkwardly and thinks about telling what happened in his past life. But it would take a long time. But nodding understandingly, the mentor says that it is not necessary, and the guy agrees with this. The sky began to glow. With each explosion, it acquired more colors. The attention of all the heroes shifted. Festive performances, fun, people. Jack hadn't lived in such a world for a long time. The glass almost touched Jack's lips, but he was distracted by Charlotte's question about how he fought so well. The only correct answer is that he has accumulated a lot of experience. After thinking for a bit, a logical chain formed in the girl's head, and the next thing she asked was whether he had killed many people and received a positive answer. Having decided to make sure, he asks again whether it is true that he came from the future, and again the answer is positive. To be more precise, Jack went back 20 years because he is little again. It seems Jack had already talked to Ron about this. He was the first one to know about it. Then he said that he died by accident, but in fact, there was no accident. Jack offers to tell the truth, which is that he saw Charlotte for the first time in this life. He had been to that city quite often, but he had never seen her before. More precisely, Jack met vampires only in the monster forest, to which the girl remains silent and hangs her head. When Vivian died, Philactus told Jack that he came for a purpose. That target was Charlotte. In his past life, he came to kill her. This means that Charlotte from her past life died when she was only 10 years old. Jack asks the girl why she is interested in this at all. Let her tell him what happened. Her face turns red. A hint of awkwardness is felt. She admits that she also wants to fight like a boss. I wonder if the girl reminds the guy of something. He's already familiar with this feeling. Namely, it is a painful past and a heart that longs to change something. Here, Jack abruptly announces that they will start training tomorrow, and this greatly excites the girl. Squeezing the baby's cheeks, he asks why she looks so surprised. Doesn't she want to learn? The plans are ringing loudly. Tomorrow, Jack is going to make her a mana heart and see how she can control it. Charlotte probably didn't expect such responsiveness, but she really likes it, and a smile appears on her face. Having agreed, she thanks the boss. The little girl's face shines in the light of the fireworks and looks happy. Jack smiles smugly again. Helping someone only makes him happy. She imagines how hard it will be for him in the future, but that's not something she should think about now. The cries of the poor maids ask their master to calm down. One of them clearly has a broken head, but in response, he hears a rude "shut up." Chairs fly into the walls. The entire room is turned upside down, and in the center stands the culprit of the mess, named Dietrich. Enraged, he repeats Jack's name viciously, saying what a fucking bastard he is, his body trembling with uncontrollable anger. Even if it was only for a second, Jack's gaze was very frightening. It burned scarlet and thirsted for blood. Why was it that some 14-year-old boy was able to scare Dietrich to death? And peeing in front of him was damn disgusting and humiliating. The fist is clenched so hard that it shakes. The poor maids better not catch the fierce guy's eye. All that's visible across the room is the trail of his knife blade. They're flying at a decent speed, and so are Jack's incessant insults. There is trash lying on the floor. Most likely Dietrich shredded something. He promises himself to do the same to Jack. Out of breath from his own rage, he can barely hold the sword in his hands, but as if from a distance, he screams that he is finished. Charlotte is still following Jack. It's already the second day of the semester. Lots of out-of-town students have arrived. Jack wants to see Ron. His steaks are incredibly delicious. It was unclear to him why, but his body began to tremble, although the weather outside was pleasant. Jack felt a bit dizzy and grabbed his head with his hand. Although the reason is clear, that red sauce that Charlotte devours with her sandwich is his blood. His skin is pale and he looks uneasy, but he asks if the baby is enjoying it. She answers quite happily, says that it's very good and that she liked it. Suddenly their attention was drawn to a figure sitting sadly at the gate. It was Thanos. When asked what he is doing here, Thanos only sluggishly raises his head. But seeing Jack's look, he sadly lowers it again, asking if he could ask them for a favor. Sitting at the table, the guy spreads his arms out to the sides and says that there is nothing luxurious, but take what you want. In response to the hospitality, Thanos shyly folded his hands on his knees and wobbled slightly in his chair from excitement. Sipping a glass of red drink, Jack nudges him, saying they'll find him a room later. Charlotte, who has already settled in, also asks Thanos to start eating. There is a plate with a gorgeous steak in front of him, but the depressed guy hangs his head. Suddenly, tears start to flow like a stream. Sobs are heard throughout the table. This puts Jack into a stupor. The huge guy started crying seriously, biting his lower lip nervously. Jack, so as not to embarrass the guy, tells the cook that he was apparently in a hurry, and this time there is too much onion. It hurts his eyes. The man, understanding the gentleman's gesture, says that it seems so and accepts the remark to improve next time. The next morning, the guy greets Thanos and asks if he's feeling better. The flushed guy rubs the back of his head. He apologizes for yesterday's behavior, but Jack replies that there is nothing wrong with it. It's surprising that he won't even ask about what happened. Although Jack is very interested, he may have his own secrets and he doesn't want to push them. The thought flashes through his mind that this way he can earn his loyalty. He hopes that the mentor is looking at him. But the woman just snorts, and Jack tries to play the hero again. Jack asks if Thanos knows he doesn't have to attend classes at the academy, to which he says yes. Then, sir, you allow the boy to just stay here, but he hesitates. He has his own room, and if he's hungry, he can turn to their cook, Guinness. Those 5, as you can call them, are looking after Jack, so it's best to befriend them. The roses sparkle in the sun, and when asked if this is the Marquise's estate, Jack replies with a categorical no. Originally, it was the guest house of Duke Sinbul, a nice old man. And now this house is a gift that Jack received from this duke. Thanos thanks Jack for telling him about this and begins to leave. The guy is going to train. If he misses even a day, he will become weaker. Thanos' wounds healed thanks to the elixir he took before eating. And Jack, watching him train, thinks how hard-working he is. Maybe yesterday he cried not because of the food, but because of the elixir. But Jack still didn't come to the end, because a loud call tore him out of his thoughts. This is Charlotte wishing good morning. She is not wearing a dress, but a sports suit with a headband, ready to start the lesson. A satisfied grin appears. Jack is also ready and is about to start by creating a mana circle. Still near the estate, by evening, Charlotte was exhausted and lying on the ground without strength. Jack praises her. She tried her best today, but in response she can hear a howl that she can't do anymore. But suddenly she enthusiastically asks what it means that now she can use mana. Smiling kindly, Jack gives a positive answer and calls Charlotte a good girl. The gentleman, of course, had guessed, but now he was convinced that she was truly amazing. She makes excellent use of her mana, which is at a high level, as if she were already practicing with it. To be able to create the first mana circle in 10 hours is a very good result. Charlotte casually accepts the offer to finish for today and, tired, goes to the estate. But after taking a couple of steps, she staggers and falls onto the bench, and a second later she's already asleep and she is truly tired. The teacher asks the boy if he's going to say something to Charlotte. It takes 10 hours to create a circle. Usually, it takes beginners 2 to 3 days. Well, in his place, Jack would have immediately asked to become Charlotte's apprentice. All the same, without his help, it would have taken her at least a day to do the same thing. There is a magic circle formed under her little foot, and it draws mana from the air. It can be used to collect mana and use it to create a barrier. And having collected the mana inside him, Jack simply returns it to Charlotte, thereby helping her a lot. It's easier this way, but this method won't suit everyone. The guy sighs. It wasn't easy for him either. So she's still a good girl for being able to create such a clean circle in such a short time. What's interesting to the mentor is that Jack doesn't want anything in return for his help. Looking at Thanos, he takes him by surprise by noticing that he is crying again. The guy immediately wiped the tears from his face. He didn't notice when they returned. Thanos' behavior was suspicious. The master looked at him, wondering what happened. It was easy to guess. Apparently, the guy felt that he had reached his limit. Thanos is devastated, unable to properly answer the question of whether he has given up. Envy rages in his heart. The little one was able to complete the first lap in just 10 hours. He hopes that she doesn't have a talent for fencing. Then she will be superior in everything. Jack asks if he thought it was easy to become the best knight on the continent. Unable to contain himself, he falls to his knees again in tears. He hates himself at such moments. Jack sighed heavily and looked down at the huge guy, wondering how he could be such a crybaby. Jack tries to cheer the guy up with his questions. Is the best knight on the continent about to give up because of a girl or something? Gently touching his head, he ruffled the white-haired man's hair and said that he could still fulfill his dream. But it won't be easy. He can't give up and needs to keep trying. This is the first time anyone has believed in Thanos, which makes him feel emotions he has never felt before. No one took his dream of becoming the best knight on the continent seriously. Everyone laughed at him for such stupidity. But he was not going to give up the idea because of someone's words. Jack had this in his family too, so he asks what's wrong with it. Thanos reaches out with both his hands and grabs Jack's palm, thanking him for believing in him. It was unexpectedly very sweet, which Jack noticed. But without showing it outwardly, he advised me to keep trying. Jack's experience shows that only acquired skills will ever betray. Well, for now, he is the best knight on the continent. Thanos has an example. But how can you refuse this little child in the body of a big man? Jack was already thinking that he would try to help him too, when suddenly he heard the crunch of branches from behind, as if someone had stepped on him. The huge guy noticed that the gentleman was reacting to something, so who could it be at such a time? It's a familiar feeling, and Jack doesn't like it even more, as if he's on display in a vulnerable spot. As if the uninvited guest had come to them just in time, playful anger flared up in Jack's chest. Confused, Thanos watches as Jack stares into the distance. His eyes lit up with the lust for battle. He asks Thanos to take the little one and come to him. The request was overwhelming, but the boy agreed and stood up abruptly to begin. Having long ago guessed who had come to them, Jack says that he is to be killed, but he did not think that he would really come. Quickly running his eyes around the area, he quickly found the observer. The 5 who were watching the gentleman were already lying on the floor. They were not moving, but breathing, apparently unconscious. Charlotte is still sleeping soundly in his arms, while the white-haired man reports that he brought her, and the mentor also came with them. Rubbing her eyes and yawning, the girl still didn't understand what situation she was in and asked her boss to go have dinner. Suddenly, Dietrich, some guy and many people in cloaks who settled down near them and on the branches of trees, appeared in front of them. An unhealthy grin adorns Dietrich's face as he greets Jack Ballantier, saying that it's been a while since they've seen each other. Calling out his name in turn, Jack had already raised the mana around himself, taking a stable position, and was warning him not to return. That one, Dietrich Hermann, the future Marquis of the Great Eastern Province. The world is ruled by power, and the power of family will soon be his, so why leave annoying Jack alive? Of course, there may be problems with Duke Osenbloh, but there is one thing. This point is that it was Jack who struck first, and there are witnesses to this. This will cause a second clash between the Hermann and Ballantier families. With him is a guy in a plague mask. This is the master of the Fentanyl Guild, Ventimon. No matter how strong that idiot Jack is, he can't defeat a master with the 9th circle. Dietrich explained the essence of the matter to his mercenary. Their target was Jack, and only him. The target is now in a vacant lot near a mansion with a girl named Charlotte, who was specially accepted into the academy yesterday, and Thanos, a student from the 4th house. Dietrich asks if there's anything else he needs to know, and the mercenary knows that Charlotte is making a mana heart. He sighs with relief, thinking it's great news that they've been there for 9 hours now and will likely be there for some time yet. No matter how talented she is, it will take at least 2 days to create a mana heart. Their staff consists of a cook and 5 servants. They checked their location. When the order is given, they will all be killed. But it's best to avoid confrontation with the Osenbloh family for as long as possible. There's no chance of mobilizing the Knights of Autumn. They are currently busy with other matters. There are people near the estate. Everyone is shouting, asking for water to be brought quickly. A fire has started. Before they arrived, a fire had started in the basement of the Duke's estate. Everyone was busy putting it out and couldn't spare a team to remove them. The Plague Mask tells all this to his fighters. Everything has worked out perfectly for them. They are ready. The decisive cry that it's time to attack comes from target Jack Ballantier, and they begin the mission. With a wave of the hand, dozens of fighters broke away and got down to business, shouting forward. That's how it all happened. A special order for 500,000 gold, which starts now. With a proud look, Dietrich thinks that Jack Ballantier is finished. Suddenly, little Jack is covered by Thanos' huge back. He asks the master to run while he holds them back. Charlotte also intervenes. His hands are shaking. The heavy sword barely remains in them. He thanks Jack for believing in him. He believes that it is his fault, so Jack does not need to interfere. He will definitely delay them so that he can escape. The fact that they volunteered to protect him was very unexpected for Jack. The guy starts to smile. He thought they were cute fools, but where else could he find such people? It's actually a nice feeling. In his past life, he was dying alone, but now there are so many people around. He shrugs his shoulders and steps forward, telling them not to worry and to stand behind him. He won't let the kids get hurt. With a confident gait, he approaches Dietrich because if he wants to die, then nothing can be done. Since this is how it turned out, the gentleman is going to blow everyone up and is already starting to accumulate mana in his hand. But he is interrupted by the teacher, who pinches his cheek and asks him to stop. She descends to the ground in front of Dietrich. Jack thought that the mentor herself wanted to remove them. Continuing to look arrogantly, Dietrich does not understand why the toy moves and talks. Her eyes began to glow like lanterns, and her hair began to fly, and all with an incredible noise. The glow and particles fly at Dietrich, causing him to close his eyes and complain that he can't see anything. Now a grown girl stands before him, her nakedness covered by smoke. Their gaze fell upon a great heroine who had done much in the past, the one who was able to raise this continent and all of humanity to the top level of the pyramid. But Dietrich still does not understand how a toy became a man. Finally, this woman has returned after a 400-year hiatus. Jack bowed his head, pleased that the mentor had returned and greeted her. Once again interrupting him mid-sentence, she punches him in the face and hears a scream erupt. Lying on the cold ground at her feet, he rubs his face, asking why she hit him. Now he must remember how he ignored her opinion and forcibly dragged her out of the cave after waking up. At that moment, Jack didn't care what she said or what she thought. And even when he is scolded, he sits with a contented face, admiring her, thinking about how much he missed her. The teacher explains her blow as punishment for Jack's bad behavior. Unquestionably agreeing with this, he points his finger at Dietrich and calls out to him. With great effort, he asks to give him his coat, although he is definitely not thrilled with such an action. This is what Dietrich's heroism did, but Jack continues to ask, not understanding at all what is happening. After another request that clearly humiliates the guy, he finally throws his coat into Jack's hands. While dressing his teacher, he thoughtfully says that it is cold outside now. He also adds that he does not regret having pulled his mentor out of the cave back then. Without showing surprise, the teacher asks again if he regrets it. He had to do things his own way, but everything turned out for the best. When his mentor asks if she wanted to die peacefully in that place, Jack replies that he knows that this is not the case because he is her student. Perhaps she was wrong, because after all people are just animals following their desires. And knowing this, the mentor thought that the world created by people would be different from all other worlds. But she was wrong. There is no difference between humans and other races. That day, Jack pulled her out of the cave because she subconsciously wanted it. He knows that his mentor has not made wrong choices in the past. Having trusted someone he shouldn't have, he was never able to fully see what she had been striving for so long. Ultimately, this cave became an eternal prison that she created for herself. Dietrich's men and he himself feel fear. It seems she is indebted to her student. Looking at her back, Jack at first didn't even understand that the mentor was talking about him. Everything seemed different, so he thought that she did not consider him her student, but just a naughty little child. In any case, Jack will not refuse such words. He's very pleased to hear them. The hand stretches forward. Black smoke begins to swirl around it. This is the mentor accumulating mana. Since they came to eliminate Jack, the mentor asks them not to hate her when there is nothing left of them. His jaw clenched, sweat pouring down his face. Dietrich clearly didn't like this statement. He ordered his men to kill them right now. The teacher begins to recite a spell, a black resin that will cover the earth and color the sky. The world around him began to look different. Jack looks up and barely sees the mercenaries. A purple glow swirls around the mentor and gathers into a black cloud above her head. Continuing the spell, she says that by her command, the resin will return to this world, and the shadow of a skull appears from behind. Somewhere in the Tulkan Empire, something went wrong with the Lord at that moment. He's fine, but it seems like he's had this unpleasant feeling before. Maybe it was just his imagination. An island in the Black Sea, where someone is having discussions, and they clearly have no doubts about something. There can be no doubt that the soul's past energy and the present one are all too obvious to belong to Valentine Milos. The dragon still has a hole in his heart left by that woman. Someone in a cloak would like to forget her, but it doesn't work. Maybe because she's still alive. A man cannot live for 400 years. How much longer will this woman rule their world? Jack's amber eyes reflect the teacher's spell. This black resin turned into a skull. Opening its jaw, the skull lets out a piercing scream to strike Dietrich's group. All that was visible of Valentine Milos was a black shadow and glowing eyes, and the shockwave from her attack scattered everyone who was rushing towards her. Dietrich's mind is clouded. There is only fear in his eyes. He does not know what is in front of him now. A strange sensation in his legs makes itself known. He has never seen anything like it. Around him, the mercenaries lie in agony, each one's limbs beginning to disappear and turn to dust. They gasp for air, trying to catch them. When Dietrich's legs began to disappear, then he realized that this was death. His hands are shaking, but that doesn't stop them from crumbling into tiny pieces, which means that's how he'll die. A bony hand reaches out to him as he tries to crawl back to prevent it from touching him. In an attempt to save his life, he throws himself into the last thing he has to offer, money. But the mentor half-heartedly ignores the proposed increasing sum, not intending to spare Dietrich. Nothing helps him when the guy finally crumbles, his particles flying into a glowing portal in the sky. Charlotte covers her mouth with her hand in fear and tells Ms. Valentine that she is the final boss. The woman reaches out her hand, and the little girl is initially frightened. But it turns out she just wanted to touch them, one on Charlotte's head and the other on Thanos' shoulder. First, she turns to Charlotte de Royale, who inherited the noble blood of her ancestors. Then to Thanos, a warrior who moves forward without giving in to anger or his desires. She introduces herself, adding that she is the mentor of this foolish student from the past. The mentor adds that she hopes these guys will take care of Jack. Suddenly, Thanos decides to object, putting his hand on his heart, and says that the mentor said everything correctly except for one thing. Sir, or rather Jack, is definitely not stupid, and this phrase was unexpected for the guy. Smiling, the mentor agrees that she was wrong and Thanos is right. Without understanding what's wrong with her, Jack decides to play on her nerves, turns on the narcissistic little boy, which causes the teacher to push him away with her finger, and he is convinced that she is still just as mean. Having asked to be left alone, the teacher wants to talk to the student. Jack tells Charlotte that if she is hungry, there is some of his blood in the kitchen and she can drink it before bed. And he tells Thanos that there are unconscious guys on the territory. They need to wake them up and he can go to sleep too. After stretching Thanos' huge arm, Charlotte says that her legs hurt and asks him to carry her. The guy himself is not happy with this news. Waving goodbye, Jack tells his mentor that they are loyal and good guys and that it's really fun to be with them. Jack grinned and asked what the teacher wanted to talk about with her smart student. Standing opposite each other, Valentine Milos says she has given it some serious thought. Has Jack already forgotten the words he said when talking to that man? Even though the mentor sat in Charlotte's arms, she had heard about the dragon's blood and bones. Immortality. It is natural for a person to want to live forever and never grow old. It was the heterogeneous system that became the continuation of the study of immortality. Does this mean that dragon blood and bones are connected to this? The mentor asks. Nodding, Jack replies that the mentor is thinking in the right direction and everything is correct. All people want to live long, but of course, this is not enough, because at the same time they want to be healthy and young. During a study of immortality that was conducted in the distant past, a key moment occurred. One of the scientists, who looked a bit old, expressed an interesting opinion. It's impossible to live forever, so why not just start living like dragons for thousands of years? Races that have lived for many centuries, such as vampires and dragons, differ from species whose blood, organs, and even bones do not last. The rate of aging of the body, the number and quality of cells, sensitivity to mana intake, everything has its own time limit. There were strange sheets of paper lying around, all covered in blood, after which the experiment being conducted became special. It became an experiment in interspecies communication, with bodies grown in flasks. Heterogeneous mating was only half successful. It was a complete failure on the path to eternal life. But people were able to learn to use the power of orcs and elves. However, there was one problem. After receiving their power, they only had 5 to 10 years to live. An experiment conducted over 400 years ago is now being carried out in the Tulkun Empire. In 2 years, she will complete it, and the life expectancy of half-breeds will increase to 30 years. With guilt in her soul, the mentor says that she thought she had killed everyone 400 years ago. But apparently, this was not so. Jack shakes his head. The mentor found out about the experiment too late. She walked into the lab alone, her bare feet treading on the cold, leaf-strewn floor. There, the mentor burned all the documents related to him and killed all the half-breed monsters that had been created. The body on the floor was barely crawling, it was dying, crying, and reaching out with its hands to the woman's feet. Scientists, magicians, knights, and so on suffered the same fate when they saw her. She destroyed all the documents and killed everyone who was connected with the experiment. However, she missed one moment. The mentor should have killed the Dragon Lords. A look of sadness appeared on her face. She understood why they had to be destroyed. In order to destroy it, the Dragon Lords most likely handed over their own as test subjects. That's right, because the two lords really want to penetrate the human world. Jack asks the mentor if he knows who exactly was the test subject, but receives a negative answer. The guy thinks that he doesn't need much explanation about what's so special about half-breeds. These half-breeds of the future can use soul energy, just like Jack and Valentine Milos. This means that the dragon that became the material for experiments is the child of two lords. Among all the dragons in existence, only these two lords can use soul energy. And of course, their own child, their heir, also has a talent for this. A heterogeneous combination of the 10th Circle Lords of the Tulkun Empire and the child of two Dragon Lords. Thanks to their talents, they can easily break through the mana wall and use soul energy. Having heard all this, the mentor had one more question, and Jack was not averse to answering it. Looking at the student, she asked what he was striving for, but the boy almost didn't get the point. She is a person from the distant past, and she does not want to be connected to the world, but she cannot stop being interested in it. Since Jack knows about the future, there must be something in his head, and that's what interests her. But he doesn't know. In any case, the experiment will be completed in 2 years. In a year, he will grow to the 5th or 6th circle and plans to go to the Tulkan Empire during the holidays. And of course, they will have to destroy everything in the laboratory and kill everyone connected to the expert. Poor Thanos had to load all the servants lying on the floor onto himself at once to carry them home. It was heavy. The teacher pulls up the sleeve of her cloak and asks again what they are planning to do during the holidays. "But is it really necessary to wait?" she asks, and surprises Jack with this question. He began to ask doubtfully about something that made Valentine convinced that he was her student. Knowing full well what she's thinking, Jack reminds her that she said she wouldn't interfere in world affairs. It's just a duty for her. She has to make sure that everything is finished. Therefore, he thinks it would be right if this time she intervenes in what is happening. So, she wants to send Tulkan to the Empire right now, and Jack can't even stop her because she's his mentor. And she's right, for the Tulkan Empire, the explosion of the laboratory would be a huge problem. More precisely, it is a problem for radicals who want to unite the continent. The reason is that radicals are conducting experiments on interracial relationships. Now she does not remember the grievance from the past, which remained forever only with him. Actually, if you think about it, they actually do irritate Jack now. Jack remembers and asks the mentor to open another space. She asks again in surprise. He held out his hand and said that he needed one sword, a very good one. Without any surprise, the mentor waved her hand. Jack even knows about this. Once again, making sure that he was her student, she made a sharp swing near herself and a purple glowing strip appeared in the air. From another space, a sword falls into his hands, with a thin, elegant blade and a scarlet sheath with gold trim. The famous sword, crafted by mermaids in the past and personally forged by the king of the dwarves. The sword is called a Solarian. Jack is happy to welcome it. Apparently, he often worked with it in the past. Touching an object with his finger, Valentine takes out something else from another space. She holds a mask in her hands, because Jack needs to hide his face and not get caught in the Tulkan Empire. Jack, taking a white mask with a pattern that seemed to match him, looked at it with interest. You can feel the magic that closes and opens the face, and also a strange flow of mana. When asked what kind of mask it was, the teacher said she didn't remember. She bought it at some market a long time ago. As he puts it on, Jack says that she has items that even he doesn't know about. His face turns sarcastic. Jack laughs, wondering if his mentor used it to spy on men in the public bathhouse. Valentine didn't like this joke. She blushed with anger, and her palm turned into a fist. After giving him a good knock on the head, the mentor asks for the coordinates for teleportation. Hearing the coordinates, her eyes widen, she instantly recognizes them, and her surprise knows no bounds. He asks if this is the capital of the Gunner Empire and receives a positive answer. 400 years ago, people were at the very bottom of the racial pyramid, but even they had their own country. The Gunner Empire is now in ruins. This city is the home of the mentor. The laboratory is located under a landmark, and they came up with a good idea. By putting your hand in front of you, slightly from the palm, a bright space for teleportation appears. Stepping into the portal with one hand, the mentor turns around and extends her hand to Jack, asking if he is ready. Jack laughs happily and extends his hand in response. He's always ready. The doctor is a genius who conceived the union of man and dragon, and it is an honor for him that Heinckes Begerman himself praised him. He asks permission to ask why Heinckes just did what he did. More precisely, the man suddenly stopped the glass. Perhaps the doctor did something wrong. He just had a feeling that something had appeared in their world that didn't belong there. But this is not possible. It is not even worth talking about. So he replies that it is nonsense and not worth paying attention to. Heinckes suggests getting back to the point and asks since when the doctor started experimenting on people. Experiments on livestock have shown excellent results, but he is most concerned about the decline in life expectancy of the subjects. If he experiments with cell activation, there might be a result. A hand gesture stops the doctor's speech. Heinckes has absolute command over him. His gaze is interested. The only worrying question is when the doctor will be able to begin. The doctor rubs his palms nervously. He likes the fact that Heinckes is as interested in the experiment as the crown prince. It's hard to find materials for experiments now, but if he had them, the doctor would definitely have started now. This means he needs test subjects, or better yet, those who have a talent for magic. Having beckoned with just a finger, the maid already approaches and understands the order, lowering her gaze downwards. Taking the fur coat, she throws it over his shoulders. At this time, Heinkies has another question. What will the doctor name the person who will be created from the union of a dragon and a human? Without even thinking, the doctor answers that they will be called half-breeds. Heinkies smiles. He likes this name. Before he could leave, he turned around and asked the doctor if he had arranged a meeting with someone here. Taking hold of my chin and rubbing it, the doctor said that nothing like that had happened. They stand opposite each other. Heinkies does not understand whose mana flow it is then. Before they could even finish saying that this was clearly the master's energy, a stream of mana was already rushing under their feet. A second later, the floor beneath them explodes, but Heinkies manages to react to it. Furniture shatters from such an incident, and the man tries to protect himself with his magic. The doctor's screams can be heard. He tried to defend himself, but his strength is not capable of this. Blood started pouring from his mouth. The doctor doesn't understand what's happening. The servant who is standing next to Heinkies asks from safety if this is the end of the blow, but he is mistaken. His gaze is serious. He warns those present that they are attacking again. A bright flame rushes forward. The doctor stands right in front of it, and he is unprotected. You have to work hard to protect yourself from fire. Heinkies' body begins to tremble. He is clearly tired, and with the last of his strength, he shouts the barrier spell. Unable to withstand the force of the attack, he is thrown back and flies backwards. He flew away too quickly. The shield remained, but Heinkies was already coughing up blood. Grasping his chest, he tries to stop coughing, but blood continues to spray in all directions. Turning his head, he saw a carcass lying on the ground. It was the doctor in charge of the research. In the basement, lit only by torches, bloody bodies lie scattered about. Blood falls straight onto the floor every second. Jack points to something that, in his opinion, looks terrible. This is a dragon. He is suspended on chains, and it is his blood that is beating on the stones. He's not in his best form right now, filled with a fierce desire to kill. Autumn is a huge, deep emotion that moves even the mana around. When asked what Jack will do, he smiles contentedly and asks to leave it to him. The mentor agrees with his initiative and will do as Jack said. Valentine stretches out his hand and begins to use magic, causing a glow to appear. She created hellfire, just like the one that struck Heinkies and his subordinates. Jack says it looks great even in this life, but it's not over yet. Covering his face with his hand, the boy sees that her hellish fire still looks like a fire. They must be on the third floor now. Who would have thought that these are the remains of a civilization that disappeared hundreds of years ago? Shaking off her hands, the mentor asks if there is anything left that she did not destroy, but she did her job perfectly. Jack turned around and stood in front of the dragon, looking at the beam in his chest. The creature didn't like this and let out a displeased growl, which Jack, on the contrary, found cute. In a past life, there was not a couple of drops of blood on the floor, but a whole pool of blood. The dragon only asked to kill him. The animal was not hanging, but lying bloody on the floor, chains wrapped around him. He was only begging for death. Smiling, Jack grabbed the handle of his ball and began to take it out of its case. Of course, everything has changed this time, but something still needs to be done, right? The frightened dragon starts to roar to scare the guy, but he jumps and swings his weapon. Jack began to swing the ball countless times, the blade leaving a mark in the air. The movements were very sharp. The chain turned into a pile of shredded pieces, which fell from above and landed near Jack's feet. The carcass of the previously hanging dragon fell, and he continued to lie there, exhausted. For some reason, Jack thought this was for the best, and he reached out and stroked the creature's head. The guy continued to sit next to the dragon. 18 years had passed. What else should he say? Leaning on his neck and continuing to hug him slightly, Jack says that he looks very exhausted. Looking at the smiling dragon, Jack sees what the man who begged him for death was like. There is silence in the room. The only sound is Jack's question. Does the dragon want to live? Abandoned by his parents as experimental material, once in the wrong hands, he gave up his flesh and blood. His paw is injured. A stick was stuck into it too. Does the dragon know what his condition is called? He is no better than livestock. Such a name brings tears to the dragon's eyes. They made armor from his skin and used his blood and bones for interracial experiments. If nothing worked, they tried again and again, abusing the animal. And of course, no one cared about his opinion. He was simply locked up by force. Jack continues that eventually the dragon will go crazy. One day you will lose your will. Afterwards, he will forget all the grievances and will simply pray for a quick death. Jack asks if he wants this, if he wants to be used and die. The dragon was already hysterical from his words. But the dragon has a chance. He can live in another distant place, not like this one. The boy tells him, the little dragon without a name, that his will is more important than anything else. Jack asks him one last time if he wants to live somewhere else. You can hear some kind of muttering. Due to the lack of strength, it is difficult to speak. But if he wants something, Jack asks to scream with all his heart, so that even those who abandoned him can hear. Taking a deep breath, he began to scream as loud as he could that he wanted to live. In the past, it was Jack who killed him, and in this life, this is also a possible option. In truth, he didn't want to kill him then, he just had to do it. What could be better than sending someone who has lost their soul to eternal rest? But this dragon is not the dragon from his past, and Jack is happy to help him find a new life. Then he has to kill him, and now he begs for life. The guy really wants to save him. Of course, now he even has to do it. Jack offers to go home together. Having already decided everything, Jack asks if the mentor is against it, but receives silence in response. Still, in the end, she nods positively, thinking that she liked him too. Suddenly, an angry voice called out to them, asking who they were. It was Henke's, and he was clearly not in a friendly mood. The dragon immediately began to tremble, and pure fear was visible in his eyes at the sight of these people. Pointing his sword at them, he continues to glare, saying that he is asking for the last time. The boys are not even a little bit scared. They continue to talk about their own things. The teacher tells them to do as they know best. But even if the mentor hadn't said so, he would have done just that anyway. The white-haired man is furious that his question is being ignored and asks if they will answer. If they don't want to answer, then he will force them to do it. He swings and rushes towards Jack. But Henke's didn't expect the little boy to respond with the same force. He looks at the masked man through the crossed blades in horror, but receives a cold and calm look in return. He tries his best, but nothing works. Jack remembers that Beggarman was at that level at that time. In response, Jack only receives an angry scream. Henke's was not satisfied with the smile. How dare he smile at him? But Jack is only amused by this. He starts laughing and smiling more brightly, as if he is not allowed to do this. The man begins to use magic. He calls Jack a fearless idiot. He uses the 10th circle. Even among the masters, he's one of the best mana users. It is not for nothing that at the moment everyone considers him one of the strongest on the continent. A look of madness appears on Jack's face. Even though everyone thinks Henke's is the best, he's still not strong enough. The man gets scared when the boy uses his power. He feels this energy. It was exactly the same pressure he had felt recently when Valentine had summoned the resin. Now Jack looks like a killing weapon and makes the grown man back away. He kicks the blade with his knee, breaking the sword, and then begins swinging it wildly as he continues to advance. After the next blow to the blade, the weapon cannot withstand it and cracks right in your hands. The mentor watches what is happening while the student worries about his master. Having flown into the wall, he leaves behind a huge dent and then rolls down to the floor exhausted. Could he really lose consciousness so easily? Jack comes up to him. He's clearly disappointed in the strongest continent. Leaning on his sword, Henke's tries to get up. He asks who is in front of him because he has never seen him. But Jack only laughs in response. Why should he know? And this laughter makes the man tremble. After Jack's silence on the fun, the guy invites him to listen to his prophecy. He says that there is one person he knows, referring to the cutie Thanos. For now, he is still very simple, inept, and strong only in his dreams. But the day he becomes the best knight on the continent will be the day Henke's beggarman dies. The man did not like this prophecy, and he angrily attacked even with a broken sword. Jack doesn't do the same in response. He continues to stand in a calm pose, holding his sword forward. After looking at the dragon, he returns his gaze to his opponent, Jack's amber eyes reflecting his angry face. Henke's reaches forward with one hand, his other sword in hand, to make an attack on Jack. Pulling out his hand was a mistake, because with one movement Jack cuts it off and it flies back. Blood splatters, and the man looks on in horror. Jack's eyes are terrifying. They seem to say that Henke's beggarman is still such a weakling. It's surprising and a little sad. Using his stretching technique, little Jack actively kicks him in various places. Thus, Henke's turns into a punching bag, and eventually he falls to the stone floor of the basement at Jack's feet. The guy, pulling out a bloody sword, says that this is only his wish, but asks him to become a little stronger. Beggarman, now smitten, serves the crown prince of Tulkan. And the prince is the head of the faction of supporters of cruelty, the source of all that exists. In just a few years, all their heads will roll. If it all becomes too easy, Jack will simply lose interest. Jack looks back and sees the guy who is scared to death of this. He's also too weak now. Beggarman's student, I think his name is Marengos, and the guy is scared, wondering how Jack suddenly knows about this. Jack remembers that in his past life, when he killed Beggarman, something strange happened. The previous Jack, after killing a man, noticed that he was being attacked by a knight. Of course, he immediately cut off his head and did not remember any of the outlines clearly. But there is a but. The mentor and the student are literally one, but does Marengos know about it? You can't cut off his teacher's hand and leave it to him. It's not fair. The red-hot chains that once suspended the dragon now wrap around Marengos' arm. A smile appeared on Jack's face, as if he was amused by this, and asked if he was right. Beggarman's student asks him to stop. With one movement of Jack's hand, the chains tighten on his forearm. A moment later, his hand fell to the floor, and he himself fell to his knees in tears. Amidst cries of loss of arm, the mentor asks if Jack is finished, to which he replies that it is time to go. But there is one thing worth taking, says Valentine, referring to the dragon. With the help of teleportation, a second later they find themselves in the courtyard near the estate, and Jack looks like he is bored. As he takes off his mask, a quiet laugh is heard. It's Jack, and he doesn't stop smiling. But suddenly his face becomes completely indifferent. Apparently, he's already gotten used to it. So, it's time to get acquainted, and Jack asks the dragon what his name is. Lying on the floor, he looks up as Valentine and Jack wait for an answer. His name is Sel Bakhmut. The dragon's voice trembled and stuttered as he tried to pronounce the last name. Jack stroked him, saying what was the meaning of the last name of the parents who abandoned him. His name is Sel. Jack says that's the only name he's called now. Did he understand? Having captivated Sal with his caring gaze, the boy offers to heal his wounds. Having agreed with this, the dragon was placed in the room, and now he lay down on the pillow and sleeps, resting. Crossing his legs, Valentine Milos asks his apprentice what he plans to do with the Dragon Lords. In fact, he doesn't know who he needs to bow to. He comes up first and bows. It would be strange if the strong one finds the weak one himself. This is a very interesting look. The mentor feels like he cares about her in this way. Jack doesn't hide it. His mentor has long outlived the human voice. She's 400 years old. In the past, she did a lot of good and created the basis for the existence of the human world. For a world that now doesn't even remember and perhaps doesn't even know her name. For the sake of such people, she shouldn't have interfered at all. The guy knelt down in front of her and extended his hand. Holding her hand in his, he says that he will deal with the two lords when the time comes. Valentine no longer has to sacrifice himself and his life for the sake of people. After some silence, the teacher thought about everything that had been said and decided to do just that. They were all covered in a layer of dust and smoke. The teacher got up just to go wash herself. Apparently, Jack had forgotten about such mundane actions, but wished her to refresh herself. A dirty coat hangs on a hook in the bathroom, and the mentor's fresh hair hangs down her shoulders. As soon as she gets out of the shower, Jack showers her with compliments. But in response, she advises him to wash himself too, because the guy looks unkempt. Jack takes off his shirt, his childish chest covered in scars and abrasions. To heal his wounds, he takes the elixir again, thus developing an addiction to it. Waking up, the teacher asks where the guy is going because he is not wearing sleepwear. He places a chair in front of her bed, sits down, and answers nothing. Peering out from under the blanket, she notices a wound on her face and asks if it hurts much. Suddenly, Jack turns into a child and starts complaining that he thought he would die from the pain and that he still hurts now. Judging by his clothes, he was not going to sleep tonight. He had heard that the teacher had been watching over him for the 3 days he had been lying there. Ron told him about it. For the entire 3 days while he was unconscious, only one person remained. The teacher sat next to him and spied on him while he lay in bed. Ron thought she was a well-made doll, that's what he said. Now it was Jack's turn to look after her. She always loved to sleep. There was no response, only silence and quiet snoring, like a kitten that had already fallen asleep. It's pitch black outside. It's already past 3 o'clock, and Jack is still sitting in the chair. Sometimes he wonders what would have happened if he had met Valentine Milos earlier. If Jack had met his mentor 400 years ago, at the time she was born. Pulling the blanket up, he tucked his mentor more comfortably in and hung on the bed on all fours, continuing to look at her. How could this woman be called the most terrible necromancer who terrorizes the entire continent? The guy became embarrassed. His cheeks immediately turned red. For him, the mentor was very beautiful. How many hours ago from all these events in the underground prison of the Duchy of Osenbol? It's been 10 years already. Has he really been spying on the boss for that long? A handcuffed man asks the tower's owner if this is bad. The leader cared about him very much, so the tower leader replies that this is bad. The man stabbed him in the heart, even though the leader had accepted and raised him. This means that all his work and sincerity were just a game since it doesn't matter to him. The tower's owner says there is no testimony or evidence to prove how much longer the man can remain silent. Suddenly he bared his teeth. The owner clearly wasn't going to tolerate it and was asking for the last time. Not understanding, the man asks if the tower owner really doesn't know about this or is just pretending. Surprisingly, even in such a situation, in the basement and constrained, he feels too confident. As the owner of the tower heard, they even destroyed his circle, so where does such confidence come from? Bluetooth suggests thinking about everything that has happened over the past 10 years, but the tower's owner believes it was an accident. Then why did the previous owner of the tower decide to become a citizen of the Tulkun Empire? Why did so many 10th Circle holders leave this country without hesitation? And why were so many mages summoned under the pretext of clearing the forest of monsters? With a serious face, turning to the prisoner, the tower's owner says that he will speak when the torture begins. The response is a deafening laugh, similar to hysteria, but it is quite believable. Why haven't they tortured him yet? Why is Duke Osenbol still keeping him here, despite the fact that he is a traitor to his homeland? Perhaps because you are not sure that you can make him talk to prove his loyalty to the king. This man really doesn't look like someone who has been tortured. He's been in prison for 5 days now, but he hasn't lost any weight. The tower's owner needs to think twice. We need to think carefully about whether this kingdom really has a future. The tower's owner runs up the stairs, not understanding the reason for such self-confidence. There is only one explanation, and that is only if the kingdom is already completely rotten. And if this is really true, then that is why the chained Bluetooth acts so confidently. Walking down the basement corridor, the tower's owner continues to reflect on the fact that tomorrow Bluetooth will be transferred to the castle. There probably won't be an official trial. Everything will probably be resolved internally. But Bluetooth, surprisingly, is not at all scared, but on the contrary is absolutely confident in himself. The owner of the tower had a thought. Did the man really brazenly believe that he could survive? 4 hours later, the very fire that had enabled Dietrich to calmly attack Jack started in the underground prison. The man who was the owner of the tower immediately rushed to where the grate was. Seeing something terrible, he lost the power of speech and fell exhausted to his knees. This is unlikely to be camouflage. Bluetooth definitely died, or rather burned in a fire. What is even happening? And then, this morning, no matter how much Jack thinks, this dragon stands out too much. Charlotte is not very happy to see such a creature, but when did the master get so many allies? Thanos nervously pokes his finger at the animal and asks if it really is a dragon. Jack replies that it is of course him, and a chill runs down Thanos' spine. Apparently he sees a dragon for the first time. The dragon that was supposed to die and disappear is now here, along with everyone else. For Jack, it's a surprising realization that not everything people know is true. The little girl reared up near Cell like a cat defending itself from attack. Jack touches Charlotte's hand to calm her down and asks her not to look at the dragon so angrily. He's not like the Galactus she remembers. He's not angry, and he's not going to kill her. The girl agrees and immediately apologizes. But now the boy notices what is happening to the dragon. Cell is worried. Jack takes his trembling little face and reassures him that no one will lead him here. In fact, an ordinary sword would never be able to harm a dragon. It is not for nothing that such terrifying creatures are called blessed animals. Most likely, it was Henkes Bagerman who used Sal's body for experiments. But Jack was able to give him a good beating for everything he had ever done. Naturally, Cell is now afraid of him after seeing what he did to his martyr. The dragon looks so strange, as if Jack looks different after sleeping, of course. He's a handsome guy. Removing his hands from his face, he immediately bows his head. One could say that this is how he expresses submission. In his past life, Cell almost lost himself, lay in blood, powerless, and didn't want anything. But now, Jack thought that he would be better off than 10 years ago. But this is not true at all. He feels so sorry for Sal that the guy can't move away from him and continues to stroke his face. As far as he knows, the dragon should be about 8 years old now. If you think about it, only unfortunate creatures in need of help gathered around Jack. Having created some kind of circle, the mentor uses magic and directs it at the dragon. The creature is surprised. In just a second, with the help of the mentor, his paws were in perfect condition. It's amazing that such an injury can be cured in just a minute, which impressed 3 guys at once. As if reading Jack's mind, Valentine also notices that, as expected, Cell stands out too much. Although the limbs and the entire dragon as a whole have already been healed, the mentor continues to do something. This causes the creature to start screaming in distress, not quite understanding what is happening. Suddenly, the dragon's limbs turn into human ones, and soon a cute girl stands in front of them. She has become a polymorph. The mentor is glad that she won't stand out so much now, and a frightened Charlotte clung to the same Thanos. Now the mentor looks like an ordinary person, the gentleman notes. She is simply shining, and you want to look at this light. Jack focuses his gaze on her. This, of course, is noticed by the mentor, and she reminds them that today is the beginning of the semester ceremony. Jack absolutely needs to go to it. Charlotte and Thanos too, and they don't mind. Looking at Cell, Jack warns her that they will be back soon and asks her to rest. At the last moment, he remembered an important question. What do dragons eat? Attempts begin to guess their preferences, for example, fish or meat. It is unlikely that they are vegetarians. At the mention of steak, the girl's eyes lit up. And although it was clear that she didn't understand anything, she clearly liked it. Jack would like to ask what they fed her in the dungeon, but it's better not to. Touching her shoulder, the gentleman says that he will ask the cook to cook something for her and let her try it. There's also a task for her. The view from the roof is cool, and if Cell gets bored, let her go up and think about what she'll do next. Many years ago, before all these events, a country called Tesla appeared. The academy was also founded at that time and managed to cultivate many talents. Addressing his students, the old man says that nothing in the world is eternal. Everything eventually declines and disappears. These words surprised Jack. They were different. This was not what he heard in his past life. His words were that they were the hope of the kingdom. He wanted to be confident in himself and focus on his studies. But now the old man continues that the same thing is happening with the current generation. It is not visible from the outside, but the kingdom casts a very dark shadow. The students of the academy sit in bewilderment. No one understands what the old man is talking about now. But his words are true, because yesterday the mentor blew up that terrible laboratory. 2/3 of the 10th circle holders in Tulkun are still supporters of the Hard Party. Of course, in the battle for the throne of Tulkun, it will be they, those whose hands are covered in blood, who will win. And in a few years, a war will definitely begin between people with different views. Judging by the old man's speech, he knows a lot. Perhaps he heard something similar from Bluetooth. The speech continues. Their kingdom was built on the blood and sweat of their noble ancestors who gave their lives for them. Their ancestors were very resilient, and so are they now. So let them remain so throughout their entire journey. All these guys listening to the instructive speech are dear students of this academy. Afterwards, all the students of the academy went out into the courtyard and began to do their own things. A tired Jack pulls himself up after sitting for a long time. There are no classes or events on the opening day. It looks like this is how it will all end. Maybe Jack should go visit the old man. He should thank him for the house. He really liked it. Suddenly, the guy comes to his senses and notices a familiar silhouette in the crowd. Without hesitation, Jack shouts joyfully, calling out to his brother, who shudders at his voice. Joyfully waving his hand, he asks when his beloved older brother arrived. But he quietly replies that it was yesterday. Jack's touch makes the older boy flinch and move away, ignoring his taunts that he looks fine because he can apparently drink water again. Patting him on the back, Jack asks him to at least say hello to his brother. Squeezing his hand, he justifies his actions by saying that the same blood flows in them. Jack looks at the elder with an angry look, threatening that if he doesn't answer, he will twist his limbs. To the stifled no, Jack warns that if he hadn't responded, he would have been finished off right there on the spot. Afterwards, in order to hide their dialogue, he says in front of everyone that it seems he has kept him too long and pats him on the shoulder in a friendly way. Jack lets him go to his friends, but Palon instead runs away, causing Jack to sigh. Charlotte arrives and, looking after the running guy, asks the boss if these are his friends or something. The guy replies no, never, which makes the girl doubt because he just said that they are blood brothers. Yes, but not everyone you are related to by blood will be your family. Charlotte gives him a mysterious look in response, which makes you wonder what she's thinking about. Her question takes Jack by surprise. Who is she to him? In addition, she presses on pity with her cute face. This confuses the guy. What kind of nonsense is this? Has she already started puberty or something? But the answer is still that, of course, she is his family, which makes the little girl happy. And even if this sounds like consolation, these are not empty words, but 100% truth. When Jack considers someone his own, they are like family to him, someone he cares about and is responsible for. All these people are, of course, his friends, and now he stands before its members, the Mentor and Thanos. Yeah, he clearly shouldn't be with that idiot in the company of arrogant people. Jack should be with people who have a mentor next to them, those who have a big soul. Palon is told that the guy who was talking to him is strange and doesn't seem like he's his little brother. Jack gave his older brother's friends the impression that he looked like a moron. The strange thing is that if you look at them together, you could mistake Palon for a moron, which makes the veins on the elder's face bulge. The guy's behavior seems strange, and his friend notes that he would usually get furious at such words. Thoughts about his younger brother irritate him. Palon doesn't understand why he's afraid of him at all. He, this scoundrel, was still the elder's toy, but in one moment everything changed. These thoughts make Palon quicken his pace and break away from the group, causing even more misunderstanding. This behavior makes the guys suspect that the guy is bipolar. In general, they make up all sorts of things. It turns out that an enraged Palon ran to his brother to put everything in its place. Jack reacts confidently to the unpleasant call, causing the elder to become frightened and step back. Because of this behavior, Palon could not say what he wanted. He turned away and did not admit that he wanted to hit the younger one. Falling to the floor, Palon does not dare to look up, which causes his brother to tell him that he is boring. He has definitely overcome his fear of water, so why is his heart beating so fast? The guy had never felt anything like this about anyone before. This was the reason why he didn't know that he now had an injury. Jack, picking up a frosted cookie, wonders what it means that Bluetooth is dead. This news doesn't surprise the guy at all. On the contrary, he asks what's so special about it. The old man didn't understand this, but Jack really didn't care whether the man was alive or not. Apparently, the guy was bored with this conversation. The old man hesitated because he had nothing more to say. Suddenly, Jack remembers that he wanted to express gratitude for the estate and immediately corrects this point. And the chef there cooks amazingly deliciously. Charlotte is simply crazy about his dishes. It's strange that the old man didn't react to Bluetooth's death after that fire. When Jack is about to leave, the old man asks him to wait and stay. As far as he knows, Jack has entered the first year of the fencing department. The cookies almost flew out of his mouth when he heard the offer to transfer to the Faculty of Magic. It seems that the owner of the tower asked the old man about this, and he doesn't hide it. In any case, Jack had no intention of attending classes. It was just that sooner or later the Academy's laws would be revised. The old man's students recently visited him and started an interesting conversation with him. It was the students from the student council who reported that there were students like Jack who were using the shortcut method and not attending classes. The words made Jack think, the Academy's laws will be revised in the second semester of next year. And conversations about this have already begun. The old man says that he will have to attend absolutely all classes. However, if the boy transfers to the Faculty of Magic, the old man will reduce the time he spends on classes. Of course, he needs a document about graduating from the Academy, but he really doesn't want to attend classes. Would it help the other students to have someone like Jack, a narcissist, studying with them? They will have to put up with his character, but Jack agrees on one condition. He will attend classes once a week, but the old man himself said that he would shorten the training time. After touching his beard and thinking, Jack was asked if it wasn't too little. Blinking an eye, the gesture supposedly agreed upon, the old man settles on 3 days a week. Jack has no plans to attend classes at all. He stands his ground. There's nothing to teach him, and he has the best mentor. Isn't it funny that he can't learn anything here? Then why did Jack enroll in their academy and even look for a house nearby? Having handed the cookie to the mentor, the guy admits that all he needs from the academy is a certificate. Surprised that the old man had heard correctly, he asked again about the certificate and the goal of entering the academy's treasury. This place in the Tesla Empire, a graduate of the academy is given not only a document of completion of training, but something else as well. Some other things are armor, cloak, staff, sword, and so on. Inside the treasury are magical weapons with a 400-year history. Each generation of graduates can take with them one of the types of weapons. Everything of value had already been taken from it. It was unlikely that the sword Jack needed was still there. In principle, there is none in the duchy. But the old man can make a sword worthy of a squad captain from an ordinary sword. They will be better in level than any weapon in the vault, but as Jack guesses, it won't be free. Bellamy Craig is a man who, as everyone knows, has been devoted to the director for over 30 years. He needs an apprentice. Initially, it was his personal desire, but now they both want to make Jack their subordinate. Having guessed this, Jack only thought that he was so cute, not at all for his age. Now he wants to skip a school year, and Jack asks to organize it all earlier. The old man suggests discussing this later and now returning to the original agreement. It would be better to compromise and choose between 3 and 1 day a week, which would result in 2 days. There's no point in refusing this, it's the best option, so Jack agrees. Then from today, his first year at the Faculty of Magic begins. In exchange for his agreement, Jack will not become the Tower Master's apprentice for now. When asked why, he replies that he has a keen eye and first he needs to see his mana. He will see how talented the tower's owner is and how much he has grown. Jack's skills in magic are far beyond what they would imagine for a 14-year-old boy. Interestingly, the old man notices that he has a talent for distinguishing between good and bad. If this is true, then he will take responsibility and make Jack a marquise. The guy clutches his stomach and bends over to his knees with laughter upon hearing this news. Having calmed down, Jack apologized for such behavior. He simply could not contain himself. He doesn't need to be a marquis, so he wants to leave, but the old man calls him again. Apparently, he knows something because he asks if something happened at the villa yesterday. Recalling his servants lying unconscious on the floor, he says that nothing happened. The old man's questions sound like an interrogation, but Jack says he went to check on the boys because they hadn't prepared any food. Everyone was unconscious, and Thanos took them all and brought them into the house so that they wouldn't be lying on the street. He didn't ask what happened, but it seemed like they all just got into a fight among themselves. It seems stupid for an old man to do this, but the justification is that he himself knows that children grow up when they fight. Saying that this is indeed the case, Jack bows and wants to leave because it is really time for him to go. Coming out of the office, an interesting picture spread out before him which immediately attracted his attention. It shows a girl striking a man with horns. If you look closely, you can see a mentor depicted there. Valentine remained in the office. The old man, listening to her, was thinking hard about something. He has been in the political arena for decades, and his instincts are hard to fool. During his life, the old man saw hundreds of aristocrats, knights, and even kings. But I have never felt anything like the aura from Valentine Milos. Touching the flowers near the window, the teacher says that the old man's speech was impressive. Every little movement she makes is unusual, even the way she approaches the window. And he is sure that Valentine is a unique woman, like no other you will find. In her opinion, the old man would be better suited to the title of general than director of the academy. Perhaps the title of general is appropriate. He fought on the battlefield before, albeit briefly. Like the child named Bellamy mentioned recently, there is a lot of talent in the Teslan Empire. Will he be able to protect all the talents of the Empire as the director of the academy? The majestic gaze seems to conquer the director. She asks if he thinks about it at all. Lost in his answer, he is interrupted by the sound of the door opening with all its might. Jack has returned for his mentor. The teacher asks him not to act like a hindrance because she was already getting ready to leave. The guy was just worried that she was gone for so long. When the mentor walks down the street, everyone around her shifts. She really attracts attention. The shop assistants ask their lovely sister to try the bread from the shop, but she refuses because from today she is allergic to flour. When the lady asks for some tea, the teacher quickly leaves, saying that she has already had some today. All the applicants are upset by her refusals, but she is apparently used to such looks. Perhaps the director wanted to make her his student too. It was written all over the teacher's face. The mentor asks a strange question. Does Jack trust Director Rommel? The answer is clear as ever. Jack doesn't trust anyone except his people, the so-called family. She shouldn't worry. She and the old man have a different relationship. They need each other. Valentine understands perfectly well that he would definitely not allow himself to be used. They arrived. Jack took her where he wanted, but she still doesn't understand why they are here. They came to the Arabes Guild. This question is strange because their goal is Jack's money, of course. This is the Arabes Guild for mercenaries, hunters, and the like. In this place, you can hire anyone for various tasks for personal purposes. Jack knows for sure that if they need a Ninth Circle mage, it will require a lot more money than it might seem. Most likely, the Ninth Circle mage is the one Dietrich hired to kill him. However, what will happen if both the one who paid and the one who took it die? That's what they came for. They were met by a nice girl. She turned to the mentor, but Jack showed that he was the initiator, asking the manager, of course, that all the money should go to him. Please convey just a few words to the leader last night, the ninth circle, and the murder. After these words, the girl's face became very frightened, and a squeal accidentally spread around. The hand of the guy standing next to her immediately covers her mouth after Jack's name accidentally escapes her lips. Jack's reaction is immediate. He grins at the fact that she knows him. But why was she surprised then? His gaze looked frightening. He bared his teeth, leaned on her table, and approached. Suddenly, the girl says Dietrich's name. The guy tries to calm her down, because he'll get it later. Jack guessed that this idiot placed the order here. Dietrich did not meet them one-on-one, but tried to kill him with the hands of the guild. Now everything has changed, but the guys from the guild are nervous and can't say anything useful. Jack gives the guys just 5 minutes to bring the leader here. Having set the hourglass, time began to flow, and when it expired, Jack would not care that they were the Arabes Guild and would wipe them off the face of this continent. This situation was incomprehensible to the mentor. He was seriously planning to destroy this guild. Jack sighs. He didn't think he'd have to explain this to his mentor. Many of the groups that call themselves guilds in our empire, and the guilds that use the word adventurers, are not that important. However, they are intermediaries and not independent institutions. They can be considered simply informants. The mentor is surprised at how the world has changed. In fact, Jack came to find out who exactly Dietrich paid. And the mentor just saw the reaction of that employee when she saw Jack. It's just that the employee knows about him, and now she's very surprised that he is still alive. If an aristocrat submits a request to assassinate another aristocrat through an agency, it literally means that he is telling the whole world that he will be killed. That's why Jack initially thought that Dietrich and the killer had met in person. Who knew that he would use the services of an intermediary? Dietrich is an even bigger idiot than anyone thought. Everyone here looks at Jack as if they saw a dead man come back to life. Those who tried to kill him, those who wanted to make some money, showed this place to Dietrich. But Jack doesn't care about all these people. They are all the same to him. From this situation, the mentor begins to understand a little about what his life was like. The employee opens the door and approaches the manager with fear. A man, with his legs folded, eats grapes and does not understand what has already happened. His face twisted when the man was informed that Jack Ballantyre had come to see them. His brows furrowed, his eyes dimmed, and the leader really couldn't understand why he was still alive. When asked if the employee had misunderstood, she replied that the young man had not introduced himself, but that she was absolutely certain. Clutching her skirt in stress, the girl relays Jack's few words to the manager. He also adds that if he doesn't come in 5 minutes, Jack will wipe them off the face of the earth. In his 34 years, he had heard a lot while on his way to becoming the leader of the guild. So much time has passed, but this is the first time such a situation has happened. The Fentanyl Guild. Those are the guys in the plague masks who attacked Jack. This is a group of assassins that never makes mistakes. Its leader is a ninth circle mage. But his target is still alive. The leader wipes his hands on his trousers. There is no time to think. I need to go to the young master since he is expected. As the sand is about to spill down, Jack responds to a knock on the stairs and immediately receives an apology for the wait. The leader says he is glad to meet him and introduces himself, saying that his name is Abero and he is the head of the Arabes Guild. The boys sat down opposite each other. Jack refused tea and wanted to get straight to business. Abero wonders what the young gentleman is talking about. Did he come to submit an application? Jack folds his arms and states that this is just a start, but yes, it is clear from his eyes that Abero already senses the money that will soon be in his pocket. But this is very much in vain, because Jack begins to talk about how someone tried to kill him last night. The guy asks if an order to kill him was placed through the guild. The guild leader agrees, no remorse, so he doesn't have to hide it. It seems that by imperial law, the Adventurers Guild is an intermediary that connects the client and the mercenary, receiving a fee for it. And although the man replies that this is not entirely true, Jack gets the gist. The leader warns that their guild is protected by law. True, mercenaries need work. They are sought after by those who want to do their work with someone else's hands, which is why adventurers' guilds were created, connecting clients with contractors across the country. The Arabes Guild is the largest mid-sized organization in the Teslan Empire, and its leader is in hiding, rumored to even be a member of the imperial family. It's simple. You can imagine how much the person who wanted to kill Jack paid. After all, he was a mercenary from the Fentanyl Guild. Abero adds that they themselves don't know what the exact amount was, which makes Jack frown. He came to talk about exactly this, about the price of his life, which surprises the manager. Kicking the air with his foot, he says that he needs full information about the amount and payment. Jack's furious, frightening eyes make you nervous. He doesn't like to repeat things twice because he understood everything right away. In response, all he heard was yapping that it was all so unclear and that his frowning mentor was watching him. Trying to get out of the situation, Abero says that it seems he wants to take on a task from the Arabes Guild, but he is not their employee or mercenary, so he will need to sign a contract. And even though Jack is losing his temper, he continues to listen about the real treaty with the Empire, about the provisions and points. Irrelevant conversations about the request and payment amount, the down payment, the advance payment, and the commission are getting on Jack's nerves. Jack thinks that the manager didn't understand. He didn't come here to leave a request. The man who wanted to kill him and the man who helped him do it are the same. To be more precise, these two people are dead, and neither of them got what they wanted, especially the money. Having played dumb, a conversation about the commission begins, to which Jack aggressively puts his foot next to the manager, saying that he has completely mixed everything up. They did not reject Dietrich's request, although they had a choice. No one did so. If Abero does not carry out his order, Jack will kill all the guild workers. Jack doesn't care that they are under the protection of the Empire. He just wants to know who he is talking to. It's better to do this quickly before he destroys the leader's impudent face. The guy won't continue any longer. The manager must do everything to find his money. He has a week to do this, and if they are not with him by then, the Arabes Guild will disappear from the face of the continent that same day. Having said his piece, Jack leaves and near the door asks the mentor to follow him. He will conduct his own investigation later, and if he sees a difference between Dietrich's payment and the amount received, it will be bad. Even if the difference is only 1 gold coin, the manager must understand the consequences. Let him not even dare to think that there is payment for his efforts or work. He doesn't respond to the threat in any way, but his face makes it clear that he has understood everything. After all that was said, the teacher and Jack went down the stairs. The conversation had gone well. When the employees were alone in the room, the girl asked if everything was okay. Having fallen onto the sofa, the man began to suffer. He was in a terrible situation and regretted taking the order. I can't believe it. An aristocrat kills an aristocrat. Dietrich was in his right mind when he approached them about such a matter. A cry of regret spreads through the room. He didn't want to take on such a job. The moment Abero first read Dietrich's request, he immediately thought that he would never want to fulfill it. It was clear that only a psychopath could ask the guild for such a thing. Having reported this to the top brass, he soon received a reply letter. In it, they told him that he could not refuse young Master Herman. The head promised that in any situation he could cover for him. Abero introduced the Fentanyl Assassins Guild to the aristocrat Dietrich, and everything should have ended very simply. This means that they are now being blackmailed by the most junior gentleman, who is not even in line to inherit the title. The leader is furious. Tolisso cannot understand what he can say and what he cannot, because the newcomer or the marquises are his friends. The guy doesn't know what to answer to these words. He hesitates and rubs the back of his head. This is understandable since they took this guy on just a couple of months ago. He does have outstanding intelligence-gathering skills, but it's unclear why else he was chosen. Tolisso's mind sank with realization, and he apologized because he realized that he had made a mistake. There's no way Ventiman could suddenly become a raven. So that he could become a raven and gather the most elite members near Osenbol, it would cost 30 silver. But what if the target of the assassination is still alive? Jack Ballantier, when asked to be honest about the price for his life, literally said that he did not know the amount of the contract, and there is no evidence that the killer left the province. He might have been caught, but then he would have known the exact amount paid. Calling out to Tolisso, the manager asks if Dietrich Herman was at the opening ceremony today. The answer to this question is that there was none, after which Abero asks to tell more details. At the inn where Dietrich was staying, only his servants remained, and the accompanying guards had not appeared since the previous evening. My head is almost smoking from this news. It's very strange that he just disappeared. Abero asks to imagine that he is attacked by a master of 9th Circle magic and 30 professional assassins of at least 6th Circle. This image gives Tolisso goosebumps and he turns pale. It's terrifying. These guys are the most professional of professionals. It is impossible to escape from them. But the missing Dietrich Herman died, and the entire Fentanyl Guild was destroyed. Upon serious reflection, Abero concludes that the mission has been a complete failure. Suddenly, the most stupid question is asked, is it really a failure? To which the manager loses his temper and shouts that the target is still alive. Is it normal that he came back without a single scratch? But Tolisso doesn't understand at all why he is being asked about this. Even if Jack was able to defend himself against the killer with someone's protection, there must have been at least a hint of worry on his face. However, he was completely calm, and even dared to threaten to destroy the guild. There was no one special among the latest recruits to Osenbol. The Marquis may have several knights, but he cannot get along with some of them at the same time. Maybe the one who helped him with the guild was one of the local magicians. Could it really be that the old man himself, Duke Osenbol, helped this little child? This could be an option, as Jack Ballantyre even lives in his residence. If this guy is a high-ranking guest in the duchy, then that's a good reason to protect him. But yesterday's fire in the duchy, the army would not have been able to cause something like that. Abero seems to be missing something, so he asks to contact a representative of the Marquis de Ballantyre, and also find out everything possible about Jack Ballantyre and bring the information to Abero. We need to gather the guys and search everything, but find the place where Ventamin could hide the money. Just as he was about to leave, the manager remembered something and asked to send a letter upstairs. It must be reported that Dietrich Hermann's mission has failed, and that the fate of the fentanyl mercenaries is unknown. And the main thing is that Jack Ballantyre may be under the protection of the Duke of Autumn. Also, in his memories, an image of a girl who was with Jack appears. But suddenly Abero changes his mind about talking about it, and rubbing the bridge of his nose asks the guy to step up. It's strange who the woman next to me was who immediately attracted my attention. Recently, they briefly locked eyes when the mentor was waiting near the exit. At that moment, he was overcome by an instinctive fear, as if a tiger were commanding its prey. His decision was not to look for her or mention her. He went to the employee to see if she was good at writing an apology letter. Fortunately, he liked to rely on his intuition. While devouring the delicacy, Jack is surprised that they only just got home, and here is such a sight. The boys are training. They are having a real battle, only with wooden swords. Jack let out a sigh as he realized they were unlikely to be fighting for real, but rather just training. It looks like they both got the first mana circle and looked like two chickens being let out. Even though Jack had said it wasn't a battle, the boys were now fighting seriously. Or rather, Charlotte was getting into the swing of things. Something is strange for the mentor, and the guy asks what exactly it is. She asks if Thanos really thought he could defeat that kid last night. After this, Jack remembers what happened last night and what she is talking about. She means Henke's beggarman. Did Thanos really tell about this? Does he really think so? The mentor believes that even from her appearance, Jack should have understood that Charlotte had never held a sword in her hands. That's right. Now she's being insecure with him and doesn't know how to keep her distance. But even so, with her incompetence, she can displace Thanos from his position. The guy notices that this huge guy is now giving in to the little girl. Charlotte seems to be losing ground. He tenses up and grins from applying all his strength. But in reality, it is Thanos who is doing this, and he is no less serious. He is stronger than Charlotte. The little girl even admires his power and muscles. Even with this understanding, it is impossible to say with certainty who will ultimately win. As Thanos swings, Charlotte manages to attack and hits her sword with his own. It's clumsy, but she manages to attack. She never studied fencing. How did this happen? A smirk appears on Jack's face, and he wants to argue with his mentor. The bet is that within 9 years, he will make it so that Thanos can defeat Beggarman. It seems that he chose little time for such a matter. Wouldn't Beggarman himself become stronger? Contentment is pouring out from Jack. The mentor thinks it will be interesting, so she agrees. They bet on a wish. The loser will fulfill the will of the winner. The argument itself isn't as interesting as something else that makes Valentine curious. This is exactly how Jack will make this child so strong. It seems the guy himself doesn't know this. There are many ways, one of which will suit him. Under the pretext that the boys should rest, Jack separates them. The girl blushed and told her boss that they weren't really arguing. It seemed as if she was about to burst into tears, but Jack hadn't come to scold them for their quarrel. Charlotte's eyes light up when Jack compliments her on her talent for fencing. And even though the guy didn't see the whole fight, she managed to do it 3 times, which she herself doesn't really understand. Charlotte hit Thanos' sword 3 times, or 2 out of 3 to be exact. What should you do if your opponent is much stronger than you when he is huge and you are weak? The answer is simple. You need to be like Charlotte and act as she did. If Jack hadn't interrupted their fight, she would have definitely ended up punching Thanos. After stroking her head, Jack praises her for having talent and that they need to see if she is also talented in magic. He invites the little girl to come up to his place and eat the cake he brought. She can also play with Cell, who is currently on the roof of the estate. requests that Charlotte leave to speak with Thanos. In gratitude, she bows almost to the floor, and it is unclear where the little one learned to do this. Jack asks if Thanos knows he lost and is told he does. It's a shame for Thanos that Charlotte is so good at it. She has a talent for close combat. Unlike him, and he knows it, which is why his face grows dull and his eyes look at the floor. It's quite easy to figure out how to turn around a situation when you're losing ground, and Charlotte did it twice. Thanos was confused and did not understand how to repel her attack. Jack sharply clenched his fist. Another minute, if Jack hadn't intervened, this giant would have been lying on the ground. There is only silence in response, tears welling up in his eyes. But Thanos holds on while he is being questioned. Stubbornness and selfishness. He means Charlotte. She's physically small and looks harmless. But such a little thing was able to understand his strength, come up with a tactic and repel his attack. The guy mumbles, unable to figure out what he should do in this situation. It's simple. Thanos needs to change his sword technique or his power so he doesn't lose control so easily. But he didn't do that. He just continued swinging his sword as before. This won't do, so Jack suggests killing Thanos just once. This phrase really scares the guy, but he wants to train properly. There are no buts in this. He wanted to become the strongest on the continent. For this, he will have to try. But Thanos seems more like he is causing inconvenience to everyone. Jack had already told him that he would have to try, and Jack put his hand on the guy's shoulder. This means that for the sake of his goal, he must even be ready to die. But Jack wants an answer, so he asks again if Thanos is willing to try that hard. Feeling the sword in his hand, the guy tensed up and still answered that he was ready. Apparently, this was a question to show off. He doesn't ask the mentor to leave, but rather to help, hinting at an argument. Still, she's interested in why Jack would like to use an illusion inside the magic circle. The mentor guesses that he wants to change the path of magic and create a training partner for this boy. This proves that he is truly an unusual person, since she immediately guessed his intentions. It will take a lot of mana to create an illusion that looks like a real person. Running his finger along the asphalt, Jack drew a circle on the ground with mana. The mentor recognized that this was a combination of the rules of death and illusion. The rule of death is a 10th circle dark magic spell. It controls a limited space, spreads black magic within it, and changes the path of mana according to the will of the caster. In this space, you can drive your opponent crazy and force them to panic. And the 9th circle illusion is a spell that creates an illusion that looks like a real person. But if you combine both spells, you get something interesting, something he and his mentor came up with in a past life. Holding the teacher's hat in his hands, he distracts her from the spell, wanting to say something. After this, Jack turns around and calls out to Thanos for the same reason. Jack says that battles have difficulty levels from 1 to 10. The higher the number, the stronger the enemy. Immediately after the explanation comes the question of what level Thanos wants to start from. Embarrassed to overestimate himself, the guy sadly replies that only from the first. Since Jack himself gave the choice, he did not object, and it was better to start with the easy one. Running his finger along the center of the circle, Jack continues to cast a spell on it. He will be amused that when he dies 100 times, he will definitely learn to hold a sword. After the mentor has finished her work, Jack tells the boy to enter the circle. After a brief hesitation, Thanos finally steps into the circle and falls into a trance. The mentor asks an interesting question. Who did Jack make into Thanos' opponent? The guy leans towards the woman's ear and says something, but in a whisper. The answer is astonishing, and Valentine does not hide it. On the contrary, he shows his emotion in full. Winking, Jack says that they will deal with such an enemy in less than 9 years. This smirk mixed with the gesture makes the mentor say that Jack is a terrible person, but he hears this very often. Looking around, Thanos doesn't understand where he is. There is only darkness around. Hearing a sound behind him, he turns around and sees a man in front of him holding a sword. Looking at him closely, Thanos remembers that he has seen him somewhere. As soon as the man opened his eyes, he immediately saw Jack's face in front of him. This is a grown gentleman, but he did not utter a word, but swung his sword in his direction. Realizing what was happening, Thanos assumed a fighting stance. This was apparently training. After this, the past Jack immediately takes off and flies into battle. This is impossible not to notice, which is why the guy puts his sword in front of him, preparing to defend himself. He tried so hard to concentrate his strength that a grin appeared on his face. Just when it seemed to him that everything had slowed down, his sword flew out of his hands. He realized that the previous Jack would cut off his head without regret, And he did it. After this, Thanos woke up on the tiles in the courtyard, out of breath and scared. He clutches his neck to check if his head is still in place, and Jack's question about what happened makes his body go numb. A piercing scream of horror is heard. Thanos is frightened by the still little Jack, which was to be expected. Jack holds out his hand and pretends not to understand why he is so afraid. Thanos grabs himself to rise and asks who was in the circle, but it is just an illusion. The guy didn't understand at all what the gentleman meant, which is why he repeated that it was illusion magic. Jack points out that Thanos has little experience and has never been in a situation where he had to risk his life. And that's true. He is told that he saw Jack in this circle at the age of 18. Jack will tell anyway, even though Thanos has already tried and should have understood it himself. To improve his skills, the guy will have to fight him from his past life. And the longer Thanos can last in battle, the stronger he becomes. Having drawn conclusions from his past life, Jack concludes that a lack of talent can be made up for by experience. There is no magic used there, only fencing, so the difficulty was at the level of the first circle. Jack says to try to win, and Thanos agrees with this, but he does not understand what this past life is. Exactly, he didn't tell Thanos about the rebirth, well, some other time. The guy hits himself on the chest and replies that he understands everything and, as he was told, will try to win. Let it be the magic of illusion, nothing more, but the feeling of death is too obvious. If you die there several times, you can go crazy, just like you defeat your opponents. But Thanos is different, and it's not just sympathy, he can handle it. Jack really believes in him. It's not for nothing that he bothers with his training. Even with broken bones and pulled muscles, he practiced with the sword day after day. When Jack asked last time, Thanos replied that he trains in his spare time between sleep and food. The problem was that this enormous mental power was spent in the wrong direction, so he is left to simply die during the fight in this circle. This way, by learning from his mistakes, he will definitely be able to surpass Beggarman. In any case, Jack will help the guy with this, so he himself is confident in it. Jack also asks the guy how much longer he will call him Marquise. Initially, Jack thought of just playing with his chicken, but over time, his plans changed. He will make his own man out of the chicken, so the Marquise is too formal. It's better to call him boss. Still, this form makes Thanos uncomfortable. He wants to object, and he does it politely. Asks if he can call him young master, which makes you think. Jack didn't object, patted him on the back, and agreed to do whatever was most convenient for him. Thanos' face turns red from this gesture, and then he smiles and says that he relies on his master. Jack doesn't turn around at this, but continues walking, only calling Thanos to him so that he would hurry up. Walking up the steps, the girl thinks and does not understand what she did wrong. Charlotte waited for her boss after the ceremony, but he never came. And then she saw Thanos nearby. She wanted to ask him to teach her how to fence. But when the boss came, you could feel something in him. Even though Charlotte received a compliment, there was something wrong with it. He seemed a little angry, even though there was a comforting smile on his face. Maybe because they had a duel without his permission, she thinks she will need to apologize to him. Rising up, she suddenly sees a girl standing in front of her. It was noticeable that she was scared, and then suddenly she fell to her knees and bowed to the floor. Galactus, the dragon who used Charlotte and her mother as toys and called himself her uncle. Now she hates dragons and showed it in every possible way when she met Cell. But the first thing the boss said was that she was not at all like Galactus. The girl's body was shaking. She felt guilty for not knowing that Charlotte was coming here. Tears well up. Apparently she feels very sorry for Cell, so she also falls down next to him and hugs him tightly. Until now, Jack hadn't told them what had happened to her, but it was clear that Cell was very traumatized. But maybe Charlotte can help her somehow, for example, with communication and friendship. The cook remembers that child and is surprised that she is still on the roof. He talks to Jack and offers him something to try since he ran to see the cook. Suddenly, two girls are asked why they are both hugging on the floor. Jack thinks they have become such close friends, but the mentor thinks it's more like only one side has become friends. Well, yes, if you look more closely, for some reason Cell is shaking and Charlotte is crying. Charlotte finally hears the dialogue from behind and immediately pays attention to it. Turning around, the girl sees the boss, quickly gets up and runs with apologies. But as soon as she ran up to Jack, they noticed that Cell was bowing again, almost hitting her forehead on the floor. This doesn't suit Charlotte, and she tries to get Cell to her feet, but hears in response a request to let go. Something's wrong. This little girl was completely different last night. Well, that poor thing had to go through a lot in that lab. Approaching the girls, Jack picks them both up in his arms and starts carrying them somewhere. At the same time, he asks what Charlotte is apologizing for, and she replies that the boss was angry that they started a fight without permission. Suddenly, Charlotte starts to almost cry and scream that it won't happen again. No way, she can have contractions whenever she wants. She doesn't need Jack's permission. Afterwards, Jack breathes a sigh of relief. Why would he be angry about this? If she doesn't hit him on the head with a wooden sword, he definitely won't be angry, she warns Charlotte. So there is no need to do this. And then Jack felt sorry for Thanos, who fought stupidly. And they are convinced of her talent as a swordsman. So Jack suggests testing her magic at night. Jack notices that Cell in his arms is not as mobile as Charlotte. Or rather, she's simply trembling, trying not to move at all. This is a good time to ask her if she liked the chef's painstakingly prepared breakfast steak, and he hears a positive answer. When asked if she wants to try something else, there is only silence. This reaction makes Jack worry, and he wonders if something is wrong and why Cell has no strength. Yesterday, when he freed her, she resisted so much, a day passed, but she managed to change a lot. She shakes her head from side to side, saying that she doesn't feel bad, and begins a sentence about a blackened demon. The demon who changed the earth and sky. Jack did not quite understand the essence, so he asks again. He guessed that it was because of the destruction of the world, and Cell confirmed this. The mentor notes that the girl is talking about the third Dragon Lord's prophecy. 400 years ago, something happened to the third Dragon Lord. The one who was stronger than the fourth and fifth combined, opposed the will of the mentor and died. Of course, her victory was obvious. There was no doubt about it. He could predict the future using the power of souls, so he left a prediction before his death. In the near future, a blackened demon will appear who will change heaven and earth and destroy the entire world. So she's afraid that Jack is a blackened demon who will destroy the world. Apparently so, but Jack thinks this prediction is complete nonsense. When he sat down innocently next to her, Cell turned and looked at her with a frightened look, but Jack continues to say that the end of the world is nonsense. This opinion causes a violent reaction in Cell, because this is the prediction of the Third Lord, and he has never been wrong. Jack concludes that she must be energetic since she can scream like that. Apparently, her parents didn't tell her that the Third Lord liked to change his predictions, which makes Cell very surprised. He did this often, but only to protect the dragon race. Jack pats her on the head and says that she was worried about stupid things and it's time to calm down. Of course he can, but to make sure, he asks if he definitely won't eat it. But why would he need this? Dragons are not his type at all, which calms the girl down. It's almost lunchtime, so little Cell had better tell Jack straight out. Tell her if she liked the morning steak, the mention of which makes the girl's eyes light up. Her mouth immediately started watering, and she herself became embarrassed and honestly admitted that the steak was very tasty. Then Jack suggests they have steaks together for lunch, but not like the ones in the morning. He asks to cook something new starting tomorrow, and the girl is even more happy about the new steaks. So Jack suggests just eating something tasty and not being sad. Suddenly, I remember that he didn't introduce them to each other at all. Of course, they already know each other, but he still imagines Charlotte and that she will become the queen of the vampires. She also introduces Cell, saying that she is the future dragon mistress. Remembering Thanos, who is shyly sitting in the corner, Jack says that he will introduce him at dinner. Only when Charlotte's name is mentioned does she respond like a subordinate. She was only asked to convey to Guinness the request to begin preparing dinner. Charlotte shakes Cell's hand, but the little girl doesn't understand the gesture. It was a gesture of invitation. Charlotte smiles and wants them to go together. In response, the girl looks uncertainly and a little scared, but agrees. It turns out it was embarrassment, because afterwards she blossomed and left arm in arm with Charlotte. The mentor notes that Jack is an excellent liar, because the Third Lord was very special. The dragon did not use soul energy as mana like they did, but only for psychological skills. And all his predictions were short, but Jack remains silent about such a story. Like, it will rain tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, the battle will begin, and so on. All his prophecies turned out to be true. Only one thing did not come true, namely the one he said before his death. Jack asks his mentor if she thinks he can destroy the entire world, but as far as she can see, only he can talk about such a thing. But he doesn't know anything. In his opinion, it's not true and shouldn't be believed. If the prediction had been true, he would have destroyed the world in his past life. The mentor notes that this means he failed to do it. But this is not true. There is just one thing. Jack managed to destroy one country in the past. He destroyed it, but afterwards he died a lonely death without loved ones. This prompted the mentor to ask again. Jack explains that he has no reason left to live. He didn't want to live anyway, so this is definitely a false prediction. That's why he thinks that the blackened demon is definitely someone else. But afterward, Jack tells his mentor that the future and destiny are not determined. For him, predictions that tomorrow there will be rain and then somewhere a battle will begin are stupid. If you close the sky and stop any conflicts, you can prevent the prediction from coming true. So the future is uncertain because Charlotte is not dead and Thanos is not being bullied like in his past life. I don't want to accept that this is fate, in which the mentor has 13 years left to live. If this really happens, Jack will be very angry. But for now, he is enjoying his time with her. The girls look into the kitchen and watch with delight as the cook fries over the fire. They all gathered together at the table, and the kids finally got to know each other. Thanos, he's 17 years old. If you don't know about Jack's past life, then he is the eldest. Charlotte, who hums joyfully during dinner, is 11 years old. Cell, who is still sitting at the table with embarrassment, is 10 years old. And Jack, who looks 14, they're like a gang of little kids. Guinness cooks better than Jack expected. His dishes are mouth-watering. He said that he worked as an imperial chef for 4 years, and he was clearly proud of it. Who knew that such talent was so close? Jack would have met him earlier. Jack warns Cell that the steak is rare today, and Charlotte immediately understands. Apparently, Cell is afraid of blood. Charlotte whispered this in his ear and asked him to keep quiet. Children grow and learn quickly, super active. Charlotte spins around and notices everything. She will become the queen of the vampires, and Cell the mistress of the dragons. But for now, Charlotte is simply offering her a piece of food to try. The soul shines, and Jack is on fire on the outside. He's very happy with such company. That's what it means to raise children. His contentment was interrupted by his mentor's question about why he wasn't training. There is nothing to come up with in response, so there is silence between them. Jack popped a piece of salmon into his mouth, closing his eyes with pleasure, and said that they didn't have to worry. The mentor was surprised and, after a pause, asked if she shouldn't worry about Bluetooth or the mercenary guild. Charlotte also looked up from her plate, asking Jack if he thought she didn't know anything and what he would say about Bluetooth. She also asked Jack if it was true that he trusted only himself and not them, and Jack looked down. And then he replied to Charlotte that, of course, she has a small body, and she needs time to get a third or even a fourth circle. The girl frowned and said that if she tried, she could get the fifth one, and Jack should have no doubt about it. The mentor took a sip of red wine from her glass and remarked that the physical component was very important. Jack replied that he hated to admit it, but biologically, he was just a little boy. His body is not the same as before, and there is a difference in the size and length of the veins, and even the size of his heart is different. Jack glanced at Thanos and said that at his age, he could easily get beat up every day. But now Jack needs more time, because he is not the same as he was before. And besides, he should not forget about vigilance. And we must remember that if a person is injured while creating a circle, the circle will be destroyed and the person will experience shock. At the same time, he will experience such pain as if his heart was torn into small pieces, and it will be difficult for him to cope with it. The teacher looked at the piece of meat that Cell had skewered on her fork and asked Jack what he was probably worried about. After all, he could get into danger when he created the circle, and Jack answered her that it was difficult to deceive her. He remembers the white flashes that accompanied him as he was reborn into the body of his 14-year-old self. Then Jack was able to make his first circle right in the Marquise's dungeon, and there were serious reasons for this, because no one could get to him in prison, not even his beloved sister Elizabeth. Then it was time to create the second circle of power, and Jack remembered every moment of that important process. Ron was next to him at the time, very worried about Jack, and his whole forehead was covered in sweat from excitement. And then Jack was sitting on the bed, and Ron was opposite him, and they were looking into each other's eyes, and Jack was sure that next to him was a person he could trust completely. The young man thought that he needed to protect his mentor while she was a doll, which meant he didn't have time to create a circle. They brought him dessert, and he continued to think about how she returned to her normal form once a month, and it happened today. Jack looked at the piece of cake and thought that he shouldn't waste time because of the circle, because the source of his power is not in the circles, but in the energy. Valentine remarked that it was foolish to receive protection from a student when she was his mentor. And so, even if it's only once a month, she will be able to fulfill her duty as a mentor, and Jack shouldn't be surprised or resist this. Valentine pointed her index finger at him and said firmly that she would protect him when he created the circle. Jack just gasped and imagined his mentor feeding him with a spoon like a little boy. He glanced sideways at Valentine and said that he already had some plans for that evening. There was to be a performance at the Ensemble Theater today with a famous troupe of actors, and he had already bought tickets. Jack said he really wanted to go and see the show and looked down guiltily. The mentor slammed her hand on the table and shouted that she only returned to her true form once a month and could protect him. She couldn't understand why Jack was trying to refuse it, and he turned away from her in embarrassment and muttered that he couldn't win her over. But since he realized that nothing could be done, he raised himself up, leaning on the tabletop, and said that it was now 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So everything had to be done in 5 hours, and everyone continued to eat dessert in surprise and thoughtfulness. No one understood what Jack had in mind, but he continued that they would go to the theater together that evening. There was no limit to their joy. They found out what Jack's goal was, and no one imagined that he was going to lead them there. At this time, in the Arabes Guild, they read a letter that stated what the fee for killing Jack was supposed to be, and it turned out to be 500,000 gold. Abero, the head of the guild, was surprised and asked Tolisso again whether they really had to pay so much for the murder of one person, and he replied that the client had personally made this order. Abero's eyes widened. He tensed up and said that young Master Herman really was a complete psycho. Dietrich was willing to pay 500,000 gold pieces for the murder of Jack Ballantier, and this was an incredible, unthinkable sum. It should be taken into account that the Marquis's annual budget is about 3,000 gold coins. That is, tens of times less. Therefore, it was incomprehensible to him how the young Marquis Herman was able to find such a huge amount of money and pay it off in one go. But Tolisso replied that in order to kill one person, Mr. Dietrich had borrowed 200,000 in the name of the House of Herman. He received the remaining 300 immediately, which is how he got these 500,000 gold coins. But the head of the guild still had questions. After all, he had to get those 300,000 gold coins from somewhere, and where from was completely unclear. He asked Tolisso if Mr. Dietrich was selling illegal drugs, but he replied that there were rumors that Dietrich had started his own business, but he had found no confirmation of this. Guildmaster Abero lay thoughtfully on his bed and looked at Tolisso, and then asked if he really hadn't been able to find anything at all. It is not unusual for aristocrats to lead an idle lifestyle and use drugs, but it is unlikely that aristocrats will open a business related to this, since it discredits a person from high society. Usually this might just be a hobby for the young gentleman, but not a serious business, although in Herman's case, this is not at all the case. Abero said that as far as he knows, Dietrich Herman does not run the business alone, and it seems that all the Hermans do. He looked again at the piece of paper from the letter that stated the amount of money due for murder and, chuckling, said that it was interesting. Abero suggested that perhaps Dietrich was simply acting on behalf of the Germans and was doing nothing himself. They have distribution routes all over the country, and the guild leader wondered how far they had gone. Tolisso wondered out loud that Abero had understood so much just by looking at the document once, and scratched his head. The guild leader yawned and confirmed that he knew everything, after which he asked Tolisso how far they had gone. Tolisso replied that he had not yet found out everything, and after a pause, asked whether further investigation was needed. Abero continued to lie on his bed, thoughtfully examining the nails on his hand, and did not answer. The business of selling prohibited elixirs is impossible without the support of a ducal or royal family, and this meant that Abero rose sharply on the bed. The sheets of paper fell to the floor, and Tolisso mechanically looked at them. The guild leader said that there was no need to investigate any further and that it was important to deal with the payment, after which he asked Tolisso if he had found it, and he replied that only half had been found. Abero asked thoughtfully, and upon hearing the same answer, he said that now everything was completely clear to him. The assassination attempt was unsuccessful and failed, and the Fentanyl Assassins Guild was destroyed. Otherwise, Abero's informants would have found out about this long ago and would not have let them go so easily. Ventamin hid his money after dividing it, which is why Tolisso only found half. Abero said that the other half would not be so difficult to find, but then he realized that he was hungry and that he needed to go buy food. He told Tolisso that he understood everything and that he should continue the search and order the boys to join him. Tolisso asked hesitantly why they needed to hide this from the top and smiled sheepishly. He didn't know if they needed to do this. Abero replied that they would not hide it, but that they simply needed to resolve everything themselves so as not to add problems to the top brass. The guild leader added that the top brass were too busy, and Toliso aloud admired his wisdom. And Abero thought it was a good thing he was such a fool. Soon, Abero went out into the city and went to the market to buy food. There he reached the baker's shop, a fat man with a gray hair and mustache. He simply burst into a smile when he saw him, and Abero asked the baker, Mr. Martin, to wrap up 10 buns for him to take home. And while the baker was taking hot buns out of the oven, the head of the guild was pondering Toliso's words, wondering if they were hiding anything from the higher-ups, and grumbling that he couldn't trust them. Jack's threat was real, so he needed to find the money at all costs to keep his head. He looked at the problem from different angles, and eventually decided that he could then decide whether to report to the higher-ups or not. Just when he thought that even though he was the branch leader, there was no point in him giving his life for the guild, someone touched his leg and meowed. Abero saw the cat with the collar, thought how cute he was, and bent down to pet him. And while he was ironing, he thought that he had never seen the top of the guild. Even when he became the head, he does not know either their age or their gender. The only thing he was sure of was that it wasn't just one person, and that confidence was reinforced by what he knew about the guild. But he often wondered how one could be loyal to those who hide their identity. A voice came from behind him, asking him not to feed the cat, who had only eaten 2 bowls of food that morning. And Mr. Martin, laughing, remarked that now he understood why the cat was so fat. Abero took the bag of buns and thought that it had been strange to try to subjugate a forest of monsters in the first place. He walked down the street, chewing bread and thinking that he even felt a little sorry for the people who were giving their lives in this place. He took another small bite of the bun and thought that this battle could have been avoided. Moreover, this was not just a battle, but a war between people and monsters. And this war was not for life, but for death. The monsters can't get out of the forest. But despite all this, the essence remains the same. It doesn't change. By the time Abero reached the door of the house, he had already concluded that wars are created to plunge society into chaos. At home, they were already waiting for him with food, and he told everyone that the kingdom was now calm and handed over a bag of buns, offering everyone to take one. The girls, talking among themselves, noted that the Arabes Guild was stronger than it seemed, and that it was not difficult to control the mood in the country with the help of information. Their faction supports the king, so naturally the guild is protected by royal law, and the number of enslaved mana users who were not needed was sharply reduced. Abero went up to his room and, thinking about the high probability of the king losing the support of the aristocrats, was surprised that their guild could also be involved in all this horror. He touched the portrait lying on the table with his fingers and noted to himself that too many strange things had been happening lately. Abero lay down on his bed and began to think about Dietrich Hermann and his drug business. He tossed and turned, thinking and thinking, trying to solve this riddle, but he came to the conclusion that it would be impossible without the support of the Empire. And then maybe those 300,000 gold pieces were used to push that idiot Dietrich forward and make him responsible. And in this case, without any doubt, they must have made a fortune because the sum is simply enormous. But even without mentioning the amount, Abero couldn't understand how the guild could not know about the movement of such money. And one day of investigation is certainly not enough to find out all the details and understand everything. Abero himself was unaware that his superiors were deliberately hiding all of this, and this worried him greatly. Abero took the document with the fee amount again, reread it, and understood why he had previously received a reply asking him to accept Dietrich's offer. But he still didn't understand why the top had gone so far. He lay there, looking at the ceiling and thinking about it. At first he thought it was stolen money from his superiors, but the amount was definitely not right. Then he thought that the money might be intended for military expenses, and then maybe they were planning to start a war. Abero continued to wonder whose money it was, and decided that it was either the money of the top brass or of people even higher up who were covering their backs. He watched the fly flying under the ceiling, and thought that in any case, this was definitely not money for an attack on the monster forest. The guild leader also remembered that Count Mentis had paid most of the money, and that was also strange. Abero lay and thought, and all his thoughts boiled down to one thing: why and for what purpose all this was undertaken. Lately, it seemed to him that someone was deliberately undermining the power of this city, or rather, the entire country. The number of drug addicts has increased, as has the crime rate in general, and it is understandable why so many mercenaries are now being hired for protection. Abero thought that this was definitely not just speculation, and he also remembered the events that took place 2 years ago. At that time, persistent rumors circulated around the city that experiments on dragons were being conducted in the Tulkan Empire. Although they said that dragons were extinct, in reality all excuses can be considered just words. There must certainly be a reason why these rumors started spreading around the city. Abero wanted to check the veracity of the source of these rumors back then. But a message came from above. In that message, he read a strict order that he was not allowed to investigate rumors related to the Tulkun Empire. Abero picked up the tied tame pigeon and, looking at it, thought that if these were just rumors, he would not have been given such an order. Then he released the dove and lay down again, thinking that it had only been his premonition. But he still would like to stop thinking about it, although his life has always been connected with the extraction of information. He felt a terrible feeling because he could not stop thinking and was afraid that it might take over his whole body. In the end, he summarized that the guess he had made using the information in his head was something like this. Either the top of the Arabes Guild is connected to Tulkun, or one of its members is connected to this empire. It cannot be otherwise. The Adventurers Guild actively assists the Tulkun Empire in obtaining and controlling the information received and disseminated. We need to think again about these experiments on dragons. If this is true, then a number of questions arise. And one of them is, where did they get the dragon from if they shouldn't be on our lands? Of course, it may turn out that dragons still live in the monster forest, and this is a very real version. And if in fact a hunt is conducted to find their tracks, it will be very likely. The Tulkun Empire has absolutely no value for soldiers and is willing to use them as expendable material. If there is a result, great. If not, they will simply be glad that they have reduced the country's military power. It is the man from the Tulkun Empire who must have the greatest power and control over what is happening. Abero thought that if his assumptions were correct, the Teslan Empire would not last long, and there was no doubt about it. Anyway, it barely holds its borders and can become a colony of Tulkun without any resistance. A cold sweat broke out on Abero's face as he realized that Tulkun had become exactly what they were truly striving for. This means that war awaits all residents of the Tesla Empire, and the Empire itself is absolutely helpless. Abero pressed his hands to his temples, his head aching. He groaned and continued to think about the situation. There are probably people at the top of the Arabes Guild and in the government of the Empire who came from Tulkun or are connected to it. This means they want to unite the continent, and there is not much time left, maybe 20 years. It is quite possible that it will be 30 years, but this is most likely the very last deadline. The sands of time are pouring inexorably. Although most likely, there are no more than 10 years left for this, and this is in the best case because it could be much less. Abero thought that he had always liked this country, but the time would soon come when everything would change. And then it will be completely unclear what will happen to the Tesla Empire, what will happen to the Guild, what will happen to him. Abir was not at all happy with the prospect of being thrown away as a hunting dog after catching rabbits. The Guild leader was sweating from the mental effort and the terrible prospect that opened up before him. Abero thought that he simply had to create new threads, and these had to be very strong threads. These threads must be so strong that they must never, under any circumstances, break. At this time, Jack Ballantier was sitting in the lotus position in the Round Temple, acquiring a new circle of power. Cell, the half-dragon, asked with admiration who he was and that she hated humans because they cut off her limbs. People drained her blood and held her with magical shackles as she became a dragon and roared in pain. Cell Bahamut couldn't love people, she hated them, but that was the irony of fate. Because it was one of the people who saved her when she was in a completely helpless state. Cell's parents abandoned her, and on top of that, they wrote down her knowledge about xenobiotics or something like that. And when the time came, they abandoned her in the middle of nowhere in a country called Tulkun. And that was all she remembered. At first, she was afraid that strong people like him could feed on dragon meat, and it drove her crazy. But it turned out that this person didn't need anything in return. And this was very strange, because everyone always needed something from her. Cell began to cry and said that a good man like him could not be a demon who would destroy the world. She was absolutely sure that the Third Lord had definitely been wrong in his prediction. It couldn't be like that. But she couldn't understand how a person could reach the third circle in just an hour and reach the fourth in another hour. Jack Ballantier continued to meditate, and less than 2 hours later, another miracle happened. Everyone watched him in fascination, exclaiming in surprise as he managed to reach the 5th level in just 2 hours. Cell turned to Charlotte, who was admiring her boss and saying he was really cool, and thought that everyone understood how she was feeling. Anyone in Charlotte's place, or even in her place, would have frozen in admiration upon seeing this, including Cell. The teacher decided to ease their worries a little. She told them to be calm, and the girls agreed. Valentine praised them, saying that they both had great talents and that they should keep a close eye on Jack. Because the state that Jack was in complete nirvana, is the most impressive state of the circle. The difference of one lap is already very large, and the case with Bluetooth Marco is exactly the case where this is very clearly visible. A timid question was raised as to whether she was truly human, or whether she was perhaps in fact a god or a demigod or a monster. The teacher continued that Jack was quite strong, and each of his circles was in perfect harmony, and the form in which the body and mana became one was sometimes called the unity of mana. Valentine told Cell that if you can control this state, you can open all the boundaries. She hugged the girl tenderly and said that there was no need to think about stupid things, and she, puzzled, tried to ask something. The mentor asked Cell who she thought Valentine and her student Jack Ballantyre really were. She thought for a moment, and the mentor continued her conversation and said that she could tell everything about herself, but not about her student. Cell lowered her head in disappointment, saying that everything was clear to her and that it was because she was a stranger to them. But the teacher laughed and replied that, to be honest, she herself didn't know that much about him either. She hugged Cell tenderly and said that she understood perfectly well what happened to the girl in that lab. She brought her lips close to Cell's ear and whispered to her to trust her student, as it was so important for both the girl and him. They looked back at Jack, who was sitting in nirvana, and Valentine said that as long as he was around, no one in the whole world would touch Cell. Valentine and Cell hugged tightly. The girl cooed as a sign that she understood everything and laughed joyfully. A fifth lap at 14 sounds like a proud moment, and it is truly unprecedented. Jack looked at his arms, legs, turned around, trying to look at his back, and asked himself if his body had always been like this. He thought that maybe he was able to create the circles so quickly only because he was near Ron and in prison. But his energy was so pure not because of his young age. And Jack wondered if perhaps it was because of the energy of the soul. After all, the soul is higher in level than mana, and since he is good at managing the energy of the soul, he can handle mana no worse. Therefore, it is quite possible that he will be able to become even stronger than he was before when he was in his past life. After all, it was there, in his past life, that he discovered his inner energy and was able to successfully manage it. Jack smiled and wondered if there was a possibility that he would become stronger than himself. He sat in the theater with his friends and thought that perhaps he really did have the power to destroy this world. Jack looked at Cell, who was sitting next to him in the box, laughing merrily, clapping her hands, and not at all resembling her former self. This surprised him, and he wondered when she had changed so much, and when she had managed to become such friends with her mentor. The little dragon smiled cheerfully, and so did the teacher, although it seemed to Jack that she had long forgotten how to do it. If Jack had known that they would like it so much, he would have gladly brought Thanos here too, who wanted to train and didn't go to the theater. Jack left him at home because he himself did not want to come. And now he suddenly thought that it was difficult to become the best swordsman on the continent. But he told Sewell out loud that he thought she didn't like the performance and gave her a frowning look. She clapped her hands and replied that she found it very interesting. She smiled and looked very happy. Jack agreed that the production was impressive and the twists were very interesting. The teacher didn't understand the twists and asked if he meant the part where Christine turned out to be the theater ghost. Jack confirmed and said that it was just incredible, and who would have known that the ghost was the main character. These words shocked everyone. From the teacher to Charlotte, everyone opened their mouths and looked at Jack in amazement. They objected to him that the ghost was not Christine, but a man named Eric. They remembered that for sure. Jack was embarrassed, groaned, and, trying to make up for his mistake, suggested that his girls go get something to eat. The young man reminded them that the performance was already over and people were starting to leave, and the girls said that he was confused and trying to change the subject. They entered a cozy, dimly lit restaurant, something like a tavern, with tables for guests and barrels filled with wine. They were greeted and asked how many there would be, and Jack said 4, and they would take one dish with them to go. Jack and the girls sat down at the table. Everyone was very happy and remembered how much fun they had at the theater. And then he saw Abera, who was being happily hugged by the waitress who was serving them food, and he was a little embarrassed. Abero also saw Jack in the company of girls and noticed the way he looked at him. The guild leader approached Jack and sheepishly said that he didn't expect to see them here, and Jack asked if Abero was following him. Abero laughed and said that it was not so. He just came to eat, and that an information gatherer would not give himself away so much. Jack countered that Abero seemed to have a lot of time since he was going to restaurants when he should be busy looking for his money. But Abero said that he had already found half, and Jack, chuckling, replied that he was quite fast and that he had just casually sat down next to him. Abero smiled knowingly and said that it was his job, and Jack asked if he thought the guild leader wanted something from him. He replied that yes, he really did want to, but he wouldn't talk about it here in the restaurant, in front of everyone. Jack thought that everything was clear to him, and that the mentor stood out from the other visitors of this establishment. Then a handsome man came up to their table and told Valentine that she was beautiful and that he wanted to do him the honor of sitting next to her. Jack's entire company stared at the man. They couldn't believe their eyes that next to them was the actor who played the role of the ghost in the play. Valentine looked at the actor with a warm, laughing gaze, apologized, and said that she was very busy today. The actor said regretfully that since she already had things to do, he would wait for the next opportunity to meet her. He asked Valentine if she could perhaps tell him where she lived, and then Abero called out to him indignantly. And then he began to whisper something passionately into the teacher's ear, and she listened to him with great interest. And suddenly the actor, apologizing, jumped up and ran away, and the head of the guild looked after him with disdain. Jack laughed and asked Abero if he thought he would pay him for his help, to which the guild leader replied that he didn't expect that. Abero said that he didn't want to see something like that, scratched the back of his head and said that he was leaving and that he would find all their money very soon. And then Jack called out to him and invited him to have lunch with them, and he looked at the mentor and thought that she was waiting for his approval. But when Abero was already sitting down at their table, Jack asked, just in case, if he had any money. The guild leader was surprised, and he explained his words that the food was not free, and he did not buy food for people who were bigger than him. It was already dark, the moon had risen in the sky, and Abero blushed and slowly said that he had money. And then the waitress brought them one dish after another, and the head of the guild suggested that the girls eat more, and if they needed anything else, he would order it. Jack looked at him thoughtfully and mentally noted that Abero treated the kids better than he expected. As the guild leader began to eat, Jack asked him directly why he had decided to accept Dietrich's request. Abero clutched the fork in his hand and said that he did so because it was an order from his superiors that could not be disobeyed. Jack chuckled and, with a crooked smile, asked if his words meant that the head of the guild was a puppet for them, and he, leaning over the table, slowly said that for them he was more like just a tool that was convenient to use. Jack noticed that Abero had also suffered and asked if he had really found half the amount that was promised in the contract. And I heard from him a sum that made me choke and could not breathe for a long time. And this sum was 500,000 gold coins. He coughed and asked if he was sure that such a sum should be paid for him alone, and that perhaps it was 50,000. But Abero confirmed his words. Jack asked where Dietrich got such a talent for making money, and why he decided to spend a whole 500,000 gold pieces. Abero, still fiddling with his fork on his plate, replied that he thought Dietrich had several businesses. Jack asked if Abero was testing him now because his answer was too vague and it could mean that he was watching his reaction. Abero replied that there was apparently something to these businesses that Dietrich was involved in, but he couldn't talk about them for free. Jack squeezed Abero's shoulder tightly and told him that he hadn't asked for it, then suggested that he eat quickly and that he would pay half. Jack explained once again to the guild leader that he had already said that he did not buy food for those who were bigger than him. Abero was surprised and asked if he shouldn't pay for one person out of 5, that is, for himself, and Jack replied that he didn't. Because Jack was originally going to eat alone, but since Abero intervened, he will have to pay half. Abero laughed. What nonsense! But Jack squeezed his shoulder even tighter and asked if he would pay. Then he laughed and said he was joking, to which Abero replied that he had enough jokes and that he would pay for everything. He smiled slyly and said that Jack should consider it a gift from the underworld where they lived. Jack replied that if Abero finished his task correctly, then the gift from the underworld might not be needed. They both laughed. The guild leader gave a wry smile and said that it was interesting, and Jack replied that it really was a joke. But then the time ran out, and the mentor's silhouette, flashing with a blinding light, began to fade, and then she disappeared, causing Abero's surprise. But she didn't disappear completely, but turned back into a small doll that seemed completely helpless. Abero couldn't believe his eyes. He jumped up from his seat and, looking with wide eyes at the doll, asked what it was. Jack took the doll in his arms and replied that he, of course, didn't care if Abero told about it, but it would be better if he kept quiet if possible. The guild leader turned away and muttered that, of course, everything he saw would remain a secret. Jack said that no one would take his and his mentor's secret at face value, although he didn't care if everyone in the world knew about it. When they said goodbye to the guild leader on the street, Jack thought that Abero himself thought that she simply used a transformation. The head of the guild himself scratched his head in confusion and then said that he had to go, and the whole company wished him to be more careful. Abero turned around and walked away. Jack waved his hand at him, and the mentor in his arms said what she thought. Even in her past life, she had not spoken about this. Jack asked what she hadn't told him, and the mentor, pressing herself tightly against him, replied that it could be considered her intuition. Or maybe it's because she spent her entire life facing death and has seen it in the face more than once. But she can smell the death of people who are about to die, and she can't stand this ability. Jack asked her in amazement if she really thought Abero was going to die soon, and she confirmed that that was indeed the case. The only thing she can console him with is that it is unlikely that Jack will kill the head of the guild. It will be other people or monsters. Jack thought he knew that many talented people had died in the Empire during this time, and that he was probably one of them. The doll asked the boy what he was probably doubting, and Jack replied that, to be honest, he didn't even know. He added that he didn't know what kind of person the guild leader was. He only knew his name and title. Abero didn't seem completely untalented, but on the other hand, he had nothing to offer Jack. At this time, Charlotte and Cell saw a ginger cat and began to play with him, and then invited Jack to look at him. He didn't refuse, deciding that with time it would become clear whether it could be used or not. But he said that he had already said that he didn't like cats, and suggested going home. At this time, Abero was walking down the street and thinking that perhaps he had overtime work again today and that he would have to chew on a wake-up fruit to stay awake. The next morning, Jack went outside and stretched blissfully, snorted and began to levitate. He felt fresh. The teacher, sitting on the steps, grumbled that this place was originally intended for meditation and prayer. And did Jack really have nowhere else to do it? Jack replied that he didn't understand how it would be a day off and invited his mentor to join him. But she thanked him and declined. On the steps of the temple, he saw Cell and asked her what she had decided for herself and what she would do in general. He sat down next to her on the steps and asked if he could find out, but she looked thoughtfully at her feet and remained silent. Then she bared her teeth menacingly. Claws grew on her hands, and she furiously replied that she wanted revenge. Firstly, she wants to take revenge on her parents who left her there and made her endure all this suffering. Secondly, the beggarmans, who abused her and caused her unbearable pain, must be punished. She felt awkward telling Jack this and hung her head as he said that Thanos seemed to have a rival. Cell asked Jack if it would be difficult. He chuckled and replied that it wouldn't be difficult, but she needed to hurry. He explained to Cell that before her revenge, they could all say goodbye to this world, and she began to cry. Cell lowered her head and thought, her eyes full of sadness, and then asked what she had to live for then. Jack smiled and said that he couldn't tell her that because she would have to figure it out for herself. They sat on the steps and talked until Cell's emotions subsided, and then Jack asked where Charlotte and Thanos were. Cell smiled and quietly said that they were now at the academy and were having a great time there. Jack asked her understandingly if she was asleep at that moment, and Cell replied that of course she was asleep at 7 in the morning. Jack started telling her about the academy, that they not only fight there but also study. That's why they go there. Cell called him boss and asked what they were learning from him, and Jack thought that Charlotte must have taught her that nickname. He told the dragon girl that he could teach them nothing but fighting, and that was precisely what he excelled at. But when it comes to relationships with other people, the process of communication and so on, he cannot teach this within their circle. He told Cell that the academy was made up of people from all over the country, and that being surrounded by them would give her more space to think. Jack smiled and admitted that he would like to send her there too, but he felt that she was hardly ready right now. Cell confirmed this and said that she still doesn't get along well with people and that she's unlikely to change anytime soon. Jack was surprised and asked Cell why she thought so. The dragon girl hesitated and replied that she just thought so. Then Jack's face became very cunning, and he splashed drops of his mana on her, which made her very scared and tried to hide from them. She shouted at Jack indignantly, calling him boss again and asking what he was doing when half of her body was gone. And he laughed, asked Cell for forgiveness, and said that she had a very displeased face. He asked her not to get too attached, because her past was just the past, nothing more, and it had already disappeared from her life. Cell looked thoughtful and asked Jack if he was attached to his past, her eyes full of curiosity. He thought that the dragon girl asked this because she knew or simply noted it as something very important. And Jack answered her that he was he and she was she, and that they were very different because she was still just a child. The young man invited her to continue living freely, like a bird in flight, and as wide as the endless sea. The guy also asked the girl that if she ever wanted to attend the academy, she would only have to say so. Suddenly, the boss looked into the room. He was looking for Jack and asked if he was there. The man said that the gentleman had a visitor, to which Jack was surprised and asked who it could be. The guest turned out to be none other than the head of the Arabes Guild in Osenblay. Jack immediately made fun of his mentor's previous words about the guy's imminent death, since he was still alive. The third gentleman received the guest, and after a while the boy settled down on the floor. It turned out that Abero had brought him money. The boy silently pushed a filled envelope with a red seal melted in wax towards the gentleman. Jack also silently accepted it and began to count the amount. He was surprised at how quickly Abero found the missing half of the money. Jack examined the contents of the envelope, in which, however, he saw checks from a continental financial house. The guy explained to him that if he gave them one of them, he would receive gold in return right there on the spot. Jack looked back for a second in surprise as he counted the checks. The envelope contained 500,000 ruble checks and one for 5,000 gold. Abero explained that the guy provided a check for 5,000 as a separate portion of the money from himself. The guy lowered his head uncertainly and said that he had a few questions for the gentleman, and if he answers them, he will give him another 5,000 in return. Jack was surprised, but still warned with a smile that he would not answer any questions regarding his personal life, and if he agreed to such conditions, then let him ask. The gentleman looked absolutely confident, but the guy sat hunched over, his head tucked in. But the next second he started talking about Pentinel's mercenaries and asked if Jack was the one who killed them all. In turn, Jack repeated the guy's question out loud, not intending to give an answer right away. He thought carefully about his answer and understood that his interlocutor was trying to find out the details. Still, Jack replied that he did it before he was sure that no one would ever find their bodies, and then wiped them off the face of the earth. The boy did not reveal the truth, because in fact, it was his mentor who killed the mercenaries. Abero accepted his answer and asked the next question, whether this could be related to the struggle for the throne in the Tulkan Empire. Jack immediately asked why he remembered Tulkan. How could the guy possibly be connected to the Tulkan Empire, Balantier wondered. Unexpectedly for Iberu, he stood up and said that it was his turn to ask questions. Suddenly, the room was filled with blue light and splashes of water. Jack was calling on his mana. He was angry, because it seemed the guy was trying to dig up information about him. All the objects around them rose in motion, even the water, so the girls tried to grab onto anything that held tightly so as not to fly away into the water whirlpool. Jack slowly approached the guest and said that, of course, he was glad that he obeyed the order to return the money, but the Tulkan Empire, 5,000 gold, plus another 5,000 as a bonus, is a considerable sum, and perhaps this is all the money he was able to collect. All this time, Abero desperately crawled back from the boy, feeling for the floor, when suddenly a step of the ladder came into his hand. The boy could not run any further. Jack looked at him without any emotion in his eyes, when suddenly he smiled and said that he was probably looking for someone to follow. That was the whole point. He immediately pressed the guy's shoulder with his foot, putting him on the steps. Jack had the feeling that Abero was counting on those who stood behind him to become those Abero would follow. Jack told him that he was sure he knew how to survive in this world, but he was still wrong about some things. And the truth is that there is no one behind him. Jack informed him of his mentor's premonition without revealing her identity, after which the boy convinced Abera that he was not the one who would kill him, and he has no intention of killing him, because the guy did everything he asked him to do. There's just one problem. Abero found out something he shouldn't have known, and this means that those people will soon find out about it too. Suddenly, to Abir's surprise, Jack lit up with the sweetest smile, talking about how amazing it was that Tulkan mercenaries weren't that simple, but the guy still found out about them. He patted the boy on the cheek and said that he liked his talents. He will become the person that Iber will follow, thus Jack will save his life. The boy again turned to him with the words that if the guy needed help, then he should just ask, and he would help him. Even if he dies, he will turn him into a death knight and give him a chance to take revenge. Iberu's mouth opened in surprise, and he was just about to ask about the death knight, when Jack stopped him in anticipation, saying that he would find out all the details later. And what's more important, will the guy be of any use to him? Jack remembered his mentor's words that he was not destined to live a normal life, however. He already knew that. He remembered all his close comrades from the academy, after which Jack promised himself that he would make them an integral part of the future. He also wondered whether Abero would become just as integral a part. Suddenly, the boy asked the gentleman who he was, to which the gentleman replied that he was a little embarrassed to say this, so he would see everything himself soon. Jack immediately asked Abero if he liked fishing, and the guy only repeated his question in a stunned tone. Jack explained that he didn't mean the boring kind of fishing where you fish with the current, but the real kind. The kind that's fun. Meanwhile, a man arrived at the Arabesque Guild premises. A girl met him and told him that he had arrived just in time. She warned him that the head of the guild was looking for him, and that he should find him to continue the conversation. The guest recalled facts about the head, how he worked all night with a serious face. The guildmaster is indeed a very competent person. Not only did he become the leader at such a young age, but he also possesses an extraordinary mind and impressive instincts. The visitor assumed that he couldn't recycle since he hadn't done so for many years. Nevertheless, he knocked on the headman's office and asked to come in. He found Abera thoughtful and serious, and Jack, Sel, and the mentor were also present in the office. Jack sat there upset, his hands tied tightly behind his back, tears welling up in his eyes, wondering what he had done, and he feebly asked Abera to forget the words he had spoken to him earlier. The man who entered looked shocked and did not understand what was happening. Aberu explained to Jack that they were an unusual adventurers guild supported by the Tulkan Empire, and people like the dukes and the imperial family mean absolutely nothing to them. Next, Aberu asked the gentleman to tell him everything he knew and also to tell who was behind him, how he destroyed the Pentanil Guild and why he chose to pursue profits from illegal drugs. Jack admitted that the order was given to him by the Dukes of Osenblay and Malona. The boy also added that he was simply doing what they ordered him to do. After listening to him, Abero ordered Tolizo to send a letter to his superiors and indicate in it that the Dukes were plotting something. Tolizo was surprised by the leader's behavior and asked him how their guild could be connected with the Dukes. His answer was a furious slam on the table. Abero was angry. He shouted at the guy that now was not the time for questions, and how he had not yet realized that their lives were in danger. He also told the boy that he had been given an order to carry out Dietrich's demand and that it had failed. He then asked if he had any ideas to fulfill this requirement. Tolizo hesitated, as a newcomer like him couldn't possibly know about such things. But Abero sighed and asked him not to pretend to be innocent. The Tulkan Empire had no intention of killing Dietrich since he was just a puppet. They could simply leave him alone and use him. But the Duke's entire family is caught up in the thick of things, and as a result, Dietrich is dead. The Duke's family and possibly the entire kingdom are about to rise up against the Tulkan Empire, which is happening right now. Placing his palm on Tolizo's, Abero apologized for the whole performance he had previously put on in front of him. He reported receiving another order to get rid of the boy if he dared to betray the Tulkan Empire, and perhaps Tolizo received the same one. Get rid of him if he gets in the way of the Tulkan Empire. After his words, Abero's face darkened, and he asked if the boy understood why he was saying all this. Tolizo hesitated for a second. Then his expression changed, and he said with a grin that he knew about everything from the start. He was just pretending. Suddenly, Jack began to spin around and asked hesitantly if he could be free. After which, the frightening sounds of boots were heard on the floor, followed by a rough kick. Tolizo forced the boy to shut up. He threatened him that if he did not sit still, he would sell him as a slave. Tears welled up in Jack's eyes, and he apologized and fell silent. Tolizo began to verbally mock him for his pathetic apologies and vulnerability. For a second, Abero interrupted the guy in his statement, still calling him a newbie. He confidently walked towards him, assuring him that Abero was only following him, but did not know who he was. After which, the guy confessed that he was actually a servant of the secret organization of the Malon family, and Abero was horrified by his words. When mana users become mages or swordsmen, people who specialize in assassination, such as Bentamon of the Pentanil Guild, people like them usually use something like a dagger. The world turns to people like assassins or cleaners. Noble families have both normal swordsmen and mages among their soldiers, as well as a separate team of cleaners, and the Duke's family is no exception. Gloomy as a cloud, Abero asked the boy if Duke Milan was one of the culprits. With wild eyes, Tolizo hissed that a few minutes ago he had spoken about everything as if he knew what was happening. But was he still so sure of his words now? Abero replied that he had previously had suspicions that were confirmed. At that moment, the rope tying Jack's hands fell off and he stood up, saying that something interesting was about to happen. Maybe he should become an actor, since he has been putting up with this whole performance for so long and creating drama on his face. A young actor who can cry real tears, what do they think about it? An hour earlier, Abero had asked the third gentleman whether there really was a possibility of an assassination attempt on him, given that he oversaw the largest branch of the guild. Jack replied that this shouldn't happen, and in response, the guy asked about the veracity of the mentor's information about his death. Jack corrected him by saying that it wasn't called information, but intuition. Jack also added that his mentor's intuition is correct 99% of the time. Therefore, the prediction that the guy will die is true without a doubt. The young gentleman asked him if he had been told, but he found out that the guild was a puppet of the Tulkun Empire. And now he's looking for a new rope to grab onto. Even if Jack found out, it wouldn't mean anything. Afterwards, Jack asked the guy if he had seen the head guildmaster, and he answered negatively. So, it wasn't for nothing that Abero called himself a tool, Jack thought to himself, and then said with a smile how it happened that, being the head of the guild branch, the guy hadn't met with the main guildmaster. It's obvious he recognizes Abero's power, but by using it, he has no intention of revealing his own. Isn't the guy happy that his powers were recognized by the Tulkun Empire? Abero was deep in thought, wondering why no one had tried to convince him otherwise. Why didn't they even say anything, and what was he thinking that led to such a result? He came to the conclusion that the guild did not trust him. There is a high probability that the higher-ups are planning to fill the guild with their own people, and they are most likely already considering another candidate for his place, one capable of leading it. At the present time, he operates secretly, but there is someone in the guild who is watching him. Jack interrupted his thoughts and asked, what if the guy was killed? How would they fill the empty manager's position? After all, it is quite possible that someone is already ready to take Abero's position. As a great thinker, Jack advised him that the guild would not use a mere guy. This person will definitely be their subordinate and experienced, perhaps someone clever and good at hiding their intentions, and this person could very well be from Abero's entourage. Jack advised him to think about the people who had been around him lately, some experienced and hard to read, some connected to the Arabes Guild. After some thought, Abero remembered Toliso, because he fit all the characteristics. A man with silver hair and scars all over his body, who joined the guild a few months ago. Jack was lost in his thoughts, remembering his first meeting with Toliso. He remembered that on the day they first met, they bumped into each other on the stairs. When Jack met him, he experienced strange feelings. The guy had affected facial expressions, and his steps were very quick and quiet. He's at least a seventh circle man, but he's a bit suspicious. In turn, Abero told Jack that Toliso's ability to gather information was amazing. Sometimes he does idiotic things and has a stupid expression on his face, and he seems clumsy in some way. And he thought that Toliso was a spy sent by another guild or nobility. Jack smiled and said that it was time to get down to business. It would be interesting to find out everything personally from him. At the present time, Cell and the mentor sat quietly, not interfering, but the girl was very worried about what was happening. Jack made his way to Toliso with quiet steps. He was already bored, so now it should be fun. Looking into Toliso's eyes, he said that it was nevertheless a pity that he had given up so quickly. After all, as one might have guessed, one of those people was still Duke Malone, and Jack still needed to get rid of so many people. Toliso clenched his fists in anger. He was not happy with such words directed at the Duke. He prepared to take revenge on the youngest son of the Marquis of Mir, bursting into mana. In an aggressive tone, he asked why Jack was still standing there. Jack smiled and asked if he really wanted him to attack. At that very second, Toliso rushed at him, and Jack only stood in place and beckoned him with his finger. Toliso quickly pulled out his blade and swung it in front of Jack's face, but he dodged it sharply, laughing at the guy. His next attack was a circular motion, while Jack moved gracefully downwards. Finding himself in front of his opponent, Jack looked him straight in the eyes. He said provocatively that this is what he expected from the assassin. Let him give it his all and he will see. Toliso hesitated, not expecting such a turn of events, and he angrily asked who the boy was. Jack stood up and slowly approached him, delaying him with empty words. The assassin lost his patience and angrily rushed to attack Jack. With one movement of his hand, the younger gentleman grabbed his wrist, thereby knocking the weapon out of his hand. Afterwards, Jack pulled him towards himself and laughed at him ironically, wondering if Toliso was really worried that he might die. Toliso immediately threw him away with a blow. Using his abilities, Jack slowed down the flight time and provoked the guy into another attack. However, taking advantage of his confusion, he rushed at him with an outstretched hand, on which he concentrated all his strength. Taliso stood in place. He had nowhere else to go. Before he could do anything, Jack's hand landed on his chin, causing blood to gush from his mouth and his body to convulse. At that moment, the mentor covered Cell's eyes with her hands so that the girl would not see all these bloody moments, because she was still too young for such sights. Abero looked at everything with wide eyes. He exclaimed, "Why kill him?" Since they still had not received the necessary information. Jack wondered if he was really asking for information at a time like this. Afterwards, he headed towards the girls, carefully took the mentor in his arms and told Abero that a person does not have to stay alive to get any information from him. When his mentor asked him if he wanted to create a death knight, Jack answered yes. After listening to Jack, the mentor was convinced that he had done everything correctly. Suddenly, Jack remembered the Punishing Knight. Punishing Knight, a magic that resurrects a corpse and is also one of the signature spells of dark mages. When introduced to dark magic, magicians also start with this spell. But this does not mean that it is easy to create it. In order to resurrect the owner of the seventh circle and make him a death knight, the caster must also have at least the seventh circle. However, this does not apply to Jack since he controls high-ranking souls, not mana. Jack approached Abir and informed him that he needed a neck brace. Abero was, of course, surprised, but quickly turned away to the cupboards in search of bandages, since looking at Taliso's swaying head was disgusting to him. In the real world, death knights do not die but live forever as corpses. But corpses still decompose over time, so we need to preserve what we can before it rots. Jack put the dead man on his feet and ordered him to tell everything he knew. Taliso's mind was clouded, and he revealed that the Duchy of Malin was a long-standing ally of the guild. Duke Malin himself is a member of the Adventurers Guild's high-ranking committee, and his rank is currently around 4th. He learned about this when he was guarding the Duke, and he alone knows about it. Jack, controlling his body and mind, listened attentively to all the information, noting that he did not even ask the dead man to tell him anything extra, but he was confident in his words. He knew it was very difficult to restrain himself and talk at the same time, but he asked the dead man again if he knew anything else about the committee members. In a clouded voice and completely exhausted, Taliso answered in the negative, something only the Duke knew about. Duke Malin promised him the post of leader of the Ensemble Squad, and he, being the deputy commander of the Dark Knights, accepted this offer. Jack immediately asked Taliso what exactly the Duke had ordered him to do. Before the dead man could answer, Abero found a bandage and furiously told everyone present in the room about it. A few minutes later, Jack returned to his questioning, waiting for Taliso's answer. The dead man replied that first, he had to find and eliminate anyone who could harm Tulkun and Duke Milan. Secondly, keep an eye on the current branch manager, Abero, and if he starts to waver, kill him. Thirdly, disseminate information about the Tulkun Empire and report any genuine information to the Duke. Jack carefully monitored the situation and held the dead man's mind, content with the information he received. For a second, he let go of his will, but the dead man was exhausted and looked incapacitated. Jack turned to him again to continue. Taliso continued to tell completely unnecessary information. Quite superfluous, he told about the Duke's wife's extramural affair with the Marquis of Darrett, as well as about the adventures of the young gentleman. It's good that they managed to send their man there, as they expected this outcome. It may seem strange for a dead person to tell you unnecessary information, but it is actually a common occurrence. At its core, black magic allows one to take control of the mind and soul of another person. Black magic has the ability to break and enslave the human soul. That's why Taliso is different from the man who tried to kill Jack 5 minutes ago. His soul belongs to the third master, and he acknowledges him as his master. Having received the information, Jack summed up the results. They managed to find out that the Adventurers Guild was controlled by the Organization Committee, which in turn maintains ties with the Tulkun Empire, and no one knows the committee members except themselves. Judging by the Tesla Committee, it is a branch of an organization with committees in different countries. Duke Malin is the 4th most important person, which means there are 3 people above him. Jack said the information wasn't as useful as he expected. Abero stood silently next to the gentleman, still stunned by everything that had happened. Jack repeated to Abir that he wanted the boy to see with his own eyes what kind of person he was, and then make a decision. The guy didn't respond to his words, so Jack asked his opinion on the matter. Abero clenched his fists resolutely and knelt down on one knee in front of the master, pursing his lip, after which he asked to serve him, and let Jack simply give him an order which he will carry out without hesitation. Jack sat in front of him contentedly, happy with the guy's decision. He immediately asked when exactly the guy found out that the guild was using him and was going to get rid of him soon, which shocked Abero. The guy replied that he had started looking for a new patron. However, Jack warned him that his actions were not much different from those of the guild, and in those moments when the guy asked about him, he simply avoided answering. And to be honest, all of this irritated him. But if a similar situation arises, everything will happen again. Jack asked Abero if he was right. Abero listened to him and replied that the gentleman was right in everything. Jack knows what the next step will be, not because of the information he has, but because of what will happen in the future. The current emperor of Tulkun is ill and will die in 4 years due to deteriorating health. After his death, a full-scale battle for the throne will begin. Soon, the hardliners will win. The current crown prince will become emperor, and a continental war will begin. But he doesn't know what was happening in Tesla during this period of time. But it is known that the sister died a tragic death, and the empire fell. That's all Jack knows about the future. To tell the truth, he wasn't interested, and he still doesn't really care about what's happening. The master wondered where he could use Abero if he became his servant. Suddenly, Jack asked him his age, and Abero immediately replied that he was 34 years old. The gentleman just laughed and said that he was still young and had a lot ahead of him. Jack continued to inquire about the guy's life, and even brought up a personal matter. Abero turned out to be single. As for long-term goals, the guy wants to live a long, happy life. Abero asked why the gentleman needed all this information. Jack replied that it was a simple interview and asked if the guy had heard anything about going back in time. Abero replied that if he meant something that had been passed down from mouth to mouth for many generations, then yes. Jack just put his hand on his shoulder and stated that the conversation would be short. He admitted that he was the one who returned. And now, he will make one exception and tell him what the future will be like. Jack told how he killed everyone who hid behind the name of the Tulkun Empire, and also all the dragons that got on his nerves, and the inhabitants of the demonic forest. Jack added that he killed everyone except the orcs and harpies. He means that he gave them all freedom by killing all the dragons. But having become free, they united with the Tulkun Empire. Beings of all ages contacted Tulkun and pointed their swords at him. He killed everyone because the situation was painfully funny. The reason he spared the lives of the orcs and harpies was because they helped him. He acquired many nicknames, such as the God of Swords, the Demon of Swords, the Devil, the Monster, and so on. Abero listened to everything. His face was shocked. He couldn't put 2 words together, but Jack just smiled. Afterwards, Jack, like a little boy, jumped up and became embarrassed, explaining that he was embarrassed to talk about all this out loud. Without knowing the exact numbers, Jack estimated that the population of the Western continent had been halved because of him. However, he decided not to go into details and leave it at that. After all, he doesn't want the mentor who was behind him to hate him. Jack only warned the guy that if he suddenly decided to leave this place, he should do it right now. In that case, he would not pursue or kill him. Abero only asked what outcome would await him if he started spreading rumors. Based on the fact that Abero told him his secret, and it was probably not the first time he had found himself in such a situation, Jack trusted him. Afterwards, the third gentleman assured the guy that no rumors would follow. Abero was lost in his thoughts. This child, or rather man, was different from everyone he had ever met. On top of all this, Jack is one of those people who doesn't defy common sense. The group of assassins of Duke Malin and its vice captain, the holders of the Seventh Circle. Abero was tormented by the question of how a kid like Jack could kill Taliso. He was haunted by the fact that Jack had dealt with him too easily. Moreover, the master not only killed Taliso, but also revived him. Ibaru realized that all this was black magic that the boy possessed. He had read about it in old memoirs, going back in time and knowing the future. The boy had only one question left. Was Jack Ballantier connected to the destruction of the Tulkun Empire? Abero looked at Jack with the understanding that he was not lying to him. His own instincts and intuition were telling him this. Clenching his fist to the limit, he realized one thing. This man would become king. He bowed his head at the feet of his master and swore allegiance. Jack was surprised by this gesture and immediately asked the guy to stand up. He gave him his hand so that he could get up. Abero asked what he should call the gentleman now, to which Jack waved his hand and replied that the guy could call him whatever he felt comfortable with. Abero decided to call him young master or master and assured him that he would address him differently depending on the situation. Jack thought that if people heard Abero calling him master, the situation would become more complicated. He asked to be called Young Master, and the first thing he did was to help the dead man keep his head straight. Abero immediately wrapped a bandage around Taliso's neck several times. Later, Abero began sharing the information he had. The goal of the illegal drug business is to subjugate monsters. The same goal as dragon hunting. Abero also told Jack that the turnover of this business was estimated at several million gold. The hundreds of thousands of gold coins Dietrich borrowed were received for his role as a puppet boss. Jack carefully studied the materials and the information in them, after which he shared his opinion with Abero. 2 years ago, there was a rumor that the Tulkan Empire was experimenting on dragons. Jack continued to study the materials and was in a good mood when suddenly Abero asked him. He asked Jack if he knew how the future he knew about had been formed, or if he had seen it in the form of events that had already happened. The one who returned in time definitely knows the future, but the master spent 10 years with the mentor in the cave. When they finally emerged from the cave, the Tulkan Empire had already united the continent. Jack told the guy that this could be looked at from different points of view, and the only thing he knows about is the details of the processes that took place after the fall of the empire. Abero decided to get down to business, starting with an analysis of the situation. He handed the gentleman a stack of sheets of information. The guy said that first he would talk about the conclusions he had come to. On the map sheet, he indicated a new route for internal logistics, after which he clearly indicated the territories of the Marquis of Derrit, the Marquis of Herman, and the Duke of Malin. Jack in turn said that they were all definitely connected, and he explained this by the fact that recently potions have started to be bought up at a rapid pace. The nobles don't really fight for territory, but their purchases have clearly increased. And it is obvious that all this proves that all three rulers are aware of the distribution of prohibited drugs. There are currently 2 types of drugs in circulation. These medicines are called cannabis and munkar. Cannabis is a type of tobacco that, although banned due to its hallucinogenic properties, is non-toxic and non-addictive. In the villages, even ordinary workers know about it, but the problem lies in the munkar. This easy-to-make drug gives users tremendous pleasure, but at the same time, it has a serious drawback. It melts the skin. The cure for this side effect is a potion. The higher the level of the potion, the more effective it is at dealing with the side effect. Jack explained to Abir that this is how they make money on medicines, stock up on potions, and also make money on their resale. He explained that this country was facing collapse in any case,